Can't see all your exercise equipment that you don't use behind you. That's good.
I dust it off weekly.
You take your underwear off it anyway, so that's good.
I do that just.
Mayor Savage, we are live. You can start the meeting whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, folks. Good morning to my colleagues on council and to our wonderful staff who are joining us and to people who may be joining us from home. So I'm going to start off today a little bit differently before we go to committee of the whole. I'm going to ask Councillor Kent. I think she has something she wanted to share.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to ask council members and anyone who's watching to join me right now to honor and remember a dear little boy who was lost to succumb to injuries from a motor vehicle accident on May 22nd in District 3 on Portland Street. 5-year-old Max Thomas was fatally killed there. His grandmother was injured, and Max left us far too early. It's been a little while since then. We've not had a council meeting, but there's not a day that goes by that I know his family and his friends and his community are continuing to struggle with the loss of Max. He was a vibrant, beautiful, busy, active young boy. His friends at Portland Hills Elementary School and in his Beaver group in the scouting movement have rallied behind the family along with their community. And I just wanted to acknowledge his passing and his life, more importantly, that we could remember him today and offer our condolences to his mother and father, Leah and Devin, and his entire community who are mourning at this point. So I'm asking that council join me in a moment to remember him. Thank you.
So colleagues, we're going to remember Max in a moment of silence. We also are reminded that while we are proud Canadians, all of us, that our country and our history have terrible scars. And we have huge issues to deal with today as well. Since our last council meeting, the discovery of 215 children's bodies at the Kamloops Residential School in the Tecumloops Secwepemc First Nation has gripped the country and reminded us of the horrors of the residential schools, including in this province. And our flags have been at half staff since then for 215 hours, and reminds us of the work of reconciliation that needs to continue and to be accelerated all across our country. And then on Sunday night in London, Ontario, a Muslim family, out for a neighborhood walk, were killed. 4 of them were killed by a single person, leaving a 9-year-old boy very injured, who will come back if he does survive to that horror. It's not the first case of Islamophobia. It's not the first case of hate against the Muslim community. We have it across the world. We have it in Canada, and we have it in Halifax. Last week at FCM, we passed a resolution at the plenary session calling on the federal government to strengthen hate speech laws. As you all know, our own colleague, Councillor Lindell Smith, is chairing Standing Committee on Anti-Racism and Equity for FCM, of which we're proud, but wish it wasn't necessary. So we are calling on the federal government to do more on hate speech and hate laws, but we ourselves have to accept our responsibility as well in our own communities. And that's something that I think we all should redouble our efforts. I've spoken to members of the Islamic community this morning, and the pain is as you imagine, very, very real. And I think it is for all of us, all the faces I see on this screen. So we have much to think about this morning. We will take a moment of silence I ask you to take a moment of silence. Think about young Max and his family. Think about the residential schools, the 215 children, but the thousands of others, as well as all members of the Islamic community across Canada here in Halifax and other communities that are experiencing resurgence of hate. And it's up to all of us to address that. So I ask you for a moment of silence before we begin our meeting. Thank you very much. I'm going to call so we have committee of the whole this morning, and we're scheduled to have council at 1 o'clock. So I'll call the committee of the whole to order, and I'll ask if somebody might consider the approval of the minutes of January the 12th, our last committee of the whole.
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Tuttle. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The approval of the order of business. I don't think we have anything to add. Does somebody want to move the order of business?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lovelace, thank you. Councillor Hensby, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Calls for declaration of conflict of interest for the committee of the whole. All right, colleagues, we're here to discuss the regional plan review. There's going to be a presentation, and I believe it's going to be led by Kate Green. It's a cast of thousands, and certainly many who've been working very hard on this. Just to reiterate, I think we've all gotten our Center Plan Package B material recently. This is not about Center Plan Package B directly. This is about really the beginning of a new phase for this council in terms of how do we deal with the regional plan. And I think that that'll become clear as the presentation begins. It's an enormous piece of work, of course, and a very important piece of work. The regional plan really governs everything we do as a municipality. And I think we all know that we're very fortunate with the staffing that we have who've been leading this. And I will let Kate Green take us through all that. So Kate, if you are, there I see you, Kate. Good morning, Kate. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm well, thank you. Thank you for having us at Committee of the Whole today. We appreciate that.
Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to share my screen here, and I think my sharing was disabled. So April, I'm just wondering if you can reset that for me.
And this presentation has been sent out to councillors?
Yes, exactly. All right, can everyone see that?
We got you.
Wonderful, thank you. So again, as you indicated, my name is Kate Green, and I'm the manager of the Regional Policy Program in Planning and Development. We do have a great cast here today online, so you can see our faces there. The core project team is on the left, and we've also invited Jill McClellan and Lean Romana, who are also part of our working group on population and housing analysis. So we are really pleased to be here today and wanted to give you a sense of the team. They're a great group. A number of people have contributed to the regional plan review and to the theme and direction report we're going to talk about today. It involves many facets of our work. So on the left, you can see our steering committee. On the right, you can see many of our key contributors. To provide you with an overview of our presentation today, we'll be talking about why we're here today, just so everyone, the public included, has an understanding of why we're in front of Committee of the Whole. We will discuss how we're going about engaging the public in the work. We'll provide you an overview of both our theme and direction report, as well as our preliminary population and housing analysis and our next steps. So we are here today because we are reviewing the regional plan, and Council initiated this review in February 2020. We'll be assessing that document to see if it reflects the goals and needs of our community as it grows and changes. Today, we're going to provide you with a brief overview of the theme and direction document, and it's our first major deliverable of this project. We'll also present on the preliminary housing, population and housing analysis, which is a key piece of supporting research that helps us all understand how we're growing. And given the heightened focus on housing within our community because of the current market conditions and how important it is for us to focus on this, we wanted to provide you with an overview of this material as we're in the engagement process to make sure that we are able to answer your questions and also have you positioned to respond in case the public asks you any questions about our material. So just to go back a bit and speak about make sure everyone online understands the regional plan. It is a strategic document, and it was the first document post-amalgamation, really, that provided a region-wide vision for land use. It was adopted in 2006 first. It provided a comprehensive outline of how growth and development should take place between 2006 and 2031. And ultimately, really, the regional plan outlines where, why, when, and how we go about building and growing our community. So here's a closer look at our regional plan timeline. You can see there on the left, the first regional plan was created in 2006. We did a first review in 2014 called RP+5, and our second review is now, and we're hoping to conclude that in 2022. The end of the overall plan horizon is 2031. So in 2006, we've forecasted ahead 20-25 years to see exactly projected out how we would grow and how we needed to organize land use around that growth. I just want to emphasize that this isn't to say that work stopped on the regional plan review between 2014 and 2022. We are in a state of continual improvement with respect to this project, this work. So in 2014, we identified studies such as the Open Space Plan, the Cultural Plan, the Road Network Plan, the Climate Change Action Plan. These were all studies that would look at issue areas in depth. And this has resulted in projects like the Integrated Mobility Plan, the Green Network Plan, Sharing Our Stories, and Halifax 2050. So we're taking the results of these projects now and bringing them back into the regional plan. And we want to evaluate and assess our goals and the regulations we create through that regional plan as we try to bring these large priorities plans online. So when we think about the regional plan, we really see it as a powerful tool for setting up change. This is a more detailed look at our timeline. The project is broken down into 3 major phases. We're in phase 2. We are conducting our engagement program, which kicked off on May 20th at Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee, which is our main advisory body for the project. Once phase 2 ends, we will go away and we'll execute on our overall work program. And we'll come back with the first draft of the document in 2022. Just a little bit of background for you all on how we're engaging the public. We are really using a combination of virtual tools and community networks. We're relying on our community networks to get the word out as we're in this sort of state of virtual engagement. And the regional plan is very wide-reaching. The consultation is wide-reaching. So we've got a heavy engagement program planned this month. We'll be consulting with committees of council, advisory boards. Some of you have seen some of this presentation before. And we'll also be reaching out to stakeholders and the public. A survey is open now and available on our website. And the website is really our one-stop shop for anything happening with the plan review. And of course, council has been very supportive, and any help you can offer in getting the word out is greatly appreciated. And again, here you can see our comment period will close on July 16th. So important dates Our survey is open until July 16th and available now. We'll be having some virtual presentations over the next few weeks, so you can see those listed on the left. There's a little sneak peek at our webpage, again, the source of all truth for the regional plan project. So we welcome anyone to visit the website and review the content and email us or ask us questions about the project. The theme and direction report is really about the key ideas, the issues we're facing, and the potential changes we want to make in the regional plan. And the document itself shares ideas about the potential changes and the details of the work that we'll be conducting. It really gives us the chance to ask everyone, are we heading in the right direction? Is this where we want to go? Are these the right issues that are on the table? Is there anything we're missing? How should we move ahead in considering how the region is growing? As part of our work, we wanted to summarize the key ideas of the review, and these are all available in our key ideas document on our webpage. These slides that I'm going to walk through now represent a high-level overview of the ideas, and I'm going to quickly walk you through them just because I think it's important to understand the principles behind the review as we move into studying how we're going to work on them. So first principle or key idea is that we can decide how we want Halifax to grow. We can build the kind of community we want to see Halifax become. The growth we are experiencing offers us the opportunity to mold and shape Halifax. And that's something not all communities have. It's a great chance for us. But as more people choose Halifax as home, we must quickly adapt and to accommodate this growth. Many of our citizens are vulnerable to the pressures that exist in our housing market today. By being clear about where change will occur, we can organize municipal and provincial investments in infrastructure to support the long-term fiscal, environmental, and social health of the municipality, Nova Scotia, and the Atlantic region. We can make smart decisions about housing and employment and use the regional plan to quickly direct growth to the right places in a way that furthers our community goals and builds a healthy, thriving economy. We also can create change through new partnerships. We must act on our commitments to change with the Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotian communities and make it a priority. We must work together to identify and change policies that have furthered structural racism and disproportionately impacted these communities and residents. It is now clearer than ever that population growth and development cannot be considered without a view to greater socioeconomic well-being. We can use the regional plan to act on these new partnerships, grow in a new way, and pursue opportunities for meaningful change together. We can also make it easier for people to move. So here you're seeing the integrated mobility plan live and at work. Congestion, commuting, traffic, safety, parking, we've heard a lot about that around the council table. While many North American cities have been built for cars, we know that cars are an inefficient way of transporting large numbers of people, particularly during peak hours of traffic. We need to rethink how we're building our cities so that it becomes easier for citizens to move, so that we build places that are people-oriented while we grow. Where people live and how they move about for their daily activities affects their personal finances, influences their work-life balance, and their health. We can protect what matters. Halifax is a beautiful place, and we have a unique blend of city and nature that we cherish. And I think back to our branding strategy. We put a lot of work into that. We engaged a lot of citizens around that way back when. And one of the things that rang through in that work was how important this is to our citizens. Many of our communities are centered on their little piece of our stunning Nova Scotia coastline. Others have grown around our abundant lakes and waterways. Our suburban areas have special wilderness and natural areas that we know are critical to protect. We can use the regional plan to strengthen and protect natural and cultural places and use them to shape our region's communities. And finally, we can transform. We know we're resourceful, we are community-minded. We know that Halifax is one of the best places to live in Canada. COVID-19 has shown us that we can band together, that our social networks in Atlantic Canada are strong. We need to do even more to support our most vulnerable citizens. We need to focus on housing. We need to focus on creating greater well-being for newcomers and people of all ages and abilities. We are at an important point in Halifax's journey and in our global journey in fighting the pandemic, decolonizing, and acting on climate change. We can use the regional plan review to help us generate ideas about how to change and really transform as a community. So thank you for allowing me that time to run through that, but I think it's important to just understand the principles, and we've really been listening a lot to council and to community and the conversations at hand. So we've tried to capture some of that in those principles. The central question really of the technical work of the regional plan is a question about how we organize the municipality at a regional level. How do we locate housing and employment in smart locations so that growth can happen easily and in a way that furthers the municipality's most important goals? So we break this down into 2 questions. The first is, how are we growing? So we need to evaluate the projected demand for housing and employment, both today and into the future. And to do this, we're relying on 2 key pieces of information: the housing and population analysis we'll present to you today, as well as our industrial and employment land analysis that we've been working on with our partners in real estate for the past year or so. The second question we ask is, where should we grow? So once we have a sense of how much we're going to grow, we begin to assess where the growth can be accommodated. It's not only about where there are pieces of land that can be developed, but where land is located as it relates to services and infrastructure. So for example, we know that the libraries have a facilities master plan, and they're assessing where to locate a new facility. Based on some of the land that's under consideration, we know there are a significant number of units that can come online in Bedford, 8,000 to 10,000 over the next 10 to 15 years. And as the library assesses their catchment area, we need to explain to them where this no growth could go and how it might affect the delivery of services in the area over time. It's not only about where new services will go, but also how we infill. So we've seen this in the regional center. Now we're moving on to work more in the suburban areas of our community. So for example, we've recently determined that rapid transit should be located along Dunbrack Street. We've identified that corridor as a possible place for intensification and transit-oriented development. This now needs to be aligned with Halifax Water's master infrastructure planning in order to ensure that this development can be accommodated by the downstream infrastructure over time. We know we want to build an incredible city filled with natural and cultural assets the citizens in all areas of the municipality can enjoy. So plans like the Green Network Plan and Sharing Our Stories Plan begin to tell us where these assets are. And it's up to all of us to consider what the best way is to protect these as we consider bringing new growth online. We also know there are areas we want to treat with special attention, such as the Acoma lands identified in the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity. And finally, regional councils identified aspirations for a sustainable future, such as the Integrated Mobility Plan mode share targets and Halifax 2050 decarbonization targets. We can update the modeling we conducted under both of these frameworks and assess how different land use scenarios might interact with these long-term objectives. Once we sort out how to organize things at a regional scale, we move on to think about the community scale in more detail. And we think about how growth should be located best amongst our various communities and assess how that development should be organized to enable sustainable, people-oriented design. We can also break this work down into 2 key questions. The first is, how should our communities change as we grow? And we can define our vision for how this new growth should occur, especially in the suburban and rural areas of our municipality. We can set out community design objectives and start to envision where centers, corridors, and important places are and what they should become in the future. We can also assess how we're going to organize brand new communities. Places where we are going to expand the service boundary are usually greenfield areas, and they don't have significant amounts of existing development. So as we build these brand new communities, we need to consider how the development can be organized to protect ecological and cultural resources, as well as consider how the regional infrastructure should be updated to accommodate these significant levels of growth. So those are the underpinnings of the work and the thinking of the regional plan. The theme and direction document we've released delves into this in more detail. The work is organized around 11 themes that you can see here. We're not going to go through all of those today. All of the material is available on the web for both your council and the public to review. We've created issue papers that support the theme and direction document, and these are really technical papers that get at some of the key issues we've been discussing over the life of the regional plan review. So today we'll talk to you about our preliminary population and housing analysis issue paper, and that will be available on the web today. We have an affordable housing issue paper, a density bonusing issue paper, which outlines a possible interim region-wide approach to density bonusing. We've also created a suburban community planning issue paper and a rural community issue planning paper. Those start to outline the vision and objectives and the key community design ideas we have for both sort of our suburban and rural areas, and some of the work that still needs to be conducted as we begin to prepare for those plan reviews. And finally, we have an open space primer. One of the things we've heard a lot about from community is that there are really important natural areas, ecologically sensitive areas in some of the places we have identified for growth. So some of what we wanted to do is create an open space primer that shows exactly what our powers and abilities are under the charter to protect those natural areas. So that's that open space primer issue paper. Okay, so with that, we will delve more into the themes. So we're going to talk today about 4 of the themes, themes 1, 2, 4, and 8. And it'll be a bit of a crash course in these topic areas. The regional plan allows us to think beyond our individual communities, like I've discussed, and think at the regional scale. So that's our first theme area. We need to consider how we balance growth between our urban, suburban, and rural areas. And the current regional plan has established a strong service boundary or growth boundary, and has created growth targets that suggest that most new housing be directed into areas that are already serviced or close to the service boundary. Key pieces of servicing infrastructure, such as existing and planned water and wastewater infrastructure and the transit service boundary, all impact where and how we locate growth. So in order to assess the current plan, as we've indicated, we will study population and housing growth, possible service boundary requests, or changes to land use designations, such as the urban reserve designation to better align growth. I also want to point out that we're suggesting we lift the urban reserve designation from the Acoma lands because of that direction that's contained in the Road to Economic Prosperity. Here's a little bit more detail on our growth targets, the targets as they exist in the 2014 regional plan, and how they've evolved over the past few years as we've worked ahead on different documents that were identified in the plan. You can see here that in 75% of growth, 50% in suburban communities, and at least 25% of growth, household growth, was to be located inside our urban communities, so suburban and regional center, with 25% of growth, household growth, going in rural areas. Following that, the center plan came along and looked at those targets and saw that at least 25% of growth should be located in the regional center, but the plan suggested the more growth we concentrate in the center, the better it will be. We'll be able to provide services more effectively. We also will be able to improve our mode share targets. So the center plan really took a leap of faith and has allocated 40% growth into the regional center. The integrated mobility plan came after that and looked in even more detail at the growth targets and assessed our ability to meet mode share targets in the whole region, and suggested that 90% of growth be located within that service boundary, so within the center and suburban communities, with 10% being allocated to rural areas. And just as a check against those growth targets, which we do every regional plan review, and as we grow, you can see that 31% of growth has been allocated to the regional center, 54% to suburban communities, and 15% to rural. Those are the actuals around our permit numbers. So here, this is just to talk about it maybe a little bit more, looking at the map of Halifax and our, especially the regional center and suburban communities. But outlined in blue here, you can see the areas that the regional plan identified as future service communities. So Morris Russell Lake, Port Wallace, Sandy Lake, Bedford West, Bedford South, and Highway 102 West Corridor. These lands were unserviced when the regional plan began, and were anticipated to be brought online in the life of the plan as the municipality had needs for land to come online. And in yellow there, you can see the urban reserve areas, which are essentially holding zones that preserve the land for growth and development after 2031. So as part of this review, we're suggesting that we initiate background study for the remaining future service communities, Sandy Lake, Morris Lake, Highway 102 West corridors, which are shown here in red. And we're also suggesting, as I indicated earlier, that we start background studies for Acoma, which is up at the top corner of the screen highlighted in yellow. As part of our analysis in assessing these areas for growth, we'll need to identify their interactions with the priorities plan, such as the Green Network Plan and Integrated Mobility Plan, and in particular, the ecologically sensitive ecological assets map of the Green Network Plan, which shows ecologically sensitive areas. So again, the next layer of understanding, and theme 2 is building complete communities. We want to be considerate in locating growth, understanding where there are opportunities for redevelopment of lands, and how we can improve community design to build healthy places that provide citizens with a great quality of life. So we've begun this work already. There's an initial framework created in the Suburban Community Design and Rural Community Design issue papers. And while the regional plan can create a vision and objectives for the suburban and rural plans, we know that these plans will take some time to complete. So council's talked about interim changes, which are seen in our biggest moves over on the right. We want to create some interim design guidelines for suburban development. So as we get requests to change policy, we can continue to move ahead with a development, providing it meets the way we think about growth and the way if it aligns with our future vision for growth in these areas. And that will be the other thing we want to do is review our conservation design policies in rural areas. There's been a bit of a challenge in bringing that type of development online. So we're going to do some work to tweak those policies and enable some more development in rural areas. And we've talked a lot about the IMP, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's been wonderful to be part of this team and advance ideas about land use and how it should be organized. We work almost every day on mobility and land use, making that relationship stronger. There's an emphasis on the multimodal corridors we've been talking about. So Bedford Highway, Herring Cove, Portland Street corridors are to name a few. These studies have been built to inform the land use that changes direction that we need to undertake in the regional plan review. So we've worked really closely with transit as well on the rapid transit strategy and thinking about how we organize growth and transit to ensure we're creating transit-oriented development in the future. And one thing I'll point out here is that we see a need to create a long-range vision for transportation, which is aligned with growth. So thinking about questions like what happens to the highway systems that we have running through the core of the city as we enable more growth and development? What about the area immediately adjacent to service boundary, communities like Tantallon, Middle Sackville, Beaverbank, Fall River, and Hammonds Plains? How do these communities evolve over the next 30 years? So we also need to look beyond the boundaries of HRM and think about creating a stronger network of communities within the hour commute of Halifax. So a long range transportation framework can help us with that type of work. So we're probably setting up for that study in this review to occur over the next 4 to 5 years. And last but not least, environmental protection is a foundation of the first regional plan, the 2006 regional plan. And we furthered this understanding. I've mentioned the Green Network Plan and the ecology map. We need to continue to support the Urban Forest Master Plan. We're hearing a lot of discussion about naturalization and green infrastructure. That's a key tenet in Halifax 2050. So again, thinking about the green-oriented design, how we continue to green our municipality and benefit from the wonderful health benefits of green space and natural areas, the mental health benefits, as well as the physical benefits, such as catchment of stormwater. And it really is going to be very important to continue this work in the plan itself. So that's a crash course on the theme and directions. And I just want to remind the public that's watching of our project contact information. And you can see there the presentations that we'll be having over the next couple of weeks on social policy, housing policy, climate change, environment, mobility, long-range planning. These are some of the big topics that have been identified in our sort of phase one of the plan that we want to offer the opportunity to host a conversation around. The details on that are again on the webpage. Now, this is the highlight of our presentation today. Those of you that have heard me at standing committee, you've probably heard enough of me talking, so I'm going to turn over the presentation to Emily, and she'll deliver a presentation on population and housing analysis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Pache, and I'm the Planning Research Analyst on the Research and Data team in Regional Planning. So as Kate mentioned, I'll take you through the population and housing analysis that we did. So in doing this analysis, our primary goal was to understand the dynamic between anticipated demand for housing and Halifax's capacity to accommodate residents in their preferred housing type. So under that umbrella, we identified a few specific questions that we were attempting to answer. For instance, how many people might be living in Halifax in 2031 and 2050? How many housing units will be needed for that population to live in? What type of housing might be needed? What is Halifax's capacity for additional housing based on existing policy and anticipated future policy? And then, is any policy change necessary to accommodate demand or reflect changing conditions? So to answer those questions, we developed a methodology based on best practices that looks at different components of housing, including how population influences housing demand and how that relates to housing capacity. This graphic is pulled from the issue paper and outlines how all of the components work together. For the sake of time, we won't be getting into the full details of the method in this presentation, but the issue paper, which will be available for your review on the Shape Your City website after, has more of the specifics if you're interested. For now, in the following slides, we'll walk you through what we did at a higher level. So the key pieces that we really looked at for this analysis were demand. So how much housing do we think we might need? And then capacity. How much space do we have to locate new housing? The essence of what we're trying to figure out is the relationship between those two concepts. So do we have enough capacity to accommodate the demand that we might anticipate? So first we'll look at the demand side. The first component on the demand side is population. We used a cohort survival model to project Halifax's population out to two time horizons, 2031 and 2050. Cohort survival models work by taking the existing population, broken down by age and sex, and applying assumptions about how that population will change over time. So there are three ways that populations can change: births, deaths, and migration. We looked at previous data to make assumptions about births and deaths for each age group, and we came up with three different sets of migration assumptions to give us three different population scenarios: low immigration and economic downturn, moderate immigration and continued growth, and high immigration and economic growth. So here are the resulting scenarios lined up against what was in the 2014 regional plan. It's important to recognize here that these are not predictions. The moderate immigration and continued growth scenario was our best attempt at continuing recent trends, but the high and low scenarios were both playing with the extremes. We really wanted to be able to test the resiliency of our policy in dealing with the unpredictable. So we had the population, then we needed to translate that into housing units. So we used 2016 census data to make assumptions about the number of households that would exist based on the number of people in each age group, as well as what type of housing they would want to live in. For each population scenario, we ended up with a housing unit demand split into demand for ground-based units, which we're defining as single unit dwellings, 2-unit dwellings, mobile homes, and townhouses, and then apartment units, which are all other types, including condos in multi-unit buildings. So this is the total demand for housing units according to the projected population in each scenario, first in 2031 and then in 2050. Because 2050 is at such a far time horizon, we didn't attempt to split the demand into type, which is why those columns are empty. So we started with the projected total population and translated that into total demand based on what I just described. At that point, thank you. At that point, the demand represents the housing needed for the entire population, including the population already living here in existing housing. So the total demand is therefore made up of units that already exist and then hypothetical new units that will be needed to accommodate the growth in population. So in this exercise, we removed the units that already exist and just looked at the additional units that would be needed. Great, so that was the demand side of the equation. And now we'll look at the capacity side. So for the capacity analysis, we focused on the major areas where we expect to intensify. In a couple of cases, we had unit counts that we know what to expect in certain areas, but the majority of the capacity analysis was done by taking the acres of land area and applying a density to that area. The density assumptions were based on the pattern book, staff expertise, and previous analysis completed for the rapid transit strategy. So we looked at capacity in two ways. Firstly, based on our current conditions and existing policy, so that's the left-hand column, we looked at how many units could come online relatively quickly. That included regional center package A areas, except the future growth nodes that don't yet have policy associated with them, approved development that hasn't been built yet, and residential zoned vacant land within the service boundary. The second column in the table looks at all the areas where we evaluated capacity for one of the possible future scenarios for either 2031 or 2050. So we'll get into those further along. So based on that current conditions, this is the approximate number of additional units that could be accommodated, about 85,000. First, so that's in total, and then broken down into ground-based units and apartment units. So we've looked at demand, we've looked at capacity, and the real question remains, how do they compare to each other? So we developed 3 land use scenarios for how the municipality may grow. Scenario A, 2014 regional plan, represents the supply enabled today relative to the regional plan growth targets as they exist today. Scenario B, the next 10 years, evaluates the impact of the integrated mobility plan in the form of adjusted growth targets and rapid transit corridors. Scenario C, the future, is really about the long-range plan for growth. So it looks at the integrated mobility plan again and the urban reserve lands. So each one of those scenarios really has 2 key pieces. The first one is, how are we allocating that demand based on different growth targets? And which areas are we including in the capacity? So in the following slides, we'll go through each of the scenarios and what was included. As previously mentioned, our focus was the capacity of the areas we plan to intensify, but we know that not all development will go into those areas. So we started by taking the region-wide demand for new units and allocating a percentage of that to the rural areas based on growth targets, excuse me, which were different from scenario to scenario. We were then left with the demand that we were allocating to the regional center and suburbs. So to take into account the fact that not all development within the regional center and suburbs was going to occur in the growth areas that we were planning to intensify, we allocated another percentage to what we're calling background growth, which is those areas outside of the intensification areas, but within the regional center and suburbs. And that percentage was determined based on an analysis of building permits over the last 10 years. So what we're left with in the yellow circle there is the demand that we would be allocating to the growth areas in the regional center and the suburbs. So this is the key number that we'll be comparing to the capacity for each land use scenario. Scenario A looks at the impacts of the 2014 regional plan. The growth targets reflect that plan, since 25% of the growth has been allocated to the rural areas, with the remaining 75% in the regional center and the suburbs. The growth areas that are taken into account for housing capacity include the regional center package A areas, the future serviced communities of Sandy Lake, Morris Lake, Port Wallace, and the Highway 102 West Corridor lands, and existing approved development. So this is the result table for scenario A. The capacity available in the growth areas from the map on the previous slide is up at the top. The main table in the center compares the demand that we were allocating to the growth areas to that capacity available for each population scenario, first in 2031 and in 2050. So the first three columns of data on the left display the demand allocated to the growth areas, first in total and then split into ground-based versus apartment units. The next three columns represent the capacity less the demand. So a positive difference means that there's more capacity than demand, indicating a surplus, and a negative difference means that there's not enough capacity for the demand, indicating a gap. The final column on the right shows how many more times capacity there is relative to demand. So for example, in the 2031, in the moderate population scenario, there's 3.3 times more capacity in the growth areas identified than the demand that would be allocated to those areas. The key thing to note in scenario A is that while there is overall more capacity than demand, most of this capacity exists in terms of apartment style rather than ground-based housing. So because one of the major trends we're seeing in these results is a lack of ground-based housing, it's important to put those results into a bit of context. One of the major caveats here involves the assumptions around housing propensity, so what type of dwelling people want to live in. In this preliminary analysis, we assigned propensity based on 2016 census data. However, this assumes that first, in 2016, people were living in their preferred housing type, and secondly, that the preferences won't change over time. They probably will, but we don't have enough information at this point to make assumptions about how much that will change. Further, propensity is driven to a certain extent by the type of housing that was available and affordable to people at the time of the census. In large part, the propensity in 2016 in Halifax is weighted toward ground-based units. Partially, that does indicate a preference for that housing type, but it likely also reflects the fact that the majority of the existing housing stock is ground-based. As we continue to work on this analysis, we'll be looking further into the dynamics of housing propensity and how to assess them. So the purpose of this exercise is to give us an overall sense of the dynamic between housing capacity and demand moving into the future, and to give us a starting place for working on policy. We're not attempting to forecast what will happen, but we're asking what would happen if. One of the other limitations I'll quickly flag is the question of students. Since it's unclear to what extent post-secondary students are captured in the population estimates, but we do know that Statistics Canada estimates population for July 1st of every year. So the issue that arises there is the demand associated with students living off campus who don't remain in Halifax for the summer. So that's another limitation to keep in mind. So back to the scenarios. Scenario B takes into account some of the more recent policy changes laid out in the Integrated Mobility Plan. It allocates 10% of the growth to the rural areas, with the remaining 90% in the regional center and suburbs. The same growth areas are taken into account for capacity as in scenario A, but with the addition of areas within the suburban bus rapid transit walksheds. Those BRT areas include centers, corridors, higher order residential, and future growth nodes that were used in the development of the rapid transit strategy. These lands have not been officially designated in this way, but they help us to imagine a potential future where BRT exists and what that might look like from a land use perspective. Scenario B shows a similar trend to scenario A in terms of challenges with ground-based capacity. However, because the areas with BRT corridors have been taken into account in this scenario, there is more capacity compared to demand than in scenario A, especially when it comes to apartment units. Scenario C is about the longer range. Like scenario B, it allocates 10% of the rural areas to the rural areas. The main difference here is the addition of the urban reserve lands into the capacity. So those urban reserve lands haven't really been evaluated yet in a specific way, but they're identified in the regional plan as potential places for expansion. This is just to test what kind of added capacity we may get by bringing those online. Since scenario C represents the long range, we only looked at it for 2050. The addition of the urban reserve lands adds a lot of capacity, primarily in terms of ground-based units. Of all the scenarios, this is the only one with adequate total capacity in 2050 for the high population scenario. So overall, the preliminary analysis tells us that based on the 2016 propensity of the population to live in different housing types, there will continue to be high demand for ground-based units. As noted, the analysis does not assess to what extent housing propensity is driven by market availability. The analysis shows that there is regulatory capacity to accommodate overall population growth in the short to moderate term. Initial analysis of the scenarios indicates the development of the remaining future serviced community should be considered in the near term, if Regional Council chooses to respond to the 2016 propensity to live in ground-based units. So thank you for your time. I'll turn it back over to Kate for a discussion of next steps.
Kate, you're muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So thanks, Emily, for a great presentation, and appreciate you walking us through that methodology. So just to regroup with council, the idea here today was just to give you a sense of what that issue paper contains as it releases, because it's really going to be the foundation for the work that we're doing over the next number of months. And we are seeing in that we're well positioned to respond to some of the supply challenges we're experiencing, in the sense that there's capacity for additional development to come online, both for multi-unit housing and total population demand. But as Emily noted, there's a bit of a challenge with respect to ground-based units. So future service communities, those suburban growth areas, are places where we can develop ground-based units in short order. We can also focus the future growth nodes, which are in the center plan area, but those growth nodes can also enable a strong mix of housing, ground-based and multi-units. And that's also already built into the policy of the center plan. When we think ahead and where we're going as a municipality, one of the things you're going to hear me say continually is that we've been, with the regional plan, the way it's set out, it was organized around 1% population growth. We're experiencing 2% population growth year over year. And the way we've organized our development structure is that when we want to build big new communities, we do it sort of as we need it, as we think there's demand for those communities. But we negotiate all our major infrastructure investments at that time, analyze, things like building a tunnel under the Shubenacadie Canal, building an interchange. That work could really be done ahead of time. And I'd suggest that we need to start to take a bigger look at how we grow and start to plan for the long range, and really start to plan for growing to the level of 1 million people. And think about that as a way that we organize really our infrastructure and investments over time. I think that will help us ensure we have enough elasticity within our regulations to allow supply to respond to any market challenges that we have. So that's a little bit about what we're thinking in terms of the policy direction. Happy to receive questions. Really, this is a chance for us to discuss together what we're seeing, and for council to provide us with initial feedback.
Okay. Kate, you done?
Done. Thank you.
Well, listen, thank you very much, Kate, and thank you, Emily. Very good work. We really appreciate that. And just to remind councillors, there's no decision today. There's no recommendation on the floor. This is to, we wanted people to get a sense of where we were in the regional plan. Many of you have seen this or parts of this through committees, but particularly for some of the newer councillors, wanted you to see sort of where we are on this piece of work, and it's a lot of work. Kate, Councillor Daigle-Gammon and I both noticed, and others would have as well, that the presentation you gave was a little bit different than the one that was forwarded. So perhaps you could make the complete new presentation available to councillors. Yeah, so the first thing, I'm going to go to comments. First thing that kind of made me smile was on the population scenarios. You know, when the partnership and this council adopted our growth targets for the economic plan, we had determined it would be, it started in 2016, so the 15-year target, taking it to 2031, at that time was 550,000, and it was largely scoffed at. And as you said, it was, you know, there was a gap between the regional plan and our economic plan. And I think at the time, a lot of us thought, you know, 550,000 may be achievable, but it is a bit of a stretch. Now it's the moderate scenario, the moderate immigration and the continued growth. As you said, we've gone from less than 1% growth to 2 or 2.1% growth. So that's kind of cool to see. And it's good that our regional plan and our economic plan are aligned, largely aligned. Anyway, as you say, it's not a projection. It's these are scenarios for us to follow. So thank you very much. I think it's a great piece of work. I really appreciate all the work that all your team have done on this. And so we'll just have a discussion about it. And the first name I have is Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Kate and team. Absolutely incredible body of work. Thank you so very much for putting this forward and putting it forward in a way that can be understood by the public. And I tell you, before coming on to council, one of my biggest pet peeves about all orders of government was a lack of proactive actions. And your comments at the end, Kate, about you know, the possibilities that lie before us in building infrastructure now before we need it, that makes my heart sing. Proactive. Just a couple of quick questions, and what the mayor's comments about the population growth kind of loops in nicely to this, because I'm wondering, one thing that I didn't hear mentioned was COVID, and I'm wondering, have population estimates been adjusted up because of COVID? I mean, we're hearing lots of stories about folks who have gone down the road who are said to be coming home in droves. I'm wondering if you know, the data bears that out. Part of the recommendations that are tabled include suggestions of where parkland should be acquired by HRM. Thinking specifically of Sandy Lake, which has been, you know, which was mentioned in 2 of the themes, growth theme, it was mentioned, and then also with the environmental protection. And you know, just wondering if that's going to be part of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for those questions. Through the chair, I can respond to those. So with COVID-19, we're thinking it's probably too soon to understand what the trends are. We are definitely seeing changes. You know, the housing conditions that we're experiencing exist across Canada, across markets, you know, with prices increasing at a rate we haven't seen before. So certainly that's concerning when it comes to talking about housing. And we have seen positive net interprovincial migration continue to housing over COVID. So that is something we're watching. And one of the interesting stats that came out was from CMHC in their sort of market update. And they had indicated that buyers have been looking for homes with more space since the beginning of the pandemic. So homes that are 2,500 square footage and more had year-over-year sales growth of 158 between when compared 2019 to 2020. So that's a pretty big adjustment change. So we're monitoring all those trends and watching carefully to see how they affect housing policy and how we might need to change how we talk about housing policy. And then as in terms of parkland and Sandy Lake, that conversation, the Sandy Lake Coalition has been very active. We've been meeting with them. They're, you know, a wonderful group of advocates. And one of the foundations of the regional plan is that before we enable development and before council chooses to enable development, they evaluate the ecology of the land, both study the watershed and ecological sensitivity or cultural assets. So one of the things we can do as part of our work is actually study that. And we'll be coming forward with a recommendation on that to council probably in September. We'll be coming back with overall recommendations on our work program. And we'll come back to both community planning and committee of the whole at that time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And congratulations to you. And may I point out your all-female team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and Kate and Emily, thank you for the presentation. When this first came up, this first review started talking about it, I was worried that it was going to be a little bit of a, let's just do a little tweak and get on with our growth. This is obviously a deeper dive than that, and I'm pleased to see that. Particularly in your presentation, when you talk about theme and direction, you talk about issues, changes, ideas, and where we're going to grow. So it's no secret that I'm going to speak from a position of representing an area now for 13 years that has seen a lot of growth. I've also lived in Vancouver and Toronto when they went through incredible times of growth, and we're not prepared for that growth. And I'm hoping that we will learn from what they did wrong and right, and certainly learn what we've done right and wrong in Bedford South and Bedford West. And and as some of my colleagues have pointed out, we like to talk about the integrated mobility plan, and we're all proud of it. And we're glad that it passed unanimously, but it's not funded. We talk about the Bedford Highway functional plan, and I know some of my Peninsula colleagues have been supportive of this as well, and the Herring Cove, is that we have got to get this funded and moving forward. And we've had a couple of concerns. Lisa mentioned the Sandy Lake Park expansion, which we are working on. It's grown, it's about to grow again, and it will continue to grow at the same time as we had it as a designated area for growth of housing. So that'll be interesting. And of course, the Sunnyside Sunnyside is an area where I wanted to see a lot of growth. And Kate, you'll be very familiar with this, as we wanted to see growth there. And of course, now the new studies, the new technology has indicated that this is floodplain is worse than we thought and goes further than we thought. And we're going to have to rethink the whole Sunnyside area. So my question for Kate is going to be, one of my questions is that how deep are we going to get into this discussion of where and when and what kind of development we allow before we have funding and completion dates for things such as the Herring Cove Road, such as the Bedford Highway decision and forward on the floodplain in Sandy and Sunnyside, for example. If we've learned anything from what's gone on in Bedford South and Bedford West, there are roads there already at capacity, transit that doesn't yet exist because we didn't get it there soon enough. And we're talking about the next 8,000 or 10,000 people we're going to put in there. And most of you may not believe this, but when the people come here, and we're glad they're coming here, we want them to come here, they say three things to me. Your taxes are higher than what we're used to. I got nothing for the kids to do in some of these areas. And I spent just as long commuting as I did when I lived in Toronto or Vancouver. And no, it is true, because we now have the sixth highest congestion in the country because we have not kept up with our growth. So, and we have the opportunity through development charges and CCCs to keep up with this. So Kate, my question is, and the Red Book hasn't been changed yet, so the new communities we're building aren't even built to the new standards of roads, so we have to go back and we have to add street calming to them. So what I want to make sure is, and I hope you'll be with every councillor on this, is what are we really going to do to make sure, in addition to celebrating this growth and being excited about this growth, which we should be, that we are prepared for this growth? Because we do not want to be the next Vancouver or Toronto. We want to be, and maybe this means we have to open up the rural areas a little bit too, where we're going to allow growth. We want people. People are coming here because it is safe and it is friendly and it's affordable and you can get to the country quickly and you can get downtown quickly and whatnot. We have to make sure that that remains here. That attractiveness remains here while we grow over the next 5, 10, 20 years. So Kate, I'd appreciate your feedback on this.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question through the chair. So it's a big question, and
Yeah.
one that I'm chatting about with everyone in certainly HRM, and also, you know, with Halifax Water and the libraries and all our partners who deliver infrastructure. We're all challenged to keep up with day-to-day operations and also build and plan for the growth we're going to experience. I think council began to get at this discussion during the budget conversation when we started to talk about how do we allocate some funds to help us put some people in place that can help us with the long range strategy and how we're organized to accommodate the growth we're experiencing. So I think that was wise and will help us in organizing ourselves quickly. I still feel that there are, you know, we're a small enough municipality that the question of growth and where infrastructure should go is relatively easy to understand. You know, we're not a sprawling metropolis of 8 million. You know, the conversation is manageable. So when I think about it, it's really, that's why I'm positioning this growth of 1 million people. If we start to plan strategically with the province, because they're a player in this, around where growth should go and what we need to do to invest properly to organize around that, and use the regional plan as a tool that helps us to do that, to get that strategic lens on development and the relationship between delivery of services. I do believe that we can adjust our investments in infrastructure to respond to the growth. Having said that, you know, I think CCCs are important. I think density bonusing, we're in this kind of strange situation where there's so much pressure in the market. You know, we want to bring supply on quickly. We've, you know, they're escalating costs for developers with materials and labor. You know, it's a challenging time to do all of this work. So that's why we actually came here today. I don't have all the answers. We will be really working closely with you all to get the answers to these questions and figure out what the right way is to work on this. Because it's we really have to pay careful attention to the decisions we make right now.
Well, thank you, Kate, and it is exciting, and I do hope you'll meet with each councillor as well as presenting to these committees. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I am so excited to see this. You know, I've been talking about the need to update our plan for so many years. And now that I'm sitting here in this seat and able to look into all this work, I'm just so appreciative. I recognize the amount of time and energy and commitment that goes into it. So thank you, Kate. Thank you to your team. You know, we have in District 13 a real kind of push and a pull. You know, we have a significant issue when it comes to a housing deficit. We don't have the dwellings that we need to permit our seniors to age in place. We don't have you know, the dwellings to permit young new families or students to stay in the community. We just don't have the ability to support the population that we currently have. So when we think about the targets that we need in order to create, you know, even just to meet the need for the housing deficit that we have, let alone the growth that we have coming, the growth that we know that's going to take place along St. Margaret's Bay, the coastal communities, and the population shift where we see those empty nesters now looking to stay in the community and move into smaller houses so that those young families can then move into, you know, those single dwellings. When we look at the changes from, you know, the sort of controlled growth area along Hammers Plains Road, and recognizing that you know, we can't create the roads that we need in order to create the housing that we need, but at the same time, we've got, you know, what, 600-700 grandfathered dwellings. So I really feel like we need to look at the deficit, and I'm not sure that we've done that in this housing analysis. And at the same time, you know, we also need to recognize the fact that we just may not have the water table that we need in order to meet the needs of that growing community. And so the shifting urban sort of service boundary. I'm really interested, Kate, in finding out how we're going to move that, because in Hammonds Plains right now, we've got lots of houses in the Kingswood area, White Hills area, Maplewood, Uplands Park that have access to that water. They're serviced, but at the same time, they've been serviced for 20 years, and that urban service boundary isn't going to meet the needs of those communities. So we're kind of have one foot in and the other foot out, and so looking at how we can actually work with Halifax Water, think about how we can move that boundary over, because we have to be flexible so that we can respond to the needs of those communities, but at the same time recognize that we're in a growth control area. We don't have a plan right now to an actual functional plan for Hammonds Plains. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we can shift that boundary, recognize the need that we currently have to address the grandfathered lots in the Hammonds Plains area in particular, but also recognize that, since the road was first paved, I think 1958, 59, Hammonds Plains Road still does not have what it needs to be a proper arterial. And so I just want to echo everything that Councillor Outfit said. He's absolutely right. We're hearing the same thing in Hammonds Plains and all along Lucasville and into Larry Utech, that people are not getting the services that they thought they signed up for. But in particular, from that housing assessment, I'm just wondering, Kate, where are we at with actually recognizing the deficit that we currently have to support those folks that need to age in place? And thank you so much. This is just fantastic. I appreciate all this work.
Kate?
Thank you, Councillor, for your thoughts and question through the chair. We've been thinking a lot about seniors housing, and certainly the issues that you've raised are top of mind. We actually advanced some work ahead of the regional plan to try and remove barriers to seniors housing within our existing land use strategies. So we call that the Shared Housing Project. Jill McClellan is leading that, and we're bringing that forward in the next number of months for council's consideration. So that looks across all our residential zones and allows us to think about how we enable shared housing, and it creates new opportunities for us to organize housing in our residential areas to accommodate seniors. So I think that's one of the key initiatives we have. Certainly we have underway, and certainly we want to understand seniors housing needs. That's something we flagged as something we need to continue to delve into as part of the regional plan. So that is on our list. And we've been invited to speak with some researchers who are working on the topic of seniors housing and providing for seniors. So we're connecting also into the network of groups who are thinking about this, and hope to learn more from them as well.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Cuttle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Kate and team. I appreciate what a huge piece of work this is, with so many moving parts to it, being done in a particularly challenging time where we're experiencing such growth, and there's tremendous pressure right now on our city, and the decisions we make today are really going to kind of impact how successful we are, how successfully we function as a city over the next 20, 30, 40 years. So, this is really, really important work, and it's potentially transformative. And I appreciate that you don't have all the answers, but that this process is meant to bring out the important information so we can make those good decisions. And even though I've heard this presentation before, every time I hear it, you pick up on new things. And, I'm looking forward to continuing to really dig my teeth into this work. The
when we look at a plan like this, starting with theme 1 about considering the regional scale first, it's like really having an understanding of that 30,000 foot view, and then needing to like do a deep dive and look at a specific river or specific lake or a specific street around, community planning, and being able to fit all of the, the 30,000 and on the ground, together into a plan, it's a challenging exercise. And so I always think of these things in terms of land, people, settlement, and economics. And I was very pleased to hear you, talk about the need to evaluate the ecology first. And knowing that we've done so much work with the Green Network Plan and other initiatives, I feel that we have a very solid foundation. So I do have a question for you around kind of the prioritizing of the themes and the work, and how you intend to have the pieces build upon each other. I also want to emphasize the points around the need for a long-range vision for transportation, and how important it is that we do that now, because where we laid out that foundation of transit is where we can concentrate our development. And I think that will start to naturally happen. But, unless we have some sense of where we're going with our long range transit plan, it kind of makes it difficult to figure out, how the growth is going to integrate with it. So I think that's a really important piece. One of the things that kind of, I think we need to be aware of, when I look at what we've done to date, and we've concentrated a lot of the development in the urban core, which in terms from our perspective as a municipality and providing servicing and amenities and facilities, it's worked very well. The flip side of that is we've seen an increase in the cost of housing and issues around affordability. So that socioeconomic lens, when we're thinking about development patterns, like we really need to apply that in a way to ensure that what we're creating does have a balance in people being able to afford to live in all the growth centers, and that the growth centers don't become exclusive. I think that is so important for a healthy city, and that kind of fits into the different types of housing you were speaking of as well, the on the ground units versus the apartment units. And I see a bit of a trend to really, these apartment buildings having very small units, and this idea that that's what's in demand. But I don't think for the long term it creates the best diversity in our city and housing options, and that people are going to want those on the ground units if we're not building apartment units that can accommodate families. And we always hear the argument, well, those cost more money. They're more expensive. The smaller units are more affordable, but they're only for a particular portion of the demographic. So in the demographic study, I think I'd like to learn a little bit more around kind of family composition, and how we kind of skimmed over it a bit, but and I'll read that paper, but I'd like to think a little bit more about how we can integrate a diversity of housing options in all of our projects throughout our municipality, and that we don't kind of create these two different types of communities and developments. And finally, the rural development. This is one of the pieces of this regional plan review that I'm particularly excited about, because I think we haven't been paying attention to what's been going on in the rural areas, and that we really need to look at our land use zoning and our bylaws and find more sustainable and economically feasible development options that create the land use patterns that support communities, rural communities. Our rural communities used to be more like complete communities, and we've seen a shift away from that. And I think there's some real opportunity to go back to having stronger rural communities. And a lot of that has to do with what we permit in terms of development in our rural areas, and engaging the community in that vision of moving forward. So that's one piece I'm particularly interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, was there anything you wanted to respond to?
I think I'll just take the opportunity to suggest that, you know, that idea of housing options, I think, is going to become really important, not only in, you know, what the rules say, but also what we advocate for. So, for example, when we think about seniors, you know, what options are available for seniors to live in unique formations? So, for example, women we know live longer often than men, end up living on their own, might not need to go into assisted living, but might not be able to afford to live on their own. So how do we create new opportunities, advocate for people to live in new ways, new formations? And, you know, maybe the rules allow that, but some of this is advocacy around housing. When it comes to families, the other thing we've flagged are students and obviously newcomers, and some of the research around newcomers, you know, identifies that folks want to live in large families, often can't afford a home. So how are we making sure we are developing housing that meets their needs as we grow? So certainly that's a question that we want to delve into, and thank you for raising that.
All right. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Kate. Councillor Hensby.
Very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cuttle, for that rural reality check that needs to be brought into this plan. I wouldn't say I'm excited. I think my enthusiasm be somewhat dampened. Councillor Outwood talks about a deeper dive. Well, I think the deeper dive may be in the shallow end in some parts of this plan. I think we need to review some of the rural issues that need to be addressed. You know, where's the rural recognition of growth? We went from 25% from the regional plan now down to 10. I think that's disappointing to see. Where's rural dignity, respect for rural lifestyles? We still need to have some strategic investments in our rural communities to make sure we keep our rural communities. You know, Councillor Lovelace mentioned about water capacity. That's going to be so important in rural areas in regards to what kind of water supply there may be. But I'm not surprised at the urban growth strategy and the suburban growth strategy. All we're doing is feeding the machine. That's the Harbor Solutions project. We're utilizing the capacity of our harbor sewage treatment plants. It's great that we're utilizing our investment wisely, but we also have other opportunities we need to be looking at. I would hope the maps that we were showing during the presentation would be a little more informative, actually showing where the water service districts are and the sewer districts are and the transit service. That dotted line showing the transit boundary, it's kind of a little misrepresenting the reality of Cherrybrook and North Preston have bus services, but you don't see that on that map, you know, and I think I'm really disappointed in seeing that. Where's the Westfall secondary planning process? You know, that should have been in this part of this next phase. The Yakuma properties, you have it as off to the future in scenario C. That should be a part of scenario B, the next 10 years, not off into the future. I really think that we need to review some of the aims of this plan and make it more targeted in certain areas. We back in the days when the first regional plan came forward in 2006, we had community visioning plans. Whatever happened to those ones that we did complete in regards to Musquodoboit Harbor? I'm still waiting for that report to come forward. They need to have central water supply and a rural streetscape. Same thing with Porter's Lake. They need to have a central sewer supply for the commercial district and a streetscape as well. I don't see any references to that here in this overall scheme. Integrated mobility plan. Yes, we talked about trying to make it safer for our rural communities. I can't wait to see the report on our investment in the paved shoulders, or what the rural reality realm will be in regards to rural transportation. But I'm still insisting that we need more park and ride terminals to be invested upon. I need at least 4 in the Eastern Shore: Westfall, Mineville, Musquodoboit, and Jedore. Those were proposed back in the early 2007 in the original concept. That was the plan. That was the dream, but never realized. And I think we need to go back to that and bring back those gems and polish them up. And talk about rural growth. Well, we've seen from this pandemic the panacea of how much population shift has happened, and what happened to our real estate. Snapped up quickly. And also, some people want to get the hell out of the city and get into the country where they had more social distancing and the ability to get out and have recreation in their own backyards. I don't see any recognition of that in this plan. You know, I'm hoping to see it in the backyard and secondary suites, the impacts of rural communities. There's opportunities to bring housing there, but I'm also worried about the threat of Airbnb on our rural housing supply. All these short-term rentals are going to be having a big pressure on our rural communities, and I'd like to know in regards to how the regional plan is going to try to address those issues. We have an opportunity of converting some old school buildings in our rural communities. Some that are closed, and some probably will close in the near future because of certain provincial directions. But we need to convert those facilities under seniors apartments or other affordable housing options. But we need to be looking at satellite water services. We have it at Musquodoboit Valley. I don't see why we cannot do it for Musquodoboit Harbor. We have an aquifer there that we can easily tap into to provide good quality drinking water to the village core of Musquodoboit Harbor, which has been asking for years. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm just hoping that this regional plan, that we go back and probably fine tune it a bit, especially the Akuma properties of Highway number 7 Main Street, the Westfall secondary plan. They need to be brought into within the next decade, not off into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Kate? Any thoughts?
Thank you, Councillor. So through the mayor, just to start off with Akuma, that has been brought forward. That is our recommendation and suggestion. So you'll see that in the report, we're actually sort of recommending, because of the direction in the road to economic prosperity, that be moved ahead. So you'll see that confirmed in the report. A lot of what you spoke to, so park and ride, mobility in rural areas, how people move. What we think we need to do is actually study rural mobility and study how we're investing in rural areas. So that's part of the rural issue paper that we've written, the Rural Community Planning Framework. You'll see that we're starting to talk about that in that paper. We think we have some work to do on that. We know that hubs are very important in rural communities, important service areas. You know, there's a balance between ensuring, traditional working landscapes are maintained, respecting rural lifestyles, and also allowing for these service centers to occur. So that's something we've recognized and acknowledged in that issue paper and intend to work on over the life of the plan. So I think we're closer aligned than maybe you feel. So hopefully we can do a better job articulating that as we move forward. Musquodoboit Harbor, one of the big questions there is around water servicing. And we've started in that paper, we've also identified the need to focus on wastewater and water solutions, new ways of accommodating growth in rural areas where we may or may not be able to provide central services. So we know we need to get at that work, and it has been identified. Airbnbs, we're already doing policy work on that. That's similar to seniors housing. Regional councils already initiated work on that. That's already underway. So we're doing that work, and we also feel it's very important. So that will be coming forward in the next number of months. And finally, schools. Absolutely, I think schools and facilities that are underutilized, we'll have some policy around adaptive reuse in the regional plan, but I think there's great opportunities with the investments around rapid housing and what the province has identified in the commission work that, we can start to take these buildings that are underutilized and convert them into housing. Let's do that now. And there's money potentially that might be invested in that. So agree with you wholeheartedly there and want to work on that as part of that review process.
Okay. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is such great work, and I can't believe I'm saying that I'm excited to talk about the regional plan again, because it was a lot of work the first time around for me in 2012 to 2014. And it's so interesting to see, where we are now. I think the history of Halifax planning, when I look back at 2006 regional plan, especially the 2014 and the 2009 downtown Halifax plan, is that we often are planning for a moderate scenario. The way I've jokingly referred to the downtown plan is I remember people in those meetings saying, well, if we approve this, maybe we'll get 1 or 2 new buildings built. And now we have 50 new buildings built. And I feel like, the language that I've heard from you, Kate, and from staff is we truly need to leapfrog over the next 5 years. Like the next 5 years is really important. And we have a housing crisis, and a lot of that isn't really a regional plan issue at this time. It's more, we need to make sure we have the resources to get some of these big greenfields online and move into the suburban plan really quickly to enable more development there as well, more quickly. But we need to be, we need to be talking about what are we going to look like in 2060, 2075, not what we're going to look like in 5 years and in 10 years. And I think the big thing when I look back at Regional Plan 2014 is we got a lot of pushback at the time about trying to use a regional planning document, a land use planning document, to commit the city to spend money on infrastructure, both roads and parks and transportation, transit. And I think we need to overcome that. And we need to, as we've started to do in the last 8 years, come out of the regional plan and get a way forward, an action plan to see these needed infrastructure investments happen with timelines and looking at costing. And I think we've gotten a lot better at that. That's not a general criticism of the administration by any stretch. We are really good, but I think we're going to have to take a different and much more deliberate view if we really think we're going to hit 1 million people in our lifetimes. A big piece for me is looking at the rural and the rural suburban interface, right? And I think that one of the big things that we have done wrong consistently in Halifax is that we put all the rural into one bucket. And there's really two types of rural. There's exurban, suburban format development like Fall River and large chunks of Hammonds Plains that is basically a suburb on sewer, on septic and on wells that doesn't have septic and city water. And that means you have bigger lots and you have higher costs to service in terms of some things like garbage and plows. And it's designed in a way that it's going to be really expensive to put city water and sewer in there if that's what we say we're going to do. So I think we really need to have a deep dive into that kind of rural, that suburban rural, and talk about what are the future service expectations? And do we want to keep building that? Because we probably don't if there's an expectation that eventually all of it gets water and sewer, because you really want to get back to 5,000 square foot lots and not 50,000 square foot lots if you want to be doing water and sewer and all those things. Then there's the other type of rural, which I think that we're not very good at talking about, which is the traditional towns and villages and hamlets, where places that have a distinct history that have existed for 100 and 200 years, that have their own economies historically or now, that aren't based on people living there and then driving into employment centers in the city or at the airport. And we need to have a really good plan for that. And we don't want to say to Musquodoboit Harbor or Hubbard's, you can't do infill and you can't grow around your town because we don't want to have any more of this kind of development over there. So I think we need to have two different discussions and be very careful. And I personally feel, and I'm just going to put a line in the sand right now, we often have these two things mushed together, conflated. So it's like, don't you dare tell people in Ecumsecum they can't build that building. And then we create rules. That argument, which is real and true and I support, is then used to have more inappropriate development close to the city that becomes tremendously expensive in the long run for us. And so I think we have to have a really deep discussion about both those types. We need to break it out separately. I don't think the plan should end in 2031 anymore. We rewrote it entirely in 2014, and we're about to do a substantial edit again. I think we need to look at, and I don't even know if it should be time anymore. I think it should be population. We're going to hit 1 million people someday, probably sooner than any of us want to believe. Let's do the work back on what that looks like and what needs to happen in each phase, each increment of 25 and 50,000 people, and talk about the plan in that way. And then why would we redo it in 2031? We just continue to update it and maintain it. So I think that's going to be a huge leap for us. To conclude, my specific questions are, just for clarity, was that units or people in the projections that we saw? I think that was units, right? And then can you talk about the difference between units and people? I mean, it's usually 2.1 people per unit, though it's different in rural and suburban and urban. And then the second thing is, can we have a clear talk about rural population, right? When we say we're cutting rural population growth to 10%, we're also growing twice as fast as we were. So that's still going to be, like, if we got 20% of the 1 million people living in rural, that increases the rural population by 120,000. And I'm not sure that's really what a lot of people who live in genuine towns, villages, and hamlets want to see, is that everything totally changes in their community forever because the population doubles and triples. That's what that could be. So you have to be very careful about that. we need to know what what a 10% looks like with the growth scenario we're looking at now. And then my last question is around Sandy Lake. Both the developers, the main proponents for development there, and the activists, the community activists, have said that they would support a third-party analysis of what is absolutely required to maintain the corridor for wildlife and the ecological sustainability of the watershed. How do we get there from here? I don't want to wait 2 years in the regional plan, and indeed we have an obligation to the people who are already upzoned. We already said that land is where we're going to do development, and we need it for the housing crisis. So how do we expedite that? Because that, to me, is that's one of our biggest obstacles right now, is having that independent third party come in and say, here's where you can build, here's where you can't build, and then enabling the building. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Kate, a few questions there.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. So household size, we have data on household size. Really, the way that household size is considered in the analysis we conducted is it's driven by propensity. So, we sort of assess the population and see how does that population choose to live, and the age groups are organized really by primary household maintainer. So you really look at an age group and identify how many primary household maintainers are in that age group, and then project forward how many units will you need. So, it doesn't deal with, I think, household size in the way that you're suggesting, but we know we need to do that work. And that's also important from Halifax Water's perspective to understand sort of the unit size that we're going with in different areas. We've always sort of assumed general household size, and we know we need to refine that a little bit. So that'll be forthcoming. Household sizes are getting smaller in the whole, and that's a trend that's been stayed over the past number of years. We're interested to see how COVID might impact that and immigration. In terms of Sandy Lake, I think as we come forward with our work program in September, council will have an opportunity to assess how they want to move forward with particular pieces of work, including the future growth areas, and decide if we want to invest in certain types of studies. So we'll be coming forward with recommendations around that. So you'll see that in the next couple of months. And we're getting a sense of what the public thinks is important as we work through this engagement, and that will be additional information we include.
I know I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor, but I just want to add, there's one last thing if I could add, and then I won't come back, is I would urge everyone to read the rural and suburban issue papers, which I think answer a lot of the questions that have been asked today, and will help guide the discussion in the future, because I think that a lot of really good work went into them. So thank you for that, Kate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Kate, thank you very much for all of this, and a tremendous amount of kudos to the entire team. I had the benefit of being part of the regional plan that came out in 2006. It was daunting then, it's daunting now, but it's really really important work. And I when I reflect on it, I'm going to dive it in a little more not too deep, but a little more district centered, and move away from sort of the big vision on the whole picture, because I think we'll have some time to go there. But so my areas instinctively go to the public engagement pieces, with the challenges of COVID. When I think back to the work we've done in the past, and no doubt councils in between my time here have done it as well, which is the tremendous amount of input and participation that you can get when it's a non-COVID experience, and the benefits of that really help people feel so much a part of it. We're restricted now to limited ability to surveys, online surveys, and yes, that's useful. That is the tool we have. Do we have a contingency plan with more public interfacing, should the province continue to move away from the restrictions of COVID and as we heal and address this pandemic. So that's one of my questions. On a local level, I am looking at, I've been back and forth while I've been listening to my colleagues, going from the Shape Your City website to the later scenarios, A, B, and C. And the map that I see, I'm just trying to get a context of what could be expected here within, or what you're presenting for District 3. I see future serviced communities, and I see within the District 3 area, there's a large green piece that seems to me to be in and around the end of Morris Lake and around Desed Lake and behind Shearwater, which I'm quite excited at the notion, but then I see that it's outside the hatched area. So I don't know what that means in the context, because when I go on the website and I don't see any recognition of it, even on the maps there, they look very different from what we're looking at here, of course. Can you just help me understand a little bit more about what it is I'm seeing today and what it is the public will see on the Shape Your City, and how I can, and some of this will be for offline, but if you could just give me something today. The other piece I want to raise is, and I don't know if I've had a chance to speak with you on this or not, but I've certainly spoke to some in planning around the Valero lands that are becoming available in the near future. Is a large parcel of land within the Eastern Passage area where the old Texaco refinery used to be. It's a brownfield right now. Environmental mitigation and cleanup is happening this year, and with the expectation that these lands will go out for public sale in the future. And I'm wondering, has this been on your radar? Because again, the opportunity for the good opportunities for the change within this district in this area could be there, and I would not want to have miss out on that. So I'll leave it there. Before I go to questions, the area that the green piece that I see on a map here as future service community is sort of the same thing for this area. It has tremendous opportunities around housing, transit, transportation corridors, and all those layers. And I really hope that your answer is going to go in a direction that I believe the district can benefit from. So looking forward to that. Thank you.
Right at 5 minutes. Kate, do you want to answer some of those anyway?
Through the mayor to the councilor, yes, please. So engagement, yes, we feel the same as you. One thing that makes me sleep at night is that I know a ton of engagement has been conducted as part of the priorities plans in person. We have talked to a lot of community members through those processes. So, a lot's happened in the past 4 years. We've had a lot of community conversations, and we're drawing on those and using those in our analysis. Absolutely, our engagement plan identifies that should the conditions lift, we can go out and do more engagement in person. We'd be happy to do that. We are already starting internal conversations around that and what that might look like. So that's underway. In terms of what you're looking at, so that the green area in your district is Morris Russell Lake, and that's a potential future service community. So that doesn't have water and wastewater infrastructure. It doesn't have transit extended to it today. The idea in the plan is that when we're ready, when we have a need to bring additional development online, we'll analyze that land and what development should go on it and assess how we could bring water, wastewater services to it to allow it to grow and become part of the community. So basically extend the service boundary, similar to the exercise we're doing in Port Wallace right now. So that's something we're suggesting we start that work on, similar to Sandy Lake. We start to evaluate that now and do that work so that could be considered as something council may want to bring online. The Valero lands, I am aware of that. I have a meeting this week to talk about it, and we'll certainly look at it. We're in a state of sort of open engagement right now where developers and people who want to extend the service boundary are submitting letters to us and asking for their lands to be included. So we'll also bring that information forward to you at some point, all those individual asks, and certainly the Valero lands could be considered as part of that.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Thank you, Kate. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, and thank you, colleagues. I mean, this is a great process to be kicking off in earnest. We've seen the background work coming together for the last year, and I know staff have done an amazing amount. And in fact, I've read, and Councillor Mason mentioned them, the issue papers there, especially the rural and the suburban one, and the density bonusing one. But and because of the questions that have come up, and Councillor Mason kind of touched on it, but if you read through the rural community planning issue paper, 3 sections I want to bring to your attention. That is directing growth to rural centers, planning for different types of rural communities, and providing diversity of housing forms. And so it speaks to the issues that have been brought up, and I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have said. But the staff have actually done a lot of work on this already. So get engaged in those. Those are fantastic. I also want to pick up on a point Councillor Mason made on the projections and the units. So looking at the 2011 and the 2016 census data, and looking at where we are now in our population estimates and the growth scenarios, the moderate, especially I'm focusing more on the moderate one. So with the moderate growth in 2031 and in 2050, roughly what you're looking at is a person per household count of about 2.28, 2.27. So the census data has us around 2.3 for 2016. But as you mentioned, the regional plan was looking at 25% growth in the urban core, 50% in the suburbs, 25% in the rural. Now we've been switching to, and our actual development pattern has been close to 40% in the urban core, 50% suburban, and 10% rural. So in the urban core, I believe we have a people per household count of around 2. 1.99 to 2.01, something in there. And so if more growth is happening in the urban context, and we're trying to plan for more growth in the urban context, the person per household count should actually be much lower. And so maintaining it around 2.3 or 2.27 is probably too optimistic in terms of the number of units we're actually going to need. And if you look at the household counts, so from 2011 to 2016, I would expect this trend to continue. We've actually seen the only categories that grew were 1-person households and 2-person households, and singles is the plurality of our housing types now. On the 3-person, 4-person, and 5+ person, those were static or declined. And because we had 3% growth between 2011 and 2016, any small change of a couple hundred is actually smaller than the 3% growth. So in real terms, bigger households are shrinking. So 3, 4, 5-person households are shrinking. And so for those population counts, because those are going to be really important when you start sticking in, how many units can we account here, especially for ground level development. If we're deforesting large numbers of hectares of our suburban and rural areas for subdivisions, that has tremendous costs when you look at our urban forest master plan and we know what the value of a tree is. So the more trees we cut down for ground level development, if we're not looking at the number of units appropriately, could be devastating environmentally, aesthetically, from an open green space perspective and that sort of thing. So I know you and Kate mentioned in your comments back to Councillor Mason that, there's still more work to be doing in there. And I think from what we've seen today, because today the focus was on the population analysis. I think that's something where we have to spend a lot more time to try and fine tune that, understanding the trends that are happening for household sizes. And I do know, and a couple of councillors mentioned the idea that, apartments may not be where families want to live. I have lots of friends who live in New York, for example, 2 kids, 3 kids in 800,000 square foot apartments and love their lifestyle in Williamsburg. So, families will get used to and choose the place that they want to be because of what they can afford and also where they want to live with the amenities that are around them. One of the things that I think is really important is that, you know, we don't, and of course, we aren't the ones, we're not developers, we don't actually build the stuff. We're just zoning it to make sure it's enabled to build what is appropriate. And so I take great comfort in the fact that the market will dictate the unit types, the sizes, and that sort of thing. We're not in that business. We're in the business of regulating, but we're not in the business of building. And so I have great confidence that the market will catch up to where we want to be. The issue, of course, and this isn't something that we can deal with directly with the regional plan, is all of the elements that go into building our housing. We're in a housing crisis. We don't have enough affordable housing. We don't have enough attainable housing. We just don't have enough middle-class housing. And so getting this done and having you guys focus on the industry and our environment and how we can actually enable, because that's what we're doing. We're developing regulations to enable more growth because the growth is coming. So how do we get it there as quickly as possible? And I look forward to getting through this process because I think we're really going down the right track. I think this is an evolution from where we've been. And I thank my colleagues and I thank you, Kate, and all the staff that are working on this for a great job so far.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I didn't hear a question, so it was a comment. Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Chair. Thank you, Kate and Emily. You know, once again, every time I listen to you, I'm impressed meter goes up and up and up. It's so amazing. And each time you focus on, like, pull out a couple of themes and give us better information. So I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you. I did read the rural issue paper and I did read the suburban issue paper. I found, with all due respect, I found the rural paper a little light by comparison to some of the other issue papers that are part of this. So I look forward to how we can put some more emphasis there, I guess, in the plan, like will there be maybe the rural councillors who have a rural perspective or rural interest? Maybe one of these could be just focused on the rural, which would be great. Councillor Mason made, you know, he actually made my point for me in some places around the suburban and rural. And when you think about the service boundaries, so if it's a transit boundary, then we're called rural, even though you're suburban. You may have water, you may have sewer, you may not. So I do believe that there is a sort of another bubble or another group in there that needs to have some special attention about how we do that. My real fear, and one that Councillor, our Deputy Mayor out had said, was that people are moving here. I walk around Fall River, Waverly, Wellington in this area, which is suburban, and people actually stop me and they'll say things like, wow, we pay more taxes here, we have less services, and that is their perception because there isn't a park, there isn't an arena, you know, the services aren't there and they don't have water, they don't have sewer, and they're building these great big homes. So there is a worry about that. It's great to see these new centers and building well first. Like, I'm excited about the work that I'll do with Port Wallace development with fellow Councillor Mancini. And it's great to build better when you can, but I think a lot of constituents are saying, but what about us? And how is that infrastructure going to support what we need? Understanding that it's going to be expensive. Some of my fellow colleagues, actually, I've got pages of notes here, but some of my colleagues have answered some of them. I guess what I'm worried about now, as a new councillor, some of the things that I hear when I'll say, so there was a survey, you were asked to participate, all of this kind of things. And people say, we didn't know. So the website is great, but suburban and rurally, sometimes we do have internet deserts. So are we using community developers to get the message out? Are we making sure that it's in the local media, like the small community newspaper? Can we do some kind of a media blitz that is much more public, that's going to get this to people and in front of their attention? Because the saddest thing in the world is when people tell me, well, I didn't know I had to go and watch the website to see changes. So we need to be so proactive. This is going to be such a massive piece of work that's going to influence us. So the more engagement we can get, the better. So yeah, I'm just wondering about all the alternate formats that we can get this out and get the message done. And then when a question, the survey ends July 16th. So when people do have a question, what is usually the response time that they would get from the website? Because that's a small window for such a big project of consultation. And the website is phenomenal. A little daunting, a little dense for some people, but it is absolutely phenomenal. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Through the mayor to the councillor, certainly community developers, we actually had someone who was working as a community developer working amongst our group for a period of time, and she has pushed that idea with us. So thank you for doing that too. She'll be happy. But yes, certainly we are relying on that network and other networks within our group, within the municipality. Yeah, so yes, we're relying on stakeholders as well to push out the information. You know, how HRM Alliance, Ecology Action Center have huge distribution lists. How do we make sure that this gets circulated? Absolutely, we want to do that. Our response time, our standard is 24 hours. We aim to get back to people. Sometimes we're able to, depending on what's going on in a given day, but we're focused on that. I will say one of the things we learned when we were first moving into the virtual environment, that was for people with barriers, all sorts of types of barriers, be they physical, socioeconomic, one of the best ways you can reach people is through the phone, through traditional methods. So, you know, we've got our phone number everywhere. So, you know, if people want to call us and chat one-on-one, we're absolutely available. We've got a team that's ready to do that. And that's sort of the highest level of engagement you can offer people, really, to have a one-on-one conversation to talk about their issues. There was one other thing you mentioned, and it's escaped me. Engagement certainly doesn't stop either. This is an engagement period. The only other thing I'll mention is this is an ongoing conversation that will exist right up until the approval of the plan. So we'll always be listening, and I just want to encourage that as well.
Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Kate. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues and Kate, the whole team. Look at the presentation and just seeing the list of names and contributors is great. Everyone's on their superstar, and you know, I'll just echo the thanks that everyone has said from council. So really, most of the stuff that I would have mentioned has been brought forward. So the only question I have for you, outside of what's already been said, so looking at this plan, so kind of thinking of the entire theme and the guiding principles, et cetera, knowing that we are just getting close to finishing center plan, which I know the center plan team are gonna pop champagne when that's over. I'm wondering how you will take some of the principles from center plan. So when it comes to community building, when it comes to pedestrian access, you know, all the great pieces of center plan that can be used in some of the areas outlined here. What will the team be doing to integrate that? And I know some of these communities are different, but also I'm not going to pick on any particular community. I'll leave that to Councillor Theory to pick on those. But what I will say is, knowing that we see development in certain areas that today we wouldn't put forward that type of planning. And we wouldn't allow certain type of pedestrian access and street widths and whatnot. So how will we, as we inform this plan, use some of the great principles we learned from center plan into the future when we start going through the final details within the regional plan process?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for that question. Absolutely, we are a team, and the center plan actually worked with us on the suburban communities framework, and the rural team worked with us on the rural framework. So they see a lot of the center plan team is especially experienced in understanding design issues that come up as they build that secondary layer of plan. So we've been relying on their expertise as we go. And the rural team as well, who are working every day on applications in the rural area. So it's a huge team that's contributed to this. So thank you for acknowledging that. And thank you for all the acknowledgements to the team from amongst all the councillors. It has truly been a group effort. Lots of smart people working on this. So definitely we want to carry those forward. The other thing I'll say with respect to street width, I sit on the integrated mobility plan team, and they are holding our feet to the fire. So we are set up to have some workshops around how we enhance design in suburban communities to enable mobility And I know that's something many councilors have mentioned as well. So we'll be looking at that as part of the work.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kate, and your team for this detailed presentation. As a new councilor, I appreciate all your hard work on this. I do have a couple of questions. I have an area in an urban area in Clayton Park West, which is part of District 12, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. And it's one of the most diverse populations in Nova Scotia, and I've been told east of Montreal. It is an area that has bigger families, whether it's traditional or economic reasons. And I just wondered if there could be a discussion, maybe offline, about rapid transit in this area. And again, like you said, newcomer programs. And how do we plan for this jump in population? The other area I have is suburban, which is Beachville, Lakeside, and Kimberley, and they're considered suburban. They're also growing quickly. We have 2 large developments coming, and there's plans for 1 more. So we're looking at over 1,000 new residents, homes, and apartments. I'm just wondering how we plan in the future for this area. Maybe looking at rapid transit in the Clayton Park terminal area. Council Dago Gammon took one of my points. I have a lot of seniors that don't have access to computers, and the libraries are closed. Local newspapers would be great. Kate, I'm not sure if your phone numbers are online, but if that was the case, then they're struggling there as well because of the computer situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for those questions and information through the mayor to you. Certainly, we'd love to meet with you. Absolutely, that is something we would really like to do. So we'll arrange for that. We'll be in touch with you. Local newspapers. Thank you for reminding me. That's what I forgot to respond to Councillor Deagle Gammon on. We are advertising across local newspapers. We circulated that information to you. If there's a newspaper missing, let us know. If there's a local circulation you'd like us to include the information in, let us know, and we will make sure we do that. I'm familiar with the growth occurring in Beachville, Lakeside, Timberley, and the residents there. Certainly there is a need to think about how we organize planning there. We've talked about the community benefit agreement that's been approved for the African Nova Scotian community there. So we're starting to talk about land use through that work. Rapid transit, I would suggest the decisions around where rapid transit have been made. That's really around this high frequency network. But I think what your question is, it's similar to the question that's been raised by other councillors, is on that edge of the suburban area where we're starting to see the shift between suburban and rural. How are we servicing those areas from a mobility perspective? And we're working really closely with transit around that and studying densities and how they may have changed. So we'll factor in the fact that new growth is happening in your area and make that part of what we look at as we think about how we provide transit services.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I see nobody else on the list. Kate, the Housing Commission report that came out last week from the committee to the provincial government, I think is going to help us on some of these goals that we have. I must say that the province have given us some ability to do some of the things that we want to do, things like inclusionary zoning, but other things as well. So I think that's a very positive thing. I want to thank you, Kate. I want to thank Emily. I want to thank all of your team and your willingness to come and to speak about the work that's been done so far, and just as importantly, the work that's ahead of us. And so I think we all really appreciate the great work that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Colleagues, we will adjourn from Committee of the Whole, and we will come back with Regional Council at 1:00. All right? See you all then. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, please return to this meeting link. This is the same link that we'll use for this afternoon's meeting.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon. It is almost 1 o'clock. We'll be returning your cameras and microphones to you right now. We do have quorum, Mayor Savage. The meeting is live on YouTube and can be started on your call. We do have a couple members that are still coming in and joining us, but we do have quorum.
Ian, you sounded very staticky. I don't know.
Tim, that's you.
So do you, Tom, Tim, whatever your name is. Fred.
Being me then? Okay, thank you.
You guys, you got to pay the bill in Bedford, right?
Hey, listen, you just got power last week.
Councillor Outhead, I have been told the best strategy may be for you to leave and rejoin the meeting, and that should hopefully fix the sound cue.
Yes, thanks, Ian. I'll do that.
That's not the first time that's been the best strategy for the councillor to leave.
I've been kicked out lots better places.
Mayor Savage, your camera and your microphones are returned to you. The slide will come down momentarily and the meeting can start on your call.
We'll just give the deputy mayor a chance to book back in. Okay, it's 1:01. Ian, are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Just
All right.
testing. Can you hear me okay now? It's good.
Yeah, you better.
Thank you.
Okay, are we on? Are we on YouTube and everything, Ian?
We sure are.
Okay, colleagues. Okay, it is June the 8th. We had a committee of the whole this morning on our regional plan. We thank staff. Jacques, I know you did as well for the great work that they did on that and the great discussion that we had. We also acknowledged a couple of tragedies over the last couple of weeks this morning, the tragedy of the 215 children and the entire story of residential schools in Canada, as well as the horrific act in London, Ontario on Sunday night, as well as the loss of young Max. Thank you, Councillor Kent, for that this morning. Colleagues, we're going to, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to go around and see who's with us and how they're doing. Very briefly, Councillor Daigle Gammon in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor, fellow councillors, staff, anyone that's watching. Beautiful hot day here in Fall River. Beautiful.
Councillor Hensby, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure those who are not watching are probably enjoying themselves either in the shade or at the beach. In the meantime, wear your sunscreen, wear a hat, and if you have time, go get tested.
Indeed. I can't imagine the beach is better than council, possibly to some people, not to us. Councillor Kent, how are you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can tell you the beautiful beaches that we have down here in the Eastern Passage area where I am are well worth it. So we'll see if I could have some time at the end of the day.
All right.
Thank you. I'm ready for a good day's work. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Purdy, how are you in District 4?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you, everyone. And this is so much better than going to the beach. What are you talking about, Councillor Kent? And I just want to point out here, little mama duck and her ducklings at our beautiful Bissett Lake just this week. So I just had to put it as my backdrop. Love to see that.
That's great. Councillor Austin. Samuel, are you with us? We'll come back to District 5. Let's go to District 6. I know there's some beaches there. Councillor Mancini.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have some lovely beaches. Good to see you and everybody today. I'm looking forward to it. As the councillor from Sackville would say, Beaverbank, let's get her going. Giddy up.
Let's go back to Councillor Austin, District 5. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. If I could just have a second here, I just want to acknowledge a life well lived, 91 years old, former Dartmouth North councillor Bill Withers passed away since our last council meeting. I had the chance to meet with him actually to talk about Little Albro Lake and the challenges with the floating yellowheart, because he worked on a project there back when he was counselor in the 80s. So just wanted to acknowledge his passing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. He wrote a book too. Bill Withers did. I commend it to your reading. What's that?
He shared a copy with me.
Yeah. He was quite a character for sure. District 4 back in the day. Councillor Mason, how you doing in District 7?
Hanging in there, not too hot so far here. I've never been more jealous of the Beaverbank bunker and Councillor Blackburn, because I think we'd all like to be meeting in a nice, cool basement if we have to be indoors. But I will survive. Look forward to day meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith, how you doing?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, colleagues and everybody watching. Councillor Smith, District 8, Halifax, Peninsula North. Behind me, you see the interpretive panels that are down in Africville. If you have an opportunity, and if you're not too far, please take a chance to visit them. They tell an amazing story and they're beautiful. And also a quick big shout out to our chair of our big city mayor, our new chair of the Big City Mayors FCM, Federation of Municipalities, Mr. Mike Savage. Congratulations, and I know you'll represent us well.
Thank you very much, and look forward to working with you and others on the executive. And I got a shout out to our old friend Bill Karsten, who was the president of the whole shebang not very long ago. So, Billy boy, I hope you're not watching. Councillor Cleary, how are you?
I am doing very fantastic here, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and residents. Hopefully the window air conditioner beside me isn't too loud and bothering anyone, but it sure feels awesome.
I bet. Councillor Morse, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm joining you from my nice cool basement in Clayton Park. Glad to see everybody this afternoon.
That's great. Councillor Cuttle, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Coming to you from Purcell's Cove in District 11. And I've got a picture in the background of the Terrence Bay area. And if you're looking for something cool to do, you can go out there for a kayak. And yeah, it's pretty beautiful.
It is beautiful. You know, councillors, we're going to have a hard time bringing all these lakes and beaches and rocks into council for backdrops once we start meeting in person. So it's going to be this way we get to see a little bit of each person's district. It's cool. Councillor Stoddard, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Coming to you from Timberley as part of District 12. It is hot. You might hear my little portable air conditioning blasting in the background. I bought that a few years ago and it's really coming in handy today. Thank you so much and I appreciate being here.
Appreciate having you with us. Councillor Lovelace, what do you have for air conditioning in District 13?
Oh, I love my heat pump. What can I tell you? Coming to you live from Hamers Plain St. Margaret's. Guten Tag, Herr Bürgermeister, liebe Stadträte. Ich freue mich, den 20-Jahrestag des deutschen Siedlerlags zu würdigen. Die Deutschen haben in Halifax eine lange Geschichte seit 1750. So since 1750, Halifax Harbor and Nova Scotia has been welcoming German families. And this week is the 20th anniversary of German Settlers Day. Now, as Mr. Mayor and Lindell Smith, you both have enjoyed Oktoberfest. And although we can't celebrate German Settlers Day this week, we can certainly hope, fingers crossed, that we will be celebrating Oktoberfest with our German friends and colleagues. So thank you very much and willkommen in unserer Stadt.
Awesome. Councillor, I spoke yesterday to the Oberbürgermeister of Rostock, Germany, who was supposed to be here this week for the H2O conference on oceans. And so we had a great chat yesterday. We're developing a relationship with them on the Ocean Cities piece. So
sehr gut.
Excellent. Thank you for that. From the bunker, Councillor Blackburn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, we are in the Beaverbank bunker, ready for a good day's work, but do so with heavy hearts here. So, thinking of the folks in London today and the greater Islamic community in HRM. Thank you so much.
Indeed, thank you. Councillor Russell in Sackville.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful day here in Sackville. I hope to get outside and enjoy some of it. Found out over lunch that one of the people from Sackville has just won an award with the Atlantic Journalism Awards. This is Yvette D'Entremont, and she won for her body of work related to the pandemic. In the category was Excellence in Digital Journalism Breaking News. So I'd just like to congratulate Yvette D'Entremont on a job well done. We have some pretty amazing talent out here in Sackville. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Congratulations, Yvette. That's awesome. Our Deputy Mayor, the fearsome Deputy Mayor Outhet in Bedford. How you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, remember when our colleagues joined us, we said sooner or later they would get their ducks in a row and everything would be fine. Well, we've seen that now with Councillor Purdy. She has her ducks in a row and ready to go. On a sadder note, I did want to mention that Bedford lost a real pillar recently, and that is the passing away at 80 years old of Mr. Peter Christie, former Bedford mayor, former MLA, former finance minister. So I just wanted to mention this and to send condolences, of course, to his wife Joan, sons Matt and Scott, sisters Margaret and Catherine. We're thinking of them and the incredible impact that he and his family have had on our community.
Here, here. Here, here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, best wishes to the Christie family. Where our thoughts are with you. Jacques Dubé. Let's see if you're with us. Our CAO. How you doing?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Beautiful to see you. Mr. Traves, John Traves, highly paid legal counsel for the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Shadow, yes. Afternoon, Mayor, members of council.
Also want to say hello to our clerk, who I understand has his own Beaverbank bunker now. Ian.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here.
Good to see you, sir. All right, we're all here. Anything else before we adjourn? No, we'll carry on. Approval of the minutes. Does somebody want to move the approval of the minutes of Jan 12, 2021?
So moved, Mancini.
Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Stoddard. All in favor?
I'm sorry, what was the date of those minutes?
January 12th, 2021. Oh,
May 18th.
Sorry. I'm on the committee of the whole again. Approval of the, thank you for that, Councillor Russell. It is good to be a detail guy. Excellent. Approval of the minutes of May 18th, 2021. That's better. Moved by Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Approval of the order of business. Mr. Clerk, Ian.
There are two added items for today's meeting from Councillor Mason. Consent of all members has been received to add each of these items. That is 14.1, tax relief for nonprofits during construction and renovation, and 14.2, letter supporting cessation of infill applications on the Northwest Arm.
Anything else on the order of business? We'll get to the consent agenda in just a second. Anything
Sure.
else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's Lisa.
Yeah.
Just wondering if I could bring the information item, World Press Freedom Day, forward at the next meeting for discussion, please.
All right, that'll be done.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Does somebody want to move the order of business as amended?
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cuttle. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. I just want to let council and people watching at home know that we have 3 presentations today. One is on 11.1.10. That's the framework for anti-Black racism strategy. That'll be Tracy Jones Grant. 11.111, which is options to support business recovery with parking. Victoria Horn will present. And 11.2.1 will be open streets. And I'm not sure, is it Elizabeth Taylor or Maggie McDonald will present on that. On the consent agenda, Councillor Russell had indicated in advance that he wanted to take one of the items off. Was it 11.1.3, Councillor Russell?
Yes, it was.
Okay, 11.1.3 is taken off consent. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could also take off 11.3.1. It's multi-service youth center.
11.3.1 will be taken off consent.
Thank you.
On consent, Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 11.1.4.
11.1.4 taken off consent. Anybody else? Councillor Cuttle?
I just want to note that I'll be voting yes on the consent agenda, other than the declared conflict of interest on item 11.1.6, where I refrain from voting on the matter.
Thank you for that. That's the way to do it. Thank you. If nobody else on consent, then
I'd be pleased to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason moves the consent agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. After the vote, I'll read what those items are. Ian, do you want to take us to a vote on that?
You're on mute, Ian.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Voting yes, thank you.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
And just to note, that is not including item 11.1.6 on the vote call. District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So that consent agenda is passed. I'll just read the items that have passed on consent. 11.1.1 less than market value lease, South End Community Daycare. 11.13 has been taken off. 11.14 is taken off. 11.15 is the facility operating agreement, East Dartmouth Community Center. 11.16 is consulting services for Woodside Ferry Terminal recap. 11.19 is change to post bonus height public benefit, Brenton Street. 11.41 is coming out of Halifax and West Community Council, a request for rezoning near Williams Lake. 11.42 is implementing natural surface backcountry trails within the interior of the Western Common. 11.43, pedestrian crossing, Governor's Lake Drive in St. Margaret's Bay. 11.51 from Northwest Community is amendments to the Bedford MPS Municipal Planning Strategy Land Use Bylaw for Rutledge Street. 11.6.1 from Special Events is the Major Sport Hosting Funding Request, and 11.62 is from the Marketing Levy Special Events Grant Report. Those have all passed on consent. If people want to see them, they're available online. The reports are available. Colleagues, will move to calls for declaration of conflict of interest. Councillor Cuttle has indicated one and acted accordingly. Is there anybody else? Motions of rescission, none. Consideration of deferred business, none. Public hearing, we have no public hearing. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for items 11.111, 11.4.1, and 11.7.2. This correspondence has been distributed to members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. On April 27th, Splash Effects announced that they would be opening on First Lake on June 15th. With that, the community became both engaged and enraged. After a long year and a half of COVID, hundreds wanted to see something new and fun outdoors on the lake for kids to do. Hundreds of others were concerned about the environment and all sorts of other aspects of the park. Today, 6 weeks after the park was announced, I would like to present a petition that has 567 signatures that speaks against having Splash Effects on First Lake. Over 50% of those are from the greater Sackville area, and another 30% are from the rest of HRM. The text of the petition is due to the community concerns, including public safety, increased traffic, aesthetics, environmental concerns, and lack of planning. We are asking you to sign this petition to stop Splash Effects from setting up on First Lake. Splash Effects has announced last week that they were looking at Lake Echo and we're no longer looking at First Lake. Although the water park will not be set up in First Lake, we do hope that all of the planning and permits will be in place before it opens. Mr. Mayor, this petition against Splash Effects and the 567 signatures has been provided to the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just let me see if I can find what we're talking about. I have a petition signed by 114 people entitled Save the Northwest Arm of Halifax, Stop Infilling Now. And I'll read the petition that the Northwest Arm is a jewel of Halifax used by generations of Nova Scotians for boating, fishing, and recreational pursuits, but the public use of the arm is increasing danger as some water lot landowners are infilling waters to extend their private properties into the arm. If all water lots were infilled, the surface water area of the arm would decrease by 31% and the width of the entrance would shrink by 50%. And I have submitted that to the clerks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, did you have anything else?
I do. I would like to submit a petition from the residents of District 8 regarding the collection, transportation, processing, and storage of curbside refuse at private residences with 76 signatures requesting regional council ban this activity.
Anybody else? We have no presentations. Well, we have staff presentations, no other presentations. Information items brought forward are none. We will move to reports. The first, coming from the CAO, is the less than market value lease of the South End Community Daycare. That has been passed on consent. We will go to 11.1.2. This is the Green Choice Program. Council, what is your wish?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor, if you like.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, so Councillor Austin, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, submit an expression of interest to the province of Nova Scotia for enrollment in the Green Choice Program to procure 100% of the municipality's corporate electricity needs through renewable resources. 2, pay the non-refundable application fee of $500 to apply for enrollment in the Green Choice Program. And 3, if accepted into the Green Choice Program, negotiate a subscriber agreement and return to Regional Council with the finalized subscriber agreement, including term lengths and financial risk considerations for the approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Was that Councillor Cuddle?
Yes.
Councillor Cuddle, thank you. Councillor Austin, anything on it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just very briefly, I'm very excited about this piece. I mean, this is Halifax in action. It's really impossible for us to green our municipal operations unless we tackle our electric needs. And so this potentially is the way to do it. And by participating in this program with the federal government and potentially with other large large power consumers here in the province, I think what we'll end up with is not only something that's green, but something that is also financially in our best interest over the long term as well. And that's that's without the considerations for the dynamics of the threat of climate change to our civilization as a whole. So I'm very enthusiastic about this. Very happy to see the good work of my former colleagues at Public Works and Government Services Canada. So looking forward to staff bringing this back with a report where we can look at the financial, the full implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Ian?
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes, in favor.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
That is everyone.
That motion carries. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to Shannon Miedema and her team who were standing by if it was necessary. We'll go to 11.1.3, which is first reading respecting streets and proposed administrative order, roadside memorials policy for roadside memorials. Councillor Russell, did you wish to take this one away?
Sure. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to bylaw S315, amending bylaw S300, respecting streets as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated May 11th, 2021.
Second it.
Thank you. I'm curious about this report. I mean, it generally sounds like a good idea. Set up an additional set of bureaucracy to take care of these memorials for people along the side of the road, know when they're going to be put there, and know when they're going to be coming down, know who they're from, and that type of thing. I'm curious about the timeline. A survey was done, and the 4 most common themes in the survey that was done were after 18 months, after 5 years, after 10 years, and so long as it's in a state of good repair. So I'm wondering why the staff went with the first option of after 18 months. We have a number of roadside memorials out there. Some of them are fairly recent, and one of the individuals in Lower Sackville, Andrew Pico, died tragically in a roadside accident on July 16th, 2019. And since then, his hockey jersey has been, or a representation of his hockey jersey has been hanging by the trees where he went off the side of the road. And last year, we declared that October 5th was Andrew Pico Day. If this goes into place now, his jersey and all of the other memorials, I would think, are going to be coming down. So if ultimately I'm looking for consideration and around the rest of council for this being changed to 5 or 10 years instead of 18 months. But I'd like to hear why 18 months was chosen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have Chris Davis or Tasso Koutalakis? Chris Davis. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. Councillor, 18 months was selected based on both the consideration of the feedback that we received from the public, but also considering the cross-jurisdictional scan that we did. We did make mention in the report about the results of that cross-jurisdictional scan. And from our research into other roadside memorial policies in other jurisdictions across North America, we found that they all had some time limit associated with them. And a lot of them were actually a fair bit shorter than what we were proposing originally. Now, when this first came to council, it was noted that it was probably inappropriate to require these be removed on the 1-year anniversary, and I think that's completely reasonable. So, we did look at the results of the survey, and based on that desire to not have it on an anniversary, we did kick that out to 18 months. So that's why staff are recommending 18 months.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else ready for the question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, in regards to that,
Councillor Hensby.
if the family or community want to maintain the memorial, can they have an extension to that 18 months? Can they make an appeal or application for an extended maintenance agreement?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the way we've devised this policy does not consider an application for an extension. The 18 months would apply from, as it's worded in the policy, from the date that the municipality becomes aware of the memorial. So, 2 points to that. I guess one, going back to the previous question about the existing ones around the municipality at this time. Once those ones are recorded into our database of these roadside memorials, that would be the date that we become aware of them. So they would be up for potentially 18 months beyond that. To Councillor Hensby's question, again, we did not build a piece into the policy for a request for an extension. The thought was that the 18 months would apply universally.
With this being first reading, what opportunities does the public have to make an appeal to this particular clause of the proposed bylaw? Will that be a second reading? I just want to have that clarified for the clerk in regards to the process. So if families out there become aware of this 18-month limit, how can they make their thoughts known?
Chris or Ian?
Either the clerk or a solicitor, or our solicitor, either or.
Does somebody have a thought? John, is it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, John Trades, Municipal Solicitor. This is first reading. Generally speaking, it is best if there are changes that they would occur now, but certainly members of the public can write their counselor or write through the clerk's office, and their point of view can be considered at second reading. With a caveat, if there's a substantive change, obviously, then it does require us to advertise and go back over it. So that is the process, yes.
Thank you.
So extending this 18-month period or eliminating it altogether, would you consider that an excessive change?
A short extension, I would not suggest would be a substantive change, but if you are removing it altogether, I would think that would be a substantive change where people may wish to have a perspective or a point of view.
Now, if we were to amend this now to have an indefinite period of time, as long as the memorial is kept in good repair, would that, and then if people want to come back and say, well, I'm okay with 2 years or 3 years, would that be less than a substantive change? And leaving there indefinitely is one thing, but perhaps allow the general public to say, well, I'm okay with 18 months or 2 years. Yeah, I'd rather have more latitude than restrictions here.
Generally speaking, there's a couple of ways of going at it, Mr. Mayor, through the council. Council could defer a decision on first reading today, pending feedback from the public. Alternatively, they could direct staff to make changes to the proposed bylaw before, and then return for a new first reading. I believe there's usually in the alternatives. I haven't looked at the alternatives in this report, but I scroll down. Sorry, I've gone too far. Right, so you'll see in the alternatives, if there was a desire of council to modify the proposed amendment, then staff would need a direction as to what the modification would be. And we've come back with a supplemental report for a new first reading.
Councillor Hensby?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to probably test council on a 2-year limit instead of the 18 months.
So that's a proposed amendment.
Yes, please.
I'll second that, Tim.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor. So that's the amendment on the floor, is to move it to 2 years as opposed to 18 months. Councillor Kent, did you wish to speak at this point or come back after the amendment is dealt with?
No, I'll speak after the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, on the amendment or on the main motion?
I'll speak now. In terms of an amendment or or the idea of a deferral, I mean, I don't know that anything further is going to come from the public in terms of on this issue. We've had an extensive survey with quite an astounding uptick, actually. I was quite surprised by the number of responses to it. We don't usually have those sorts of numbers, which I think speaks to the attention this had when it came through council. Apologies to the new councillors that might be seeing this for the first time. I don't, if we're going to change, I mean, then we're changing it back to an anniversary date again at 2 years versus 1.5. I mean, I kind of would rather 1.5 versus 2. I'm of two minds of this one, right? I think of like there's a little cross along Lake Banook where a fellow died when his car went through the rail and into the lake. And if you go on Google Street View, it's just by the little gazebo. It's tucked out of the way. It disappeared for a time and then reappeared. So whoever it is who's grieving that lost family member or friend, they are maintaining it. They are putting it back, and it's been around since 2012 now. So whether or not we say 1.5 or 2 years, I mean, whenever that timeline runs out, there's someone who's going to be upset about the idea that they have to remove that memorial, because for them it's become a spot that's part of their grieving and it's part of they're attached to that place. There's a whole piece I remember on CBC radio when this issue was live. I think it was CBC, where they were talking to some psychologists about this, and whether or not that's an appropriate, like that's something we should enable, right? Versus that kind of special place being something like a cemetery or a place where you've scattered the ashes. That kind of psychological piece then become attached to a spot alongside the road. So on one hand, it's like, well, maybe that's not something that we should be doing, but I mean, grief is an individual process. And if something's not hurting anything really, then, why would we force its removal? So, I can kind of argue myself from either direction on this one. I wasn't all that keen on, on forcing someone to remove a memorial that's being maintained and that has meaning to them. So if we were to amend this, rather than 2.5 years, I'd sooner just have a provision that as long as it's maintained, it can stay. I don't think choosing a new arbitrary or somewhat arbitrary date is going to actually solve the actual issue here. So I think we either go with 1.5 or we don't have a limit and have it based on whether it's maintained or not. That's my 2 cents on this issue, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Sam pointed out we certainly have had lots of public input on this, so I'm not really looking for more public input, but I do like I seconded the motion, the amendment to increase this, but I like the idea of it not having an expiry date. So I'm just wondering if the mover would consider that as a friendly amendment, or if he wants to put another one on the floor at some point. But maybe
No, I'll accept that as leave it open as long as it's kept in good repair. Keep an indefinite period.
If that's acceptable, I'm happy to continue to second that.
So that's the motion on the floor now, is that there not be a time limit as long as they are kept in good repair, correct?
Correct.
Mayor?
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. So I think
I mean, there are different types of, and I'm just noticing I'm in my kitchen now, and there's like an aura behind me. There are different types of roadside memorials, and I'm not sure. You know, for example, rather insensitively named ghost bikes, but we see that the white bicycles, for example, that are sometimes placed where people have had a fatal collision with a vehicle. I had one just down the Purcell's Cove Road, where Herring Cove Road and Purcell's Cove diverge. And if you have a bicycle, for example, that like that one was chained to a signpost, and it's in the right of way, and you know, not an immediate safety issue, but maybe over a period of time, if the bike falls into disrepair, it falls down, it you know, spreads out. There could be issues, and so, you know, simply propping it up and putting it back, one might say, well, it's in good shape again. So I think, you know, if we're going to go down this road, and I'm looking at our staff who have already spent over a year refining what we asked them to do last year. When we discussed this, perhaps we need to have, if we're going to go down this road, I think I'm fine with the proposal that staff put forward, whether it's 18 months, 2 years, I'm fine with that. But I'm not sure having all types of roadside memorials in the right of way all the time is appropriate, because some are different. If you have a cross with some flowers on the side of a major road, and it's, you know, 20 feet from the ditch or sidewalk, and it's just there and people see it, it's a very different thing than from, say, having a bicycle chained to a signpost, which is not an immediate safety issue, but maybe over a period of time could become one. And so I wonder if Mr. Davis could give some thoughts in, you know, extemporaneously here on whether we should have different timelines or policies for different types of roadside memorials, whether there's some consideration of that, or if we do really want to have one blanket policy and timeline for all types of roadside memorials.
Chris?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Just thinking about what you were saying about different types of memorials, and I think you're very right. There are different types of memorials. The only one that we've, I guess, singled out in the report and dealt with as a specific type is the ghost bikes, as they're called. And we did that because there was discussion at the last council session about ghost bikes. The question at the time was whether or not the guidelines that were being presented would actually allow those to be placed at all. So we did make a few modifications, and that's why we've called those ones out specifically. That being said, though, and I think unfortunately, I think we all understand what we mean by a ghost bike. But the other types, if you will, I think would be hard for us to necessarily categorize and classify and then add specific timelines to. This, much like, you know, whether something is in good condition or not, really does put staff in a bit of an awkward spot because we're stuck making subjective calls as opposed to having a policy that is a little bit more clear. What we think is in good condition may not appear to be in good condition to a member of the public, and vice versa. We may be looking at something saying it's not being very well kept. So, you know, I'm a little concerned about conversations around, you know, indefinitely if it's being kept in good condition, as well as trying to categorize different types of memorials and then attaching different time restrictions on them based on that category.
Thank you, Mr. Davis and Mr. Mayor. Just a final thought before I leave, I won't come back. Based on that, colleagues, I think we should be reticent about putting staff in a position where they are the ones making such a subjective call, and having a timeline might be the most appropriate way. Perhaps we just simply extend it and leave it longer. Do you really want to have Mr. Davis or any of their staff being the ones going out there and saying, no, it's in bad shape and we take it down anyway? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, that's exactly where my line of questioning was going as well, was around the evaluation and who would do the evaluation, under what time frames, how do you evaluate these things, given that there's different memorial types, and that whole decision-making process, where does that, is it complaints driven? Is it proactive on the side of the municipality? I don't know if any thought has been put into that, and and for those reasons, and also the lack of clarity or certainty for both the public and those who are putting up the memorials, I think it leaves a lot to interpretation, and I don't know if that's necessarily a benefit as well for everyone. So those are kind of my questions and comments and concerns about this approach, leaving them up as long as they're in a state of good repair, but like I don't know how you determine that. So given that, I tend to side with what Councillor Cleary was saying, that perhaps some more defined parameters might remove the ambiguity from this situation.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Well, the smarter people have already said exactly what I was going to say. So like Councillor Cuttle said about agreeing with Councillor Cleary and her additions, like that's exactly what I was going to say. Keeping it open-ended, I can't support that amendment. We have, I would like to remind Council, we also have other opportunities and means to memorialize people in a more permanent way, to plant a tree or pay for a bench and all that kind of stuff in our parks, and in a way that is longer term and more durable and appropriate, and happens quite frequently. And so I think that, if I will vote against the amendment out on the floor right now, if someone wants to extend it back to 24 months again, I would have voted for that. And then I think that for all the reasons staff have outlined, trying to take the subjectivity out of this, I think, is very important to all of us, to the families, to the friends of the lost residents who are being memorialized, and especially to staff who would have to actually administer this policy. So I ask you to vote against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one comment. It would take staff opinion or evaluation to decide whether a roadside memorial was in good repair or not. But won't it also take staff to monitor the 18 months? So when a roadside memorial goes up, are staff going to have to check it off and say, okay, 18 months from now, this has to come down? What about the ones that are up now, whether they're new? I mean, I know along some of the highways, there's more than one memorial. So just wondering if it would take staff just as much time to put a time limit on these memorials as it would for them to evaluate these things.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, I do recognize that, there will still, even with the policy that's presented, there will still be some subjectivity that staff will have to, be evaluating here. Part of the idea of having a limited timeline for the memorials, does give less time for the memorial perhaps to fall into a state of disrepair. So that definitely does have something to do with it. If something is left up for 5 years, it has a lot longer to fall into what some might call a state of disrepair versus something that's up for a lot shorter of a time period. So that does factor into it as well. And in a way, by having a time frame associated with the length of time a memorial can be up, it in itself does remove a little bit of the subjectivity. We still want to have some authority to be able to go in there and make a decision if something is very obviously fallen into a state of disrepair or has become hazardous. So that's why the policy does reflect that. With respect to our monitoring of that database, we do really want to keep this as how do I say, least bureaucratic as possible, less bureaucratic bureaucracy on this, the better. So when we do have someone, providing that information so that we can populate that database, certainly not our intention on 18 months plus 1 day to go out and check to see if it's been removed. We have had some time to put some thought into this, and I think it would be something we would probably just work into a regular patrol of some kind if somebody was already going out to a certain area and it had been like 23 months or something like that, that someone could just take a swing by to see if it has been removed or not. And then we could take the appropriate action if necessary, just to request someone go take care of it, as opposed to having staff remove it. It's always our intention to not remove these things wherever possible, and to have those who have put them up, either maintain them during that period that they're allowed to be up, as well as remove them, because they will likely have some kind of sentimental value as well, even after the time frame is up. So
Right.
to have staff remove them, would not be our desired outcome either.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell on the amendment.
Thank you. I agree with the elimination of the subjectivity. I mean, our staff have the experience going out and identifying premises or things that are that violate the dangerous and unsightly nature of it. Someone has long grass or junk in the yard or whatever it is. And we have a huge amount of battles over that. And now we're taking that same criteria and applying it to a roadside memorial where someone has passed away. I can't support leaving it up there so long as it's in a state of good repair, just indefinitely. So I'm going to be voting against the amendment, and I would look to move for a longer time frame than 18 months once it gets back to the original motion. These are people's emotions. This is the passing of a loved one. Having a defined timeline will be easier for them to work with, and therefore will be a heck of a lot easier for us to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was just going to say largely what Councillor Russell just said. I mean, staff already evaluates playgrounds for safety, dangerous and unsightly bylaws. They use some subjectivity there as well. But I mean, I think Chris gave a good argument for why we should have it up there indefinitely. He said right now the staff doesn't want to be involved with taking them down. If they came by doing regular patrols and noticed that it might have been there too long, maybe they could reach out to the family and through the database, whatever. I think it would be a lot easier just to leave it there. And when they're out regular patrols, unless it looks like it's falling apart, leave it. If it is starting to look shabby, then they could mention it to somebody. Are you going to remove it? Are you going to put a coat of paint on it? I think we've made a really good argument for either way, saying that it has to come down on this certain date. It's been 18 months, or your grieving should be over according to our policy. I have a real problem with it. If it doesn't look like it's being kept, then an MPS or somebody can call it into the system the way they could to say how long it's been up there. So I say put them up and leave them as long as they're in good shape, and let's not try and dictate the grieving periods. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for staff as I'm looking at the admin order here. It's more of a legal one, I suspect, for Mr. Traves. The admin order doesn't actually specify, it doesn't actually tie it to the loss of a loved one. It just says roadside memorials may be up for 18 months, and then it sets out the conditions. So it's not actually tied to a specific person. So would this admin order actually allow, I know that's our intent, because these typically, they appear after someone's died, but could we come along, we remove the memorial, if someone comes and then puts a new memorial in that place, does the clock then restart for another 18 months?
Was that directed at John? Councillor Ashton?
To somebody, because it appears to me that that the bylaw is not actually grounded in the tragic event. It is just, there's an 18-month period that are allowed these to be up. So then would it allow at the end of 18 months, we come along, we remove it because the time's up. Could someone then just put a new one in place and the timer starts again? I mean, I don't think that's our intent, but that's how I would interpret what's written.
Chris, did you want that?
Yeah, I will. I'll take that one. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. You're correct. We didn't necessarily state in the policy that it had to be attached to any one event or one person. We didn't think that was necessarily an appropriate way to word this. I think as has been recognized by a few councillors already, everyone's grieving process will be a little bit different. Is it appropriate for us to specifically want to tie this memorial to this one single person? We didn't think that was the way we wanted to go with this. I think that the spirit of what's in the admin order, really does suggest that, if we did have a time frame, that it would be, from the time that the municipality is made aware of that roadside memorial, and not to have them go up continuously. However, you're right. The way it's written, I believe there's probably a bit of a loophole for anyone who wants to exercise that.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Davis, give me a moment to reflect on it. And you will see in section 5B of the administrative order that in fact there is a limit of one memorial per individual or event that may be installed. So that would prohibit what you're concerned about.
Thank you, John. I don't know how I missed that.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarity on the amendment that's in the chat says 24 months, but I may have missed it. I thought that we were saying that the amendment would be as long as they're in the state of good repair. So just to make sure which amendments we're looking at. But I would say that I have to agree with Councillor Outhit in that, yes, grief is a very personal thing. And so for someone to get a phone call to say that your memorial has been removed or needs to be removed, and it does bring back more of the bad feelings than it does anything else. And so even then, it might be up to the individual to say, if they get told that it's not in a state of good repair, then they may choose to remove it, or they may choose to fix it up or whatever. But I do think that when I looked at the staff report and it says that over 1,700 respondents said that as long as it was maintained and didn't present a safety concern, then that was their preference. If you add up all the other options, then you come to the other 3,000, but really it was like 600 for 18 months and I think 400 for 24 months. So the overriding response from the community has been as long as they're in a state of good repair. So that's probably where I would stay as well in terms of making a decision.
So the motion on the floor right now is to leave them up for as long as they're in a state of good repair. The original amendment, was for 2 years, but it was changed.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, that would require a deferral of the matter to allow staff to go away with a supplemental report and put something together with respect to what that would look like.
Correct, and that's something the CAO had put in the chat and that I was going to clear up before we actually have a vote on the motion. But right now the motion had been changed to leave them up as long as they're kept in a state of good repair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I guess my only comment, which is to reiterate what has already said, is around the definition of state of good repair. I think that kind of subjectivity is really unfair for the family. It's unfair for the public without a sense of clarity as to what that actually means. I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Purdy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to question what John Trave said about the AO, one memorial per person. So that would eliminate the risk of, memorial being taken down and then being put back up again. But what about what Councillor Mason said about memorials, like a bench or something a little more long-term and stable? If a family had put up a memorial like we're talking about, a roadside memorial, and then theoretically it was taken down or had to be removed, would they then not be able to participate in a more like a structural memorial, like a park bench or something like that?
They would still be able to do that. Correct, Chris? I mean, there's nothing stopping them from going through the normal existing process.
Yes, you are correct. We did not tie one policy to the other for that reason.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Hensby, the motion on the floor is that the roadside memorial would stay up as long as it was in a state of good repair. That's the one that's on the floor now, and that would require a supplemental report. Is that still your wish?
Yes, sir. And if you look at my backdrop, you can see a memorial about 1.5 feet long. It's an iron cross. It was set for Mr. Pellerin in a motorcycle accident, August 1993. This is the roadside memorial on highway number 107 by exit 17. Not very many people have noticed it, but it's still there, except for the recent tree clearing. The province has done mangle it a bit, so I got to go back and probably straighten it out a bit because it got bent up by the rotor blades. But it's something that this would never bother anyone. It's just the roadside memorial on a highway marking a death of a comrade on a motorcycle. And I think that's during various educational weeks, be it bike safety week, motorcycle safety week, or boat awareness, whatever the case may be. These memorials come as an additional educational item for people to realize that there is things out there that do occur, and we have to be cognizant of it. And I believe that the onus should be on the family if they want to keep the memorial in a state of good repair. It's our obligation to keep that up, not the municipality. So if it does fall in a state of disrepair, the family can be notified, either fix it up or it would be removed. And I think that's where the onus should rest. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a new participant, Brad Anguish.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The only piece I want to add, if we go to the indefinite process, the origin of how we got here, please, many council members, the new council members wouldn't recall, but one of the angles that we have to deal with is when people complain about the memorials, or they become an issue for other folks as to where they're located or what they represent. And that is a realistic scenario that we do have to deal with, and really was the genesis of this policy. So if we do go the indefinite route, we will need to come back with some method of dealing with complaints such that we don't want to set up a scenario where we're pitting community members against community members who are trying to grieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to have a staff report, a supplemental report on the possibility of maintaining these roadside memorials as long as they're in a state of good repair. Councillor Hensby, is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on the motion, we're ready for the question, colleagues?
The clerk is just posting it now, because it is a motion to defer.
Deferred to allow amendments to allow memorials to be maintained as long as they are in, I think that's in appropriate condition, not inappropriate condition, and return to regional council. So we just need to put a space between the in and the appropriate, I think. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, Mancini. I just want to understand, Mr. Mayor, so we're not all we're approving is the staff to go away and do a report. We're not approving the extension. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Just want to make sure that's where we are. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, may I have a point of clarification?
Yeah, we can still use the chat line, folks. I'm seeing hands. We are using the chat. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
this is just on us to vote on this. If this is approved and it's deferred, will we still have an opportunity in this discussion today to bring other issues that we may find needs attention as well?
If this is deferred, it'll be deferred until you'll have to wait till it comes back. If it's deferred, it'll be deferred from today. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does, but I feel like it's a lost opportunity to get it right when it goes back, to get it right so it comes back in another in not to have to get deferred again then. I mean, that would be a shame. So I'm just saying I deferred my comments until after this one was done, and now it sounds like I'm not going to get to do them. So okay.
You go ahead, make your comments now, Councillor. Can't everybody?
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I will. So mine is specific to the piece that says tragedies of national significance. It's not a hard stretch to know now what it means to have a provincial tragedy and happen in our province. This last year was the biggest example we could ever have, God willing. So I'm wondering if we should not have language around tragedies of national, provincial, or even district importance. And so, because there are some things I think of, families, the tragedy of a whole family being lost in a fire in the Halifax area within the last couple of years. And the second piece of this that I think is important to me is the last sentence, which it is recommended that these large and short-term memorials be dealt with a case-by-case basis outside of the administrative order. I'm curious to know what would be the process by which that case-by-case decision would be made. Would that be, particularly if it's a provincial or a regional, being Halifax region, or a district area, would that come to council for some consideration on when you're looking at broad perspectives of grief and tragedy that happens and the impact on our communities? I don't know that that's kind of significant event should be left where staff would make that decision. I'm just wondering if it should come back to us.
So I can go to Chris, but I think council would make that decision. I can tell you that there is discussion among municipalities on how to honor the victims of the Portapique, what's come to be known, I should say, as the Portapique tragedy. But there's nothing specific yet, but that would be something that I would bring to council if we're going to participate with other municipalities, and that may or may not be inside HRM, but we may be contributing to that. Chris, did you want to speak to that? Is there anything else on that? Not that specifically, but Councillor Kent's concern.
Sure. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, we in drafting up this particular section of the report, again, we did want to leave this a little bit more open than the remainder of what we're dealing with the administrative order, and that really has to do with the individual scenarios that may transpire, and the reality is that where the spontaneous memorial ends up going, the size of it, whether or not there are any safety issues associated with it, and not trying to tie specific dates, times, sizes to those, but to try and take a more measured and appropriate response to anything of that nature. I think that I want to draw some attention to like large and short term, those words in that last sentence. There's a recognition that sometimes something like this may happen that would spontaneously have a memorial pop up, and it could be quite large, and it can't really stay there because it becomes a bit of a safety hazard. But for the immediate term, it has to be there. It's part of the community's necessary grieving process to go through, that these things are there and are allowed to be there for the period of time for which it's appropriate.
Okay, so is that I can't tell from that answer, which I really appreciate and respect, but would a decision come back to council, or would it be stay within your staff? And you don't necessarily have to answer today. Maybe we could get some clarification in the deferral report that will come back.
Yes, perhaps we could.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. John, you wanted to say something, and then I'll go to Councillor Purdy.
I think my question's been answered through the discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. This is so hard. I see all the sides and they're all valid. Wondering, I don't even know if this is speaking to the amendment or to this whole thing, but Councillor Hensby, that roadside memorial that's been there since the 90s, like some things that just have become landscape. I'm wondering if there could possibly be consideration of maybe allowing those landscape memorials that have just become a part of the community kind of to be not under the new policy, or something to address just the longevity of the memorial.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with respect to very long-term memorials like that within the street right-of-way, I think the longer a memorial is in place, we do have to consider the fact that it perhaps does become far more of it's almost expected that it will continue to remain there, but at the same time, the street right of way is used for a lot of other reasons, and we have road improvements and other changes that need to happen, and there could really be a situation where, due to some work that needs to happen to the street, and I mean even Councillor Hensby noted that the regular process of the provincial crews coming in and doing some of the brush maintenance did damage it. There could be perhaps another more appropriate place, perhaps just outside of the street right of way, that may not be subject to all these operational pressures, and would still provide that place for people to go and remember and grieve or whatever they need to do, but not necessarily have that located within the street right of way. And there are some other programs that we brushed on earlier, that do provide opportunities for more longer term sorts of memorials that would not necessarily be within the right of way, but would provide those sorts of opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to that, or was that just?
I thought the term that Trish might have been looking for was grandfathering some of the ones that have been around for a while. I don't know if we've given thought to that or not, but I still like the idea of us not having a hard stop, but particularly for the ones that are already in place. So that's why I suggested grandfathering might have been the term she was looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we're starting to, I'm going to use this phrase again. I think I used it earlier in committee of the whole. We're starting to smush two separate things together, right? This is about controlling and providing some structure around temporary memorials. We have other processes for permanent memorials, which obviously would require more rigor than a temporary memorial put up at the site of an accident, for example, where you're going to be making it permanent, making it durable, and going through all the processes to address the concerns that Mr. Davis and staff have brought up. We have a naming process for naming parks and streets. We have a bench process. We have a public art process. So what I would suggest is I'm still not going to vote for this amendment. I think 24 months or 18 months is appropriate for temporary. What we might want to do is ask for a supplemental report, or someone can ask for a report at the end of today about or maybe just talk to staff. Actually, is the first thing before we ask for a report would be what are the paths to get to permanent memorials, and is there a gap, and do we need to fill that? But I don't think you can make a temporary bylaw also a permanent bylaw without confusing the matter, right? Today is not about to me about a permanent memorial, so I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, colleagues, the motion, the amendment is in the chat that the item be deferred for a supplementary staff report providing for amendments to AO to allow memorials to be maintained as long as they're in appropriate condition and return to council. Are we ready for the question on the amendment?
Question.
Ian?
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Agree.
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
I have 9 votes against, 8 votes for.
Okay, so that's the amendment. The amendment is defeated. We're back on the main motion. Is there discussion on the main motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make an amendment for 2-year limit.
I'll second.
So the motion is, the amendment is to change it from 18 months to 2 years, moved by Councillor Hensby, seconded by Councillor Mason. Are we ready for speaking on this? Councillor Russell?
I was going to amend it for 5 years. But let's see how this goes. Thank you.
2 years is on the floor. Okay. Councillor Cleary on 2 years.
Yes, just very briefly. So I think, you know, where we're trying to hit, and I think, you know, Councillor Purdy and others have said this, and even Councillor Austin could argue yourself in either position, and there is no, I don't think there's a right answer here. And I also think too, even if we decide today it's 2 years, if in a year or two from now we change our mind, we can always change the policy or update the bylaws. So, you know, these are all options that are available to us. So I think 2 years is probably a good amount of time. And having listened to the discussion over the last, I don't know how long it's been, it feels like a long time. One of the things that, you know, Councillor Hensby has the memorial behind him, and a lot of the other roadside memorial issues and examples that have been given are actually along provincial highways. We don't see very many memorials along municipal roads in our municipal right-of-way, which is our policy is speaking to. And so I think a lot of the concern that people have might be allayed by the fact that, you know, a lot of the issues that maybe you're thinking of aren't ours to solve anyway. They're the provincial governments, and they would have to be the ones to look over those. But anyway, I'll certainly vote in favor of 2 years. You know, I would like it to be an odd number instead of an anniversary date, but to Mr. Davis's point earlier, you know, we don't necessarily know in a lot of cases, unless it's a well-known tragedy, what the exact date of some tragedy happened in our community. And so 2 years might fall not even close to an anniversary date, and I'm comfortable with that, and I think we're getting to the right place. So anyway, I will support the 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question on the amendment to move it to 2 years? Ian?
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
No.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against if we go to the 5 years, good.
So just to confirm, this is for the 24 months that is in the chat?
Yes, voting against.
Thank you. District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
4.
Sorry, was that a 4?
4, correct.
Thank you. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
I have 11 votes for, 6 votes against.
So that amendment carries. It is now 2 years. We ready for the question on the main motion as amended? I think so, Ian.
Question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. Yes, Councillor Kent?
You're moving too fast for me. Get something in the chat, just enough by eye. So I'm going to revisit my point on the tragedies of national significance, and I just wonder if we should not be using language that would be tragedies of national, provincial, or district. I don't know how important that is, but I think that people reading it and holding it to a certain account in the future could be misunderstood. So I'd like to amend that, please.
Second it.
So how would you amend it, Councillor Kent?
Tragedies of national, provincial, or / district significance.
You get a view from Chris on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I just wanted to highlight that that is a subheading that we use in the report, but it doesn't actually appear in the policy. And we certainly have the subheading modified, I believe, unless Mr. Traves has a reason why that can't happen, along with the other amendment that it seems that council is moving forward. But that is just in the report, so it doesn't actually appear in the policy. And I think the key items there will likely remain the same unless we hear direction from council otherwise.
Okay, so we don't need to amend this here. It's not part of the actual recommendation.
Correct.
I'm okay. Sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, Councillor Kent, through you, through the mayor to council, the minutes will reflect the concern, councillor. The staff report is as drafted and signed off on by staff and the CAO, but your comments will be reflected in the minutes for prosperity.
Okay, and maybe can someone point me before we go off this? Can I be pointed to where in the policy it is reflected and what that language is?
It's not reflected in the policy.
It's not reflected in the policy. It's reflected in the report.
Okay, all right.
But your comments will be taken note of, Councillor Kent.
Okay, thank you.
Concern. Okay, so we're back on the main motion. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Main motion as amended to 2 years. Ian?
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Oathit.
A very lonely no. Thank you.
Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you all. Thank you, Chris, for guiding us through the discussion, the work that you and your team have done, and leading us through a very good discussion on it. Colleagues, we're going to move to 1114. It was taken off consent. I can't remember who took it off consent or who I might. Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, 1114, increase to contract janitorial services.
Thank you. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council approve the increase to contract 18071 janitorial services, outdoor washrooms, group 2, in the amount of 24,653 net HST included, with the funding from municipal facilities maintenance and operation cost center W200 as outlined in the financial implication section of staff report dated May 11, 2021.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering who's here from staff statements, sir. Oh, Diane, I see Diane.
Diane.
Great. So really quickly, my question is twofold. One is just wondering, as council, should we expect, if contractors use the clause to extend or exercise the option year, or if we review contracts with COVID and the cost of cleaning supplies, should we expect to see increased costs? I know this is a little different, but I'm just wondering if that's something that we might be seeing around the industry at all.
And just
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Yes, we are seeing significant increases in supplies, and some of our cleaning contracts have actually increased frequency. So this particular one, we had an increase in frequency at Public Gardens and also on supplies. So we are seeing a trend in the market right now between 15 to 25% increase in actual cleaning contracts, along with the supply increase, of course. So I do expect to see at least 15 to 25% on a lot of our contracts going forward, including the living wage.
Right. So this one wouldn't have included the living wage because this was them using the option from a prior contract, right?
Yes. Okay. That one was awarded in June 2018, and one of the groups decided not to exercise their option year, so we invited the others.
Great. So the two follow-up pieces is, as folks do start to exercise their option year, I know we had this discussion before, and maybe this is just a memo for council, but should we be, and I don't know how the legality around it, but should we be including the living wage when they extend the option year if we're going to expect increases anyway? And you might not have an answer for that now, but it's something for us to think about. And two, it might be worthwhile in the future for us to get some kind of info report, or even if it's a report during budget that talks about this, because our janitorial services are a pretty big contract aspect, and if we're going to see increase related to living wage and supplies, I think it might be good to come back to council to say, hey, this is what you should expect going in the future.
Yes, that's a good point. We can do that.
So I don't know if there needs to be a supplementary report, or I need to make a motion outside of this, or it can just be noted and maybe a memo will come back to council for discussion. What would be the best way to?
Why don't we, Jacques, is that something that we could put an information report together on for council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Smith. We can certainly circulate a memo on that. We don't need necessarily a motion today. We'll just take note of it and we can produce a memo.
Okay, great. So just really quickly, just for clarification again, hopefully outlining what we should expect moving forward with contracts, either those that might expire or those that have options that are still outstanding, and with the living wage, I know we put in the report what we expected to see, but now that we're getting to a place where we're going to start to put it into actual contracts, what we could potentially expect as well.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jacques. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Colleagues, 1115, East Dartmouth Community Centre is carried on consent. 1116, Consulting Services, Woodside Ferry Terminal has been carried. 11-1, there was a declaration of conflict on that. 1117 is proposed amendments to Administrative Order 46, asset name and policies respecting civic addressing policies, naming procedures as per the task force on the commemoration of Edward Cornwallis and the recognition and commemoration of Indigenous history. This would be Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 46, the HRM Asset Naming Administrative Order, to allow commemorative renaming as shown in Attachment A of the staff report dated May 10, 2021. 2, approve the renaming of Cornwallis Park to Peace and Friendship Park as shown in Attachment B of the staff report dated May 10, 2021. 3, adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29, the HRM Civic Addressing Administrative Order, to allow for Council's future consideration of A, increased flexibility in street renamings as shown in Attachment C of the staff report dated May 10, 2021, and B, the potential for apostrophes in street names as shown in Attachment C of the staff report dated May 10, 2021, and 4, approve the community consultation process for renaming Cornwallis Street as shown in Attachment D of the staff report dated May 10, 2021.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Councillor Cleary.
Just very briefly, I know many others will want to speak to various aspects of this, but this has been a long journey, and a lot of this comes out of the task force on Cornwallis, but more importantly on recognizing and commemorating Indigenous history and culture here in what we now call Halifax. And so these are great initiatives. The renaming of the park, of course, was a recommendation of the task force that came back to us. But I'm also happy with both the flexibility and the innovation that our staff have shown. Kudos to Ms. McLean for looking at the apostrophes, since many Mi'kmaq words have apostrophes in them. If we're going to use them, especially in street names, we kind of need the apostrophes in the street signs. So that's been something that's great. The amendments to the actual administrative orders, giving council now, because remember, and the report makes quite clear, previous to this, we didn't actually have the opportunity to rename a street except under certain very specific conditions, mostly around safety and, for ambulances, fire trucks, those sort of things. And so now council can, and I know there are many street names that have, and other assets that we may want to rename because we are going down this road of reconciliation. And so I've been emailing with Danny Paul, and his only question was, just let me know when it's official. So I guess my first question to Ms. McLean is, once council passes this motion, assuming we will, does Cornwallis Park automatically become now known officially as Peace and Friendship Park, or is there a slight lag?
Gail McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. To respond to the councillor's question, the park name will become effective first thing after the meeting is concluded.
Thank you so much. And this is such great news. And, you know, for me, my own personal journey here started long before I was even a counselor. I remember having a meeting with Councillor Mason in, forget if it was called the Other Bean then, or if it was still Ireland, was it 32 or 42? I forget now. And we were chatting about his very first motion that didn't quite make it on looking at Cornwallis and the history there. And then, of course, when Ms. Thomas, who gave such an eloquent reading of her poem, a council that led me to bring forward a motion that kicked off this process. It's been quite a journey. So thank you to all the staff that have been involved in this. Thank you to all my former and current council colleagues who've been working on this. And I look forward to seeing how this moves us forward and moves our community forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I do agree with most of this. I think that most of what we're looking at is a good change and is helpful and needs to be made. There is a section of it that I don't agree with. And what we're doing is looking at an update to respect the values of the municipality. This is an interesting concept, but values of the municipality have not been defined. We don't have any strategic plan or functional plan, any bylaw, any policy, or any other document that states what these values are. And when I asked about this, I was told that it was based on the results of the task force, of course, as Councillor Clary mentioned. The report talks about deeply held values and publicly held values, or things that are offensive to those values, but it doesn't talk about what the values are. It also talks about recognizing the value, or that values change, and talks about enduring value. And again, doesn't talk about what they are. And one challenge that we will face is that values are societal, and they're regional, and they're local, and they're personal, and they're subjective. They are also context sensitive. You can have a set of core values or beliefs that are inalienable, and others that will change based on where you are. You may have one set of values at work and another at home. Is being fiscally prudent a value, for example? Yes, when you're looking to contract some services at work, but then consider what I provide for my granddaughter. Do we really need a speed hump on a particular road? I'll look at that carefully. Does my granddaughter really need another unicorn t-shirt? She's only got 20, so she certainly does. Values change over time. This makes it an ever changing standard, and it just becomes hard to manage that. But it does have to be managed and defined. And it is possible to have a core set of values, but right now we don't. This morning we talked about the regional plan, and that was a great discussion. The Shape Your City exercise is working to reach out and get everyone's input on what they would like to see the city look like. That exercise, in essence, determines the set of values that we would like to see across our city with respect and growth. Talks about population centers and urban and rural development, transportation, and many more things that are tangible. You can reach out and touch some. And it's taking years to develop with a comprehensive understanding of these growth values. Our personal values will also need this type of analysis and understanding. Identifying a value for an individual can be easy. A family is harder, a community much harder, and a city in just a few years is going to be 500,000 people. It's even harder still, but it's something we need to be done. We can't have the administrative order say that it respects the values of the municipality, because it's too subjective. We need to either amend this. Well, we need to amend this, I think, and because I just can't support something that is basing actions on such a subjective change. So I guess I would like to amend the motion, amend the administrative order, and I think it is section 21AC, if I'm not mistaken, to remove where it talks about values of the municipality.
Councillor Russell, I wonder, just because there's a number of people that want to speak to this, could we hear from people and then come back and look at amendments after people have spoken their piece?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I prefer to do that. We'll come back to you after people have had a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mason?
Well, now I'm deep in the PDF trying to follow along with Paul. So I got to come back to what I was going to talk about. I would say on that, I wasn't going to speak about that, and I'll come to what I was going to say, I think, in a minute. But I would say on that, that the values of the municipality that have been articulated quite clearly by this council was passing our endorsement of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's work and committing to support that. So while there isn't a overarching in every circumstance set of values, we have voted that this is what we value as representatives of the people here. So I would feel comfortable leaving that, I think, but I'm open to that discussion. As far as the rest of this goes, I'd like to thank staff for bringing this back. You know, we are trying to walk the walk in this municipality. And in this time, as the mayor said at the beginning of Committee of the Whole, where we have the 215 and where we have so much anguish and pain in this country and in our community over these tragedies that have impacted this country's First Peoples. I think it's appropriate that we're moving quickly and with some confidence to address the issues that were raised by the task force regarding the commemoration of Edward Cornwallis and the commemoration of Indigenous history. Renaming the park, to me, you know, part of what gives me a lot of confidence, of course, is we've had an election since we voted to do these things, and nobody, you know, it wasn't an issue at all in the general public. It didn't impact the outcome of the election at all. And so clearly we have a mandate from most people to move forward on these things, and I'm happy to do so. I have had very few complaints from people about changing the name of Cornwallis Park, and I've had about 100 times more inquiries from people going, why haven't you changed the name yet? So I'm happy to see this happen. I do want to point out to council that if you look at the information report regarding the updating us on the task force, that this is that anniversary, and that when it pertains to Cornwallis Park, that there will be further engagement with First Nations people prior to the finalization of the design of the 2/3 of the park that hasn't been redone yet. And luckily the southern part meets the objectives of a performance space and youth oriented that the task force called for. And as some of you know, I will be bringing a notice of motion at the end of today regarding developing friendship accords with the Grand Council and the Assembly and band councils and anyone else staff identifies. And that's a result of the engagement that we've done, which some of you have heard about. I think we talked about at council around the cultural and heritage priorities plan, where the mayor and or myself, depending on availability, met with all those folks in the last couple of months to get that input from this key partner in commemoration, culture, and heritage. And we heard a lot of stuff that wasn't pertaining to that plan. And one of them is we need formal relationships. So in response to that, we'll be debating that at the next council meeting as well. So I support everything I see here. I focused on the First Nation stuff. I'm really glad to see this happening. And I asked our council's ringing endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinsby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting basically everything that's mentioned. I'll have some comments. We get to Councillor Russell's comments about values, and of course, but I just want to test council's see if they would insert the word treaty in the name of the park, Peace and Friendship Treaty Park. Recognition of what it is. You know, we're talking about reconciliation, but you need to recognize what it means. And peace and friendship has nothing relevant. But it's the Peace and Friendship Treaty it's all about. And I think that adding the word treaty to that, people would know exactly why that park is named that way. And I think that having that as a slight amendment, I'd like to see if it's a friendly amendment, just insert the word treaty as part of the official name of the park.
Second.
Go to Councillor Cleary to see if that's a friendly amendment.
Sorry, it took me a second. I had you all minimized as I was looking for something. I don't see it as friendly for a couple of reasons. One, it's not a singular treaty. It's actually a number of treaties, so you'd have to pluralize it. But also, too, the recommendation from the task force. So part of what we're looking at is the recommendation that came from the task force to council, which we then endorsed and actually accepted them and said we were going to implement these. And so that wasn't in the recommendation from the task force. So for those two reasons, I don't see this as being friendly. But, you know, if we want to vote on it, let's have a vote on it.
Same here.
Thank you. Just want to see if,
Mr. Mayor, then I'll make
just a second. Let me just see if Gail had anything to say about it as well from her point of view. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Gail?
Mr. Mayor, we were taking the recommendations direct from the task force and didn't offer any alternatives as it was adopted by Regional Council last July.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby. Thank you, Gail. Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, then I'll make a friendly request for an amendment to make it treaties, peace and friendship treaties park, since there were 2 treaties in regards to this. I think, as I said earlier, reconciliation requires recognition, and people from the future, for a few years from now, may not know the whole history or debate of what's gone on here. Peace and friendship, it could have been tranquility and comradeship. You know, they may have the same similar names, but having the word treaties in there recognizes the purpose and meaning of that, and I think it should be recognized as that officially in the title. And I'll request that we amend it to include the word treaties.
Is there a second for that? Did I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. On the amendment, Councillor Mason, on the amendment, or?
Yes, I mean, there are, I think, a dozen treaties between 1725 and 1779, including the 1760 Peace and Friendship Treaties, post Father Louis War, and then the Halifax treaties are in there as well. That is why the task force picked the name. I think what's important, though, is that the task force was a joint HRM Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs task force that made a clear recommendation that this council has already endorsed. So I think to change the name of the park at this time is problematic for me because it goes against the spirit and intent of having that collaborative approach. I don't feel comfortable with council making that change in that way. I feel like that task force has already thought about these things and made those choices or made those recommendations. And I continue to stand with the recommendations that were there, while recognizing that because of the request from the African Nova Scotian community around Cornwallis Street, that we did make a different recommendation from the task force there. But I feel at this late date for us to make a pivot off of that recommendation, I can't support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, are you on the amendment? Did you speak on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ditto to what my learned colleague just said. Also, the recommendation, if you look at in the report, it talks about some additional changes that could happen inside the park that would reflect and interpret the meaning behind peace and friendship, which would include obviously the treaties and what we don't want to do, I think, and this was what was coming out of the task force, which, as Councillor Mason said, was half Mi'kmaq community appointed and half council appointments. They thought long and hard about all of their recommendations that they made, and this was, I'm pretty sure, one of the first ones, along with the Cornwallis statue, in terms of not putting it back on public display except for in a museum. And so, I want to stick with the task force recommendation here. And I think, to Councillor Hensby's point, there will be some sort of interpretation and some sort of park development that will include these kinds of historical elements. But it's important to look forward, not just backward. Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle on the amendment.
I would just like to echo what Councillor Mason and Councillor Cleary just said. I also don't feel comfortable putting forward a change to what the task force has recommended without going back and consulting with them. But I do agree that there is lots of opportunity for interpretation within the park to talk about the specifics around trees, around the history, and around the meaning of the park. So I don't disagree with you, Councillor Hensby. I like recognizing treaties in this formal partnership, particularly in a park of such significance. But I just don't feel comfortable kind of making an arbitrary decision right now without the consultation or the full kind of engagement with the task force.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, it's already been stated by many of my colleagues, I don't support the amendment. The task force has brought forward the recommendations, and one of the first things that they actually, first actions they came up with. I believe, I'm happy to hear Gail said that if approved today, the name change happens tomorrow. We need to do this quickly, so I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Ditto. Actually, everyone said everything I wanted to say, so thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Question on the amendment of Councillor Hensby. Ready for the question?
So this is speaking to the amendment, beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the amendment.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
No.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed to the amendment?
And Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Against the amendment.
The amendment is defeated. We're back on the main motion. The speakers I have at this point are Councillors Lovelace, Cuttle, Smith, and Morse. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm actually good. I'm just going to pass. I'm very happy to support this. I'm grateful for the work the staff have put into this, and I'm just thrilled to know that we're headed towards reconciliation and full partnership with First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question for staff about the apostrophes. And I know in the report it said that that it could accommodate the apostrophes in our databases, and that there might be a few issues with EMO. But I'm just wondering about, a lot of people use GIS on their phones and Google Maps and all of that stuff. Just wondering about for individuals using other navigational platforms. Are apostrophes an issue in that regard, or are there ways to work around them? I know, for example, one of the places that's done really, really well with their naming and recognizing the Indigenous culture is New Zealand, and a lot of the words in New Zealand have a little accent on them, but I don't think the accent's needed when you do a Google search for an address or something like that. So I'm just wondering how specific it is with the apostrophes. And if it's supported on other GIS platforms.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the research that we conducted was mainly concentrated on our corporate databases and how it would affect HRM and how the 911 systems would work. I haven't done a full comprehensive research on Google. Anecdotally, I believe that they don't have any restrictions with apostrophes or accents. I've seen French names and Gaelic names with those in there, but I haven't done a complete search to be able to give you a definitive word on if there are any public-facing sites that may have those restrictions.
Additionally, if I may offer, when you're doing a search on Google or on many other platforms, they allow for variability in the name. They allow for typos and just accommodate all sorts of things like that. So for them to remove or add an apostrophe where it would be appropriate, I would already be generally built into virtually every platform that's out there.
Thank you. We'll consider that a point of information helpful. Thank you. Councillor Cuttle, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I just think it's important to have that discussion so we're not messing up people with their, searches, online Google Map searches. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. This is great work, and thank you everyone that's been involved with it. Also, regarding the piece that I specifically asked for regarding Cornwallis Street, even though me and Councilor Mason do share it, it's equal partnership on Cornwallis Street in that area. I appreciate the identified process, and I know that many members of the community have been asking when we're going to start this work, and I know that many are excited about that. The other piece, and maybe this will come after Councilor Russell, I did have a request for a supplementary report. So do you want me to wait until we deal with Councilor Russell's amendment and then to bring that forward?
If that's okay with you, yeah.
Not okay, not a problem. So I'll come back and speak to what that is, and I'll paste it in the chat for now.
Thank you. Councilor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I think that the change in the name of the park marks a really important moment in the history of Halifax. And it's important to me to see some type of commemoration and explanation for why the name was changed. Because not to Councillor Hensby's point, not everybody understands the reference to peace and friendship as referring to those important treaties that we had in this province and in other parts of Canada. And so I think we have to, I'm not sure what is planned, but I'd like to know more about how we intend to mark the change in the name and make the most of that opportunity to share what this change means to Halifax, why it happened. And it's a public education thing to make sure that people understand the change.
I see Denise Schofield has popped up. I think that's probably for a reason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Denise Schofield, Executive Director of Parks and Recreation. Through you to the council, we actually, while the name is official, as soon as council approves it, as Gail mentioned, we are working on a plan for a commemoration ceremony later this month. More details are coming out to council shortly, where we will officially rename and unveil the new signage of the new park. So that will be happening later this month, and we'll, like I say, we'll be issuing some more information now, assuming once council approves the name change.
Thank you, Denise. Councilor Morse.
That's excellent. That's just what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if Gail could perhaps answer a question pertaining to commemorative names. I received an email yesterday from a gentleman who spent years, he said, developing the civic addressing bylaws. And he was concerned with allowing people who have not passed away yet to be kind of evaluated under this for name, just because of all the potential, unexpected things that could happen. So I was just wondering, what is the benefit of allowing the change to that bylaw?
Gail, did you get that?
Oh, there she is.
She's having trouble getting off mute, perhaps.
Happens.
Here we go.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. Technology is a struggle. Through you to the councillor, the original administrative order for commemorative naming did require that all of our nominees be no longer with us. Regional Council shortly after that asked for an amendment to the policy to allow for commemoration for living nominees. And then at that time, a secondary amendment was also added to allow us to rename commemoratively named assets should those living nominees no longer meet that criteria. That's the current policy we've been living with for quite a few years. So the amendment today also allows us to rename commemoratively named assets that are named after our citizens that are no longer with us. So we will be able to rename any commemoratively named assets under the amendments today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think I was misunderstanding that. Okay. And I just had one more question, if I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Gail. My concern was with the 911, the Nova Scotia 911 system. And is this going to pose a problem to our emergency services if the 911 system is not able to do, and I know Councillor Cuttle talked about that with like the Google search, which is important too. But is this going to impact our emergency services in a detrimental way at all?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the 911 system is set up so that we can, as the official source of the street name within our HRM databases, we will spell our street names with apostrophes. We send that information to the province. They maintain a Nova Scotia civic address file, which also can accommodate many accents and apostrophes. When the data is sent to 911, they do what's called a scrub and take out all of those apostrophes and accents so that it's just simple letter characters that go into the 911 EMO databases. The call takers that manage and run those systems are familiar and are not looking to put in apostrophes. They know that all of that information has been scrubbed out. So they type it in the simplest possible way without those extra characters. So they're using this where there are many municipalities, Antigonish is one that comes to mind with a lot of their Gaelic names. There are many municipalities already using apostrophes and accents and other special characters, and there's no evidence at all that it has any detriment or delay in dispatching 911.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you. This is great.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was going to speak as well to the points that Councillor Morris put on and in support of the motion that, although I couldn't support Councillor Hensby's motion as it was conveyed, because I felt strongly that we needed to trust the task force and move forward with their recommendations. I do think that it's a really valuable point and something that our municipality should give consideration to, because language is a lot, and in instances where we do not have an opportunity to educate, that in naming assets and naming streets and parks and whatever, people will be reflecting on exactly the wording. It's more, people are more tuned into that than ever. And I hope that we will consider that going forward. I'd like to pursue a little bit further as well what Councillor Morris was asking, which around the education piece. While I think it's wonderful and I think it's completely the right decision to have a formal celebratory and formal unveiling of the name change and presenting it, I do believe as well that there is still a need to have something within the park that is enduring and lasting, that has a message of education around this. And we see them in many parks, which is what I've traditionally known as an interpretive signage and a plaque of some form that gives the history of something. And I really think that that's in order here. And in any that we go forward in the future, not everybody will be at that ceremony. If we get it picked up even by the media and shared amongst us in the future, 10 years down the road, someone might come along that was a child and now would remember some of these conversations, but then visit the park. I really think that's an important piece, and I hope staff would give some consideration to it. I, for one, would be happy to, if it's a case of budgeting, be happy to play a part in as a counselor to see what we can do to support the cost of it. And I'd encourage other counselors to as well. Another question I have is around it's been a while since I've looked at this kind of terminology, but when we talk about assets within parks, because I literally am tending to some emails right now around some commemorative asset installations around young Max, who we lost here in District 3 by their family, and it would be involved in the gifting aspect of this bylaw, is a playground structure or a particular building within a park, are they considered assets that would require this whole process as well? I just don't know what is, there's like a parameter which then becomes the thing, the trigger that has to have this applied.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the asset naming policy is the policy that allows any person within the municipality to ask for a name on a building, a park, and any of the park features within that park, including playgrounds and fields and all manner of things. There's a very long list on the policy's website. It is an application process, and there is criteria that is required under the administrative order in order for those assets to be named after the nominees. There is a committee that reviews those applications twice a year, and then recommendations are approved by regional council. So there is a formal process for naming those assets.
So for instance, in number 18 within in the report, number 18 in the policy, gifting, an individual may be recognized for a significant financial contribution to a building, park, feature where the contribution significantly benefits the community. So in this case, if a family or friend wanted to donate a playground to a school area, school park, for instance, it says here the individual gifting funds or lands wishes to name the asset. The only criteria that shall apply is the proposed name is not a duplicate. So
that's correct.
So there so that process is or isn't a part of that.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, even the gifting has to go through the application process. The criteria is slightly different, but the process is the same.
Okay, thank you.
I think, councillor, you could always have a conversation with Gail as well offline to get further information. Gail's always very open to that. I want to just say a word on this too before we go back to Councillor Russell and Councillor Smith. Councillors who've been around for a while will remember the day that we adopted a Truth and Reconciliation motion that I brought shortly after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Justice Sinclair came out, and Jennifer Watts, who was the councillor then in District 8, said it was her proudest day as a councillor. Councillor Mason's referred to that. He's also referred to the motion he brought to remove the statue, which lost by 1 vote. And Councillor Cleary's talked about the motion he brought forward that passed. The report, if you haven't read it, and I've said this before, I know, but is an amazing read. It's well worth reading. And it gives me such, not just pride, but a sense of pleasure and a sense of, you really do sometimes get stuff done or have a small part in getting stuff done when you look at some of the progress that we've made. Councillor Mason referred to the fact that he's had very few calls have complained about renaming the park and many calls in favor. I can tell you 5 years ago, it wouldn't have been that way. There was it was very contentious, some of the work that's happened here. And I have to give a tip of the hat to some councillors who are no longer with us, who's really struggled with this, but really at the end of the day, figured out how important this was, not only to the community, but even to themselves, that they may not have realized at first. And I think council's done great work on this, and to the point that when the Cornwallis report came last year, I think it was universally hailed as a really seminal piece of work. So we do need to honor that report. We do need to not just thank the co-chairs who worked so on it, Monica and Chief Rod, all the people who served on it. It wasn't easy. And it just gives me great pride that on that site, that park, where on Canada Day a number of years ago, the Proud Boys disrupted a ceremony, will now be known as Peace and Reconciliation Park and Peace and Friendship Park. I think it's an awesome sign of where we've come as a municipality and a lot of the hard work that's been done by councillors and by staff, and makes me feel very proud. Councillor Russell, so thank you to staff. Thank you, Gail, for this. We'll go back. I think everybody who wants to speak on this has has had a chance to speak on it. So why don't we go to Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I've said effectively, well, I've said an awful lot. And basically, we are looking at changing some of the names, having a criteria in the report to be able to change names based on values of the municipality. There have been a number of places in the past, a number of jurisdictions, a number of people who have said, we need to do this based on values. We need a values test. We need to respect the values of the nation or the values of something, without identifying what those values are. And it has always led into a controversial, unfortunately, but a place where we need this definition. It can't be subjective. And Councillor Mason had mentioned that the values were in the Truth and Reconciliation report, which is a start. It certainly identifies some of the criteria that goes within the values, but if we don't have something that is explicitly defined, I don't think that we can. The challenge that we face is that this is going to be an entirely subjective decision without that. And so at this point, I'd like to make an amendment to the report to remove section 3A(b) of the bylaws, which states regional council determines the street name no longer meets the values of the municipality. We'll see if that can work, and go from there. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second that for the debate, please.
So Councillor Hensby seconds that. Okay, so that is on the floor. We're going to take our break though, colleagues. We've got some work ahead of us yet. So it is 3:11. We will come back at 3:30, okay? And we will pick up the with Councillor Cleary on the amendment, okay? 3:30, colleagues. We'll see you back here.
Good afternoon. It is now 3:30. We will be returning your microphones and cameras to you, and the screen will be coming off momentarily. We do have quorum. Mayor Savage, you can start the meeting as soon as you are ready. We are live on YouTube.
Okay. Just wait for the sign to come down. Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're back. We're discussing item 1117, asset naming policies, commemoration of Edward Cornwallis and the commemoration of Indigenous history. And we left off with Councillor Russell had put an amendment on the floor, which I think is now in the chat for members of council. Look at this, Councillor Russell can't start his video. I love it when he needs tech support. There, I gave it to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, I'm happy to help. So the motion's on the floor. Councillor Russell, was there anything else you wish to say to that before we go to anybody else?
At this point, there isn't. I would simply like to hear the opinions of others and then close if I may. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cleary, were you on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cleary on the amendment.
So, when it comes to values, and I'll talk about what those values are in a second, but Councillor Mason and others have kind of mentioned this, that our values are stated in the actions that we take. So when the previous council endorsed the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report and committed to act on the calls to action that are within the municipal realm, that expressed some values, particularly ones related to what we're talking about today. When council created the task force on Cornwallis and Indigenous culture here in what we now call Halifax, that expressed the values of council on this issue. When we passed our recent budget, and Mr. Mayor, you speak about this eloquently, we clearly communicated and, more importantly, demonstrated our values in what we spend our money on. And, communicating values is very important. I can think of example, in 2015 when Stephen Harper didn't communicate values so much, but did things like propose setting up a cultural barbaric practices tip line, or tried to ban head coverings. That was repudiated by the electorate in trouncing out the Conservatives in the election. So you have to be careful what kind of values you want to state. But we have stated our values. So I don't know if councillors remember this document. In our budget, we passed our strategic priorities plan 2021 to 2025, which has a vision, a mission, and actually has corporate values explicitly stated for Halifax, which are respect, collaboration, diversity and inclusion, integrity, accountability, sustainability, and evidence-based decision-making. Those are our council unanimously passed values that are available for everyone to see throughout the municipality. So we actually do have values. And I think if you look at collaboration with the task force, respect and diversity and inclusion, these are the values that we are expressing in changing our policy and in renaming the park and looking for further action around Cornwallis Street and other things that we will do eventually to go down this road. So I think they're already there. I don't think we need to strike out a clause within the proposal that says we don't have values when we actually do have 8 publicly stated council endorsed, unanimously council endorsed values. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, that was kind of my question around what Sean had posted in the chat there, that the strategic values. And my question was going to be, with those values of council, that could be kind of implemented into what the task force, the values that they, well, that this amendment speaks to. And the other thing too was those were the values attached to our strategic initiatives for this council. So does that get revisited every election? So the new council kind of collaborates on what their strategic values would be for the next term?
We do that every, if that's your question, yes, Councillor, it's a good question. We do after every election go through and ratify or change strategic priorities, the values, our goals for the term.
So each council will be able to determine what their values are for that term. Okay.
Communally, yeah. I mean, everybody has their own individual values, but council adopts priorities based on values. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, I think Councillor Purdy was getting at the thing in regards to values evolve over time and they can also change. You know, could be progression or there could be regression, depends on what the times dictate. You know, values of a century ago are quite different than the values of just 50 years ago or just 10 years ago or just last year. And I think that, you know, it depends on what values you value, and it also depends on whose value you value. The question is who makes that judgment call in regards to, you know, we put our values in our corporate documents. Is that because we as a municipality, as a corporate structure, these are our values, or are we trying to emulate that as these are the values of our citizens? You know, should there be perhaps a plebiscite on the values of our citizens to dictate or to form what may be the values of a municipality? Or when it comes to street naming, who has the right to change the name? Should it be the persons who live on the street? Should it be the neighborhood? Should it be the municipality or the community? Who has that ultimate right? If somebody in a neighboring community doesn't like the name of somebody else's street, can they change it where the people in the street have no problem with it? You know, the question is whose value are we trying to reflect and respect? And that's what I'm trying to figure out is at what point do we judge our values? And the question is in regards to the street naming stuff, who has the ultimate input? Is it the people living on the street or the people around the street or people in the community of that street? So can I have some clarification from staff is our process when it comes to street changing, does it have to be initiated by the person, those people on that street, or can somebody from outside do it?
Well, I'm going to go to Gail, but I want to weigh in on that as well. Gail, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can comment to currently how the practice works. Street renaming occurs only in two ways right now. The Public Safety Committee, which is comprised of our fire, police, and paramedics, let us know that there's an issue with the street, and we don't ask anybody what they feel about it because it's been deemed a public safety issue, and we proceed with the renaming. We do involve the people that live on the street to come up with a new name, but we don't ask the question if they agree with our Public Safety Committee because they are the authority on dispatching 911 efficiently and effectively.
That's a duplication or confusing names.
Yes, those are and that's the majority of why we rename streets today. The second potential way to rename a street is if a property owner on the street wants to rename their street for a personal reason. They can request a street, but only the property owners on that street under the current framework can request that street name change. They're charged a fee for the renaming, and we do a full consultation and only proceed if 100% of the people on the street agree with the renaming. Those are the only two ways that streets can be renamed today. This third proposed amendment to the policy would allow a third type of renaming in keeping with the task force recommendations of values. And the first street that we'll be testing this with is the Cornwallis Street. And Councillor Smith had made an additional motion that outside of our standard procedures, we need to consult with the greater community and stakeholders. And as on attachment D of the report, you can see our proposal. Because this is our first one, this will be sort of the training grounds for how we will rename and engage on these on a go-forward basis, but we've never done it before, so there isn't a formal procedure in place for that. we will be looking for our partners at diversity and inclusion and the local counselors to help ensure that we are engaging with that broader community, as was the intention of that motion from last year's task force recommendation in July.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Gail answered that question. So technically and efficiently, I lost my steam as to what I was going to say. Councillor Cuddle is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank my colleagues for this great discussion on values, because I think this is really important. And, I too highlighted in the document the whole piece around the values and wondering what the values were. So, I just think it's important that for us as council and for staff as well, that when we use the term values, that we be a little bit more specific, because that's why they're there. They're there to kind of take us from more of a general concept to an applied specific concept of like, how do the values that we've stated are important to us actually inform the decision that we're making or the proposal we're putting forward, and how do they help direct our debate? I think they're important moving forward of consistency in how we operate as a council, and I think they can also help communicate what we do, but more importantly why we do it. So I think in this particular report, the term values does get thrown around a lot without specifying what exactly it means. And in a context like this, I think it is important to be more specific about how our values are kind of qualified in the decisions or recommendations that are being made. So I just want to put that out there. I think this is an important discussion, and we should probably cycle back around it. And yeah, so I don't know where we go from here with this piece around the values, but I think it does need some more body in the report, not just saying values, because that can be misinterpreted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize that Councillor Russell wasn't around when we had this discussion and great debate on the whole Cornwallis issue, not just the naming of the park. Staff, the task force, council, community was very engaged on this topic. I think a conversation, as Councillor Cuddler said, is worthwhile on values, but this isn't the time. It's not the time to bring up talking about our values related to this motion that's in front of us, the main motion. If you want to bring up value conversation, let's do that. Let's do it separately. I ask colleagues, all of my colleagues here today, to vote down the amendment. Let's get to the main motion. Let's pass that motion. Let's see that sign go up tomorrow as quickly as possible. And I just feel that I don't talk about values. I don't see the value of having this conversation now on this particular motion. So I will not be supporting the amendment. And I ask my colleagues to support the main motion and turn down the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, did you wish to take us home on this?
At this point, I do appreciate everybody's comments. I would be looking for more definition on what the values mean. So should this fail, I'm going to go back and have a look at it and see what we can do to bring a further definition, a better definition of this. I do believe we need to define the values if we're going to say that we're going to base a policy on them. And I do appreciate Councillor Cleary's comments as well about the strategic plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're voting on the amendment of Councillor Russell, which was put into the chat. Are we ready for the question, colleagues? Ian?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
Absolutely against.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against?
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I got distracted. I was actually thinking we were voting on the main motion. Is it okay for me to change my vote?
So Councillor Kent was voting against the motion. She voted in favor by mistake. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we'll count Councillor Kent as opposed to the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I have noted that on our vote list. I have 2 votes in favor and 15 against.
So that motion, the amendment is defeated. We're back on the main motion. Councillor Smith, I think.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So related to some of the discussion around how we review assets, and I guess it's also similarly related to the value question. What I put in the chat, and I'll speak to it. What I want to do is request a supplementary report related to these questions that we have. So as we go forward, there's going to be lots more discussions around asset naming. And right now we dealt with Cornwallis, but now in the Hydrostone area, I'm dealing with things like Stairs, Columbus, Stanley, and there's probably a lot more within the municipality that people will question in the future whether or not they should be named. So what I'm hoping and work with Gail, and Gail gave you some guidance. That's why we pay her all the big bucks on creating a potential process for when folks want to review names. This is how we do it. So if we want to review Stair Street, for example, this is the process that we use to review it. And I'm just making this up on the fly. You send in a request, staff do the history, they talk to residents, and then come with a recommendation. Right now, we don't really have a process to look at requests, and the Cornwallis task force was one, but that talked about commemorative aspects, not just street naming. So this would really focus just on street naming, and for the future, when we have more of these discussions around how we name assets, we should have a process to review the potential changes, if any. So that's really the ask in the motion, is that council requests a supplementary report to determine a process that will inform how we review renaming of municipal assets. The report should outline a potential process which would be initiated after receiving a request to review a named asset, and include potential criteria for evaluation of such requests.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
That's seconded by Councillor Cleary. Just before we go to that, Councillor Purdy, did you wish to change your vote? Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
I apologize. I thought that it was voting for a definition of the values. So sorry, Councillor Russell. I appreciate the intent there. Yeah, I was a little confused.
Okay, so you wanted to vote no on the previous vote?
To striking, yeah, the 3B.
Okay, thank you. So on Councillor Smith's motion, seconded by Councillor Cleary, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, that was a long motion. Can we see that in the chat?
Yeah, we'll put it in the chat. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the chance to talk to Lindell yesterday, and also Gail McLean, because of course, you know, it's a relevant question. I don't have a whole batch of explorers in Dartmouth, but we do have the outstanding report about the use of Micmac in Dartmouth. So I think these questions will keep coming up, and I don't think it's possible that we're going to do an in-depth panel of the size and scale of the Cornwallis one for each and every name request. So we do need to figure out some other approach to handling these questions that are significant, but not as significant as Cornwallis was in terms of. I think there's definitely merit in asking for this report because it's going to be an issue that keeps coming up. So I'm wholly in support of Councillor Smith's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Chair. I actually support as well Councillor Smith's amendment, because I do think that it goes as well to some of the points that were being made by Councillor Russell, in that if there's criteria there, when we talked about the memorials earlier, it was about too subjective for the staff to make decisions about. So if there is criteria here for how we evaluate those kinds of requests, then that criteria can be measured against the objectives, the values, and really describe them in such a way that they can be measured against a set of criteria. So I think that actually is a great opportunity then to flush out more about the values of HRM as they apply to the naming of municipal assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other names in the chat. So on Councillor Smith's motion, Councillor Purdy has a question.
Sorry, it's fast typing. Okay, so just so I'm clear here, because I was wondering, like, what would staff do if this potentially unleashes like a huge, what's the word I'm looking for? Requests for name changes, and the process and due course. So Councillor Smith's amendment would address that. There would be clear guidelines and okay.
Yeah, it would bring forth a staff report for council's consideration, which would make recommendations as to how to deal with those circumstances.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
It was a good question. All right.
It's hot.
Yes, it is. I think those turtles are dying, or ducks, or whatever they are, too. All right, colleagues, on the motion of Councillor Smith, we're going to go to the question.
Mayor Savage, can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Yes.
So the main motion on this report has not been voted on yet. The intention is to vote on this one and then the main motion?
I think this was meant as an amendment, sort of to make it a number 5, I think. Councillor Smith, was that your intent to make it number 5 on the report?
Yep, sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Recommendation, yeah. So it would become number 5 as I see it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, I think we're ready for the question.
Question?
Beginning with district.
This is an amendment still. This is the amendment of Councillor Smith.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
Sorry, in favor.
Thank you. District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And that is everyone.
That motion carries. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Councillor Smith. We now have a main motion as amended. If there is no further discussion on the main motion,
Question?
we'll go to the question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
Okay, colleagues, that motion passes. I think it's a significant one. I want to thank Councillor Cleary for bringing it forward. I want to just say that reconciliation is an ongoing process, but I think this is a really good day. So thank you all for that. And thank you to the committee who did work on the Cornwallis report once again. Everybody, not under the easiest of circumstances. So thank you. 1118, colleagues, is second reading on bylaw T1000 respecting taxis, accessible taxis, limos, transportation network companies, license appeal committee terms of reference. And I am going to see if anybody has their name on this one. Who would like to bring this one forward?
I can do it as chair of transportation, I guess, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw T1005, purpose of which is to amend bylaw T1000, the Halifax Regional Municipality Taxi and Limousine Bylaw, as set in attachment 2 of the staff report dated February 23rd, 2021. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Councillor Blackburn, I heard first. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I don't really have anything to say on this. I think we talked about it a little bit at first meeting reading, and it really is a change to the composition that we requested. So I feel like this is just delivering what we asked for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
I thought it was posted earlier.
That's all the votes, Ian?
Yep, that is everyone.
Thank you. That motion carries. Colleagues, we have already passed on consent 1119, which is post-bonus hike public benefit Brenton Street. We're going to move to 11110. This is framework for anti-Black racism strategy and action plan development. And I believe we have a presentation on this. Tracy Jones-Grant. Tracy? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm just going to share my screen and bring up the presentation. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day for many of you, and I'll try not to take up too much of your time, but this is exciting work, and I'm honored to be here today to share this with you, to talk about our anti-Black racism strategy and how we will be moving forward. To begin with, I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. We acknowledge the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognize that we are all treaty people. I'd also like to acknowledge that June is Indigenous Peoples Month, and June 21st is considered Indigenous Peoples Day. And this is the 25th anniversary that Canada will be acknowledging Indigenous Peoples Month. I'd also like to acknowledge that African Nova Scotians are a distinct and founding people in our community who have contributed to and have been an integral part of Nova Scotian culture and history. We recognize the teachings of our people, their strength, their perseverance, which continue to challenge and inspire our community and society at large. I'd also like to take this time to acknowledge that Nova Scotia passed Bill 56, the Emancipation Day Act, which will happen on August the 2nd of this year. So, getting into this. The official effort of the organization to address anti-Black racism stemmed from a council motion moved on July 21st, 2020, some weeks after the presentation on anti-Black racism by Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard to Regional Council. The motion, moved by Councillor Smith and seconded by Councillor Karsten, that Halifax Regional Council authorized the mayor on Regional Council's behalf programmed the years 2015 to 2023 as the International Decade for People of African Descent, and signed the proclamation set out in the attachment that we had at that time. Also, to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to develop an anti-Black racism action plan in support of the proclamation and to return to Council for its endorsement. And that is why I am here today, to bring forward the following recommendations that a councillor will read, but just to state here, to endorse the anti-Black racism framework as set out in the attachment that you have. This framework will guide the development of a strategy and action plan, and request that the Chief Administrative Officer provide annual updates to Regional Council on the progress of the plan. A little bit of background for you. You, as Regional Council, expressed a desire to address anti-Black racism within the municipality and the community at large. We presented an information report on November 30th, 2020, with a project charter that talked about how we would move this work forward. The project charter guides the leadership and the coordination of efforts towards the development of an anti-Black racism framework. The Anti-Black Racism Leadership Committee that has come out of this project charter consists of representation from a variety of business units, including Human Resources, our Public Safety Office, Diversity and Inclusion, Transit, Corporate Communications, Police, and Fire. So I want to just give you a little bit of background as we talk about this. There's a long history of anti-Black racism in Canada, and slavery was a part of Canadian society at the height of the transatlantic slave trade, and systemic discrimination towards persons of African descent was an everyday reality for early Black pioneers. They contended with discrimination in employment, education. They fought against exclusion from public places such as restaurants and theaters. They were constantly underserved with public amenities that many in the mainstream took for granted. This cycle of systemic oppression has become entrenched in every facet of society and operates explicitly and implicitly at individual, community, and system levels. Research and advocates have also shown how pervasive anti-Black racism is across various establishments and its generational impact on people of African descent. Many believe that anti-Black racism is rooted in specific laws and practices that are responsible for segregation in education, housing, and employment, and within the broader society. Although the efforts to formally address anti-Black racism as an organization began with the council motion, there have been some foundational work leading to and following this motion. It's important to note that the work that we're talking about today aligns with the 2021 Council priority outcome of inclusive communities that seeks to foster an HRM where residents are empowered as stewards and advocates for the community and work with the municipality and others to remove systemic barriers. So what is anti-Black racism? We've chosen to use the definition that has been identified by the Black Health Alliance of Canada, which states anti-Black racism can be defined as prejudice, attitudes, beliefs, stereotypes, or discrimination that is directed at people of African descent, which is rooted in their unique history and experiences that includes enslavement and colonization. Anti-Black racism has been deeply embedded in Canadian institutions, policies, practices, which has resulted in racial disparities and disadvantages for over 400 years. So where are we as a municipality and where are we going? So based on our project charter, there were specific goals that were identified through that was going to move this work forward. So we were asked to develop a robust HRM-wide anti-Black racism strategy that would address both internal and external anti-Black racism related issues with respect to municipal government service delivery. We feel very strongly that this cannot be done in isolation, and I'll talk about this a little bit more further on in the presentation. We believe that to develop a robust strategy, we would need to engage community both internally and externally. Another piece was to create an internal African Nova Scotian Advisory Committee to coordinate efforts of business units around anti-Black racism in the workplace. Currently, we've developed terms of reference that will guide the work of this internal committee, and plans are underway to begin conversations with senior leadership around recruitment to this committee. It is expected that we will have this in place before the end of the second quarter. We also identified the creation of an African Nova Scotian Advisory Committee of Council through a special administrative order to focus on engagement with and service delivery to communities of African descent. We have been working closely with the clerk's office, and we'll have this reviewed also by legal to develop that administrative order. It's actually almost complete. A final copy of this will be presented to the Executive Standing Committee for Regional Council's endorsement. And again, we hope this will be coming very shortly and before the end of the second quarter. We talk about design and roll out a substantial corporate-wide anti-Black racism awareness campaign. Through the support of corporate communications, a framework for a robust awareness campaign has been drafted. The awareness campaign will support Anti-Black Racism Steering Committee, our senior leadership, and each business unit as part of the organization's efforts to advance and promote the Anti-Black Racism Strategy and Action Plan. The awareness campaign will incorporate employee and community engagement, web-based information, social media efforts, media relations, and issues management. We also identified the creation and implementation of training programs, speaker series focused on topics around anti-Black racism and allyship, customized and available to business units. The steering committee has worked with the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and led by African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, and working with Human Resources to explore diverse and creative opportunities for anti-Black racism training. The goal of this training is to bring about substantial organizational transformation. To be successful, this form of training must be embedded in the organization's learning and development programs. This training must be able to raise the consciousness of everyone at all levels of our organization. An example of some of the work that we were doing is that we had the honor and pleasure, for example, just recently, to host Councillor Smith and Councillor Stoddard as part of our speaker series as they spoke to employees about what it's like to be Black councillors and how they came to be in the roles that they are in. Other activities that we have undertaken to move this work forward is we've hired an anti-Black racism program coordinator. His name is Russell Brooks, and we are very honored and pleased to have him as part of our team. We are also working, pardon me, with community grants to look at the development of anti-Black racism grants that will help support communities in their initiatives towards anti-Black racism. So here's the meat of it. The framework. This framework, pardon me, this framework will function as a roadmap for the development of our anti-Black racism strategy and action plan. The Anti-Black Racism Steering Committee, while committed to supporting the development of the strategy and action plan, realizes the importance of hearing from the community and providing them a space to inform and shape the process. Moreover, as the project charter objectives support a process that will integrate the considerations of both internal and external partners into all recommendations and action items. So therefore, it's important to develop a framework that will guide this work and allow for a collaborative approach for recommendations and actions. This strategy must acknowledge the history and the reality of people of African descent and connect the experiences of anti-Black racism to the legacies of enslavement and colonialization. This framework that we are developing is built around an Afrocentric process. So we've decided that we are going to frame this around two principles, the principle of Sankofa and Ubuntu. So Sankofa is derived from the Akan people of Ghana and is a reminder that it's not taboo to fetch what is at risk of being left behind, or as we often say in the community, to reach back and get it. Many of you may have seen a picture, and I'll show one in a moment, that has a mythical bird looking backwards, holding an egg in its mouth. The bird represents society progressing towards a positive future by being guided by the past. The egg represents the nurturing of new generations that will benefit from and be protected by an advanced shaped lessons from history. Sankofa calls for a truthful reckoning of the past to acknowledge and understand our own history of institutional policies, practice, and continued impact that systemic racism has on us. Ubuntu is a phrase of the from Southern Africa, which translates, I am because you are. The philosophy teaches that to be human is to recognize that the humanity and well-being of others is inseparably bound by our own. As one of our guiding principles, it acknowledges human connectedness, our interwoven past, present, and futures, embedded within a code of conduct to show humanity towards others. This is a depiction of the Sankofa bird, looking backwards, holding the egg, moving forward. So I want to bring you up to date on what we are doing and when things will progress. So as you can see, we've broken this into 4 phases. Our first phase was from winter 2020 to spring 2021. In that first phase, we identified establishing a project charter, setting up the steering committee, hiring a coordinator, identifying stakeholders who can help us as we move forward, bringing our framework to council, which I'm doing today, and beginning the work of community engagement. We are very much completed in phase 1. Phase 2 is our pre-engagement. In this phase, we have decided to reach out to some elders and leaders in the community to ask the questions before we go to the large, broader community, to ask the questions, what would they be looking for from the municipality in an anti-Black racism framework and action plan? So we are moving that forward with them. Our coordinator currently is reaching out to community elders to set up meetings. I have to apologize if you can hear my puppy. She's going crazy. I sincerely apologize. As also part of our second phase, we will begin our community engagement. Again, this will be led by our African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, and the Anti-Black Racism Leadership Committee will support this as we go out and ask those questions. So we're going to do deep, full engagement with the community to identify what the strategy would look like. That will take us to the end of this summer. Following that, we hope to have a strategy drafted, an action plan, and we are predicting that we will present this to you by mid-November. At that time, we will be able to initiate our anti-Black racism awareness campaign. Keep in mind, as we're doing this work, we're going to begin sending messages throughout the organization and to the community about the work that we are doing. Following council's endorsement of this, should council endorse this, we are ready to launch new information on our webpage that is on halifax.ca. So we will be continually communicating both internally and externally about this work. If council should endorse the framework in November of this year, then we are ready to begin developing what the actions are. So we will be moving that forward. And from the approval of the framework forward, we will be looking at implementing the strategy with ongoing monitoring and reporting to regional council on a regular basis. As I've mentioned previously, we are still continuing to do our work on the AO to have an advisory committee of council, looking at how we will establish a grants program and establishing an internal advisory committee, African Nova Scotian Advisory Committee. The financial implications of this, anti-Black racism efforts and initiatives for 21-22 will be accommodated through the approved diversity and inclusion budget, primarily by a transfer from reserves. So this has already been approved. Future budgets will be presented through the annual budget process as costs are identified through the development of the strategy and action plan. This report seeks an endorsement for the framework, which will guide the development of the anti-Black racism strategy and action plan. It equally serves as an opportunity to provide an update on the progress of the project charter and the work of the steering committee. HRM is at a pivotal point in demonstrating its commitment to addressing anti-Black racism in connection to its service delivery internally and externally. And this is one opportunity that, if properly implemented, can have historical ramifications. Before I close, I want to just say a couple of other things. I know that when this hit the media and Twitter and others, there was a bit of conversation around, why are we just addressing anti-Black racism? As you can see from your discussion today, your phenomenal discussion today about Cornwallis, we are looking at truth and reconciliation. We are working very closely with our First Nations community. Most recently, U.S. Council passed our accessibility strategy, which is so exciting for us and for all of HRM as we move that forward. And coming to you soon will be a French language services strategy and an immigration strategy. So our office is committed to looking at diversity through many, many lenses. At this point, as I said, it has been my honor to present to you the anti-Black racism strategy, and I look forward to coming to council again and again to present other strategies and work through the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, African Nova Scotian Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Tracy Jones Grant. Thank you, Tracy. Let me just get back to my full screen here. Tracy, how long have you been with us now in this role?
I started in 2015.
Wow. Wow. No, you've done amazing. It's hard to imagine HRM without you in this role. So awesome.
It's amazing to see how far we have come from 2015 to where we are today. It's phenomenal work by council, by our executive leaders, by our staff in the organization. I'm very, very, very honored to be able to lead this work.
Should be very proud as well. Councillor Smith, do you want to lead us off on this? Put the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would have the pleasure to move that Halifax Regional Council 1 endorse the Anti-Black Racism Framework as settled in Attachment 1 of the staff report dated April 6, 2021, which will give the development of the strategy and action plan, and 2, request that the Chief Administrative Officer provide annual updates to Regional Council on the progress of the plan.
Second.
Second.
By Councillor Stoddard, I think I heard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tracy. Always a pleasure to see you. I feel like we've seen you so much, well, I've seen you in particular in the last little bit, which is, I'm not complaining at all. So overall, I don't have much to say other than thanks to you, and I know the team that you have. And you mentioned earlier, what I was going to speak to is coming here in 2016 and seeing where the office and the work that you do and you lead is today is remarkable. I tell this story sometimes, thinking of the first budget where we put, I think it was $50,000 or $60,000 extra into your office so you can do community engagement, to now supporting programs like the accessibility framework and initiatives, the African interpretive panels, the list goes on of all the initiatives that you, plus your growing number of staff within your office, because I remember that there wasn't as many folks supporting the work as well. So to see the growth of the office, but also the folks within the office and the growth that they've shown in their roles is actually kind of amazing as well. So, thank you to you and the team who's behind you, and our new hire as well. I look forward to working with Russell in the future. So really quickly, 2 questions I have for you is related to number 2 in the charter update. I'm getting a lot of questions on the process for the Africville visioning process, and I understand there's a motion or a report being written. So I think just for the public record, for folks who might be wondering where that is and how we'll move forward with that work, that might be great, considering this discussion here. The other piece too is I was going to ask you about the coordinator position, but I think we'll save that for another discussion. What I do wonder is also the external stakeholders. You talked a little bit about it, speaking of elders in the community, but I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit more on how you will engage stakeholders, but also identify stakeholders within the community. And the last piece I'll say before you speak, and then I don't have to come back, is, again, you hit on it, the final piece of why are we doing this plan just for anti-Black racism. And our last discussion was a good proof of we've, as council, have endorsed our commitment to reconciliation and our commitment to working with the Indigenous and the Mi'kmaq community here in Nova Scotia. And council has also endorsed working with the Afro Nova Scotian community, but we haven't had any true guidance up until recently of doing that. And this is part of creating that guidance for us for the future. So yes, we might be doing it now for the African Nova Scotian community, Black community, et cetera, but we had to start somewhere in the past for our other initiatives as well. So this is the starting point to hopefully get to a place where we're not saying, what about these groups? So I appreciate the work, And if you want to follow up on the 2 questions, that'd be it for me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. First question with respect to the Africville visioning. As you know, this is massive. It's going to involve a lot of stakeholders, a lot of partners. That work is being led by Ayo Aladijebi, who is our lead for African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office. We are in the process of, it's one of those projects that is so big, you kind of have to decide where you're going to start. So we have begun by having some discussions with external stakeholders. I know that Ayo is keeping you abreast of what's happening there. We are looking at, what is this going to look like? Who's this going to engage? What is this going to cost? Are we going to need to hire an external consultant? So there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that. And I think we'll be able to provide much more detail in our report that should be coming soon. I hope that satisfies that question. As for how you identify external stakeholders, as many know from many communities, there's no one voice that speaks for the community. So we will be reaching out to some well-known names in the community because we know some of the people who are out there. We will also be working with individuals to get them to help us identify others. The one thing that I think is important to understand is that we're calling this an anti-Black racism strategy. And when we're talking about the Black community in Nova Scotia, we have the Black community that's history goes back 400 years plus. We also have members of the African Nova Scotian community who have arrived through being immigrants here, many other ways. So when we're talking about anti-Black racism and engaging the African Nova Scotian community, we're talking about all Black folks, whether you're, a Jones from Truro, which my roots are, or whether you're someone who's come and you've only been here 4 years, 1 year, 6 months. So that's our purpose. So we'll be working with many different organizations and individuals. Our first piece is really to kind of get a feel for who are the people we need to speak to. And then we're going to be looking at doing community consultations. So with COVID restrictions, our first piece has to be kind of small, where we're going to be doing it online. And then when things open up and we can start getting into communities and getting into spaces, we're going to be opening up the doors and inviting people to come and provide feedback. We don't have a lot of time to do this. As we said, we want to get this back to council by November. So we will be working as quickly as possible. If things don't open up for us, then we will find ways to do it online. We are currently doing community circles online, so we will continue to do the best that we can to reach as many people as possible. As far as identifying here today specific people that we will be reaching out to, those names are still being pulled together under the leadership of our anti-Black racism coordinator. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Tracy. Great to see you again. Tracy and I go way back. Anyway, but the library's loss is our gain. That's all I can say. I want to say I'm very pleased to see this framework finally coming forward. You answered part of my questions with some of the questions that Councillor Smith has about identifying the stakeholders, the elders, especially the seniors and our pastors. I think that, they're the leaders within our community, and I think that we need to hear the voice, but I also want to make sure we engage the young people as well. I think there's some folks that felt that they're being disenfranchised. We need to get them involved and engaged, and I want to make sure we don't miss out on that. And the community groups, there's various community ratepayers and community development associations, and in some communities there's division amongst them as well. But there's also a lot of social media pages out there for Facebook and everything else. So I'm hoping we'll have a full catalog of those tentacles we have in our communities to get the message out. And I'm hoping that we can help with that. In regards to the COVID situation, I was going to ask the question about your ambitions to have summer consultations. We don't know when the bubble is going to burst on us here or not, but I think the dates are starting looking open. We're opening up for late June, early July, but there's still going to be some hesitation out there, and also the hot weather may distract some people from getting together. So I want to make sure that we have an ability to get the word out and have opportunities for dialogue. And if there's any way the councillors to have the Black communities in the district, myself, Councillor Purdy, Councillor Blackburn, as well as Lindell and Councillor Smith and Councillor Stoddart, I want to help out in every way to get the information. I participated in one of those community circles. I was really disappointed about the turnout, and I think that we need to get the word out a lot further apart, further in advance instead of last minute notice. But we need to get sure that people are aware of these opportunities to make sure they have an opportunity for input. And that's want to make sure that we engage young and old alike, because it's important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comments on that, Tracy?
To you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hensby, and yes, we do go back a long way. As far as one point that you raised that's very important to us, and that's reaching the youth. On our team, we have a young man, well, I shouldn't probably say that, but AJ Simmons, he leads our African Nova Scotian Youth Services, and he's very connected. So AJ would also be a part of how we are reaching out to the community and getting the word out there. And yes, there is some hesitancy, but I think with the team that we have in place, not only with the staff in the NCO division, but also with the members of the leadership team, we're going to really get out there and really try and promote this and really try and get those conversations. And some of them may just be a one-on-one tea with somebody to have that kind of conversation. So just like a lot of the work that went into having the COVID vaccinations in the African Nova Scotian community and the huge success that was and the way that worked, we're hoping to be able to use some of those same networks to get information out about this, because this is going to impact the future of how we address anti-Black racism in our municipality. And many people want a voice on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I see no other requests. Ready for the question?
Question.
Ian.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Sorry, Councillor Smith was up 4.
4.
Thank you. District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Totally in favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Totally in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
Absolutely in favor.
And District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. I think that carried, Tracy. Well done. Thank you for your continued work on behalf of all of us. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, we will move to 11.6.2. And I believe on this one, this is the options to support business recovery with parking. I think we have one of everybody's favorite staff people, Victoria Horn, perhaps.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
How
I'm
you
just
doing?
I'm well, thank you. I am going to attempt to share my screen.
Mayor, can we get Victoria a light bulb?
Oh, so, yep, working on it,
Or close the screens.
working on it. There, I'm hoping that you can see, oh. My apologies. April, I'm just having some difficulty.
Negative.
I did test negative, yes. Okay, I can see my presentation now. I'm hoping that you can see my presentation.
We can see it.
Perfect. I don't,
And it just went away.
yeah. April, or colleagues in the clerk's office, I'm just having difficulty. It's not showing my notes. So I'm not sure, perhaps you could share the slide deck. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, Mayor Savage and members of Regional Council. It is my pleasure to be here today to discuss with you options to support business recovery with parking programming. My name is Victoria Horn and I'm the Director of Parking Services. Next slide, please. So this is the original motion that is in front of you, which stemmed from Councillor Mason. I won't read it in full detail, but in summary, it basically is asking for staff to look at ways at how we can quickly support business recovery through parking programming, in addition to all of the other wonderful initiatives that Council has endorsed already. Next slide, please. So the next two slides are the recommendation itself. It is quite lengthy, and I do apologize in advance to the councillor that has to read the recommendation. Recommendation 1 and 2 are procedural in nature and just about transfer of funds. Recommendations 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the specific meat, if you will, of the recommendations. And in summary, they make recommendations to adopt a marketing strategy, cover hotspot pay-per-use fees for a period of time, execute a contract change order with Precise Park Link to enable merchant validation, and also considers offering paid parking for free on Thursdays and Fridays from 4 to 6 p.m. to align with Parks and Recreation event recovery programming that Council has already endorsed. Next 2 slides, please. We'll go to slide 5. So what we heard, I wish to acknowledge our partners, the business improvement districts, the Halifax Partnership, and all those who have taken time to submit correspondence on this item. On April 29th, staff met with representatives from all downtown bids and the Halifax Partnership to discuss the vital roles our downtowns play and how parking policy can support recovery efforts over the next several months. All parties agree that the next few months are crucial to ensuring both local residents and tourists feel welcome back to the downtowns. A key part of this is ensuring residents know the multiple options on how to get around, including transit, cycling, walking, and, as we're looking at today, parking options. During the meeting, staff presented several options in alignment with the motion tabled by Councillor Mason. In general, feedback included the following: the need for increased communication, to amplify existing work being done by the bids, some kind of merchant validation program that is easy for businesses and customers to use, the need to incentivize and increase hotspot users and make the parking experience easier and convenient, and offering some kind of promotion of free parking to ensure people return to the downtowns. Next slide, please. In response to this motion, we've worked with our colleagues in corporate communications to pull together options for marketing and promotion that align with existing activities and initiatives planned by the bids. Staff recommends the larger investment of $50,000, which will have a consistent presence across multiple platforms throughout the summer and into fall. Next slide, please. We all agree that increasing and incentivizing growth on our mobile hotspot app is beneficial. Hotspot offers convenient payment options, the ability to top up or extend a session without returning to a pay station, and the ability to end a session early and return any unused monies to your wallet. As a result, this report proposes covering hotspot pay-per-use transaction fees for the next 3 months for parkers. Next slide, please. I'm particularly pleased to present the option of merchant validation, which will have a lasting benefit to business well beyond the recovery period. As part of this report, staff has partnered with our vendors to offer an enhanced merchant validation program to business. This program will offer tablets and subscriptions to the service for 1 year, paid for by HRM. The program will be administered by the business improvement districts, and the tablets allocated based on number of paid parking spaces and their membership. Businesses will receive training and support from Hotspot and the municipality on how to set up and use the program, and will then be able to validate parking for Hotspot users in any dollar value they wish. Vendors outside of the initial 200 can also sign up for the program as well and will be supported by the municipality, just not financially. Next slide, please. The recommendation in this report strives to provide parking for free at a time that is thought to have the best benefit for local business and drive traffic downtown in advance of the event recovery programming planned for the summer and into the fall. It's important to note that feedback from the bids on this option was mixed. Not surprisingly, those with little to no paid parking felt that 15 minutes free would have the most benefit. Downtown Halifax and Dartmouth Business Commissions favored free parking from 12 to 2, while Spring Garden Business Association was most in favor of parking for free from 4 to 6. Next slide, please. This option is not part of the recommendation, but rather an approach that staff will take throughout the summer months. This strategy was originally planned as part of our change management plan with the launch of the technology. However, due to public health restrictions and closures, we felt that this promotion was better suited now during the summer months to welcome people back to the downtown and ensure that they familiarize themselves with the new parking system. Instead of tickets, first-time offenders will receive a welcome back notice with helpful information on how to use the parking system and how to avoid receiving a ticket in the future. And I've just placed a little image on the top right-hand corner above our parking enforcement officer, Mr. Jenkins, which provides just a very quick snapshot of what they're doing in Winnipeg that has a similar approach. So next slide, please. There's no question that this report is an investment. We've attempted to take the feedback from business and align it with the motion from council to generate a program that will support business recovery while balancing good parking policy and the objectives of the IMP. And with that, my presentation is complete, and I am happy to take any questions or comments that you and council may have. Thank you for your time.
That was Victoria Horn. Thank you very much, Victoria. We will go to Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Horn. So I'll read the excessively, if I may say, long motion. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, waive the requirement for Audit and Finance Standing Committee to review and make a recommendation to Regional Council regarding the increased project number CI990031 parking technology in the amount of $24,000. 2, approve an increase to project number CI990031 parking technology in the amount of $24,000 with funding from General Contingency Reserve Q421 as outlined in the financial implications section of this report, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 3, adopt and implement a marketing strategy valued at $50,000. 4, cover hotspot pay per use fees for a period of up to 3 months, up to $15,000. 5, execute a contract change order with Precise Park Link on terms satisfactory to the Chief Administrative Officer to cover set-up costs and first year of subscription fees of merchant validation program for up to 200 merchants to be administered by the business improvement districts. And 6, in support of the COVID recovery programming, waive parking rates pursuant to Section 12A of the Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees to offer free on-street metered parking between 4 and 6 p.m. on the following days, provided there are no public health directives that would cancel the programming: June 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th, July 2nd, 8th, 9th, 15th, 16th, 22nd, 23rd, 29th, 30, August 5, 6, 12, 13, 19, 20, 26, 27, September 3, 4, 10, and 11, all of which is outlined in the discussion section of the staff report dated June 2nd, 2021. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mason.
So thank you very much for staff for turning this around so quickly and for the very reasoned approach, which I strongly support. I think that spring, like not to pit the bids against one another, but I agree that 4 to 6 makes more sense. It's far less likely that you're going to have people using the free time simply to park downtown where they work, right? Like we saw that at the beginning of COVID, where when we made parking free all day, people started to cancel their monthly parking and just parked in the street. And that's not the intent of this at all. So I think being targeted like this makes a lot of sense. We've all been in receipt of the letter from Paul McKinnon on behalf of the bids asking for more. And I do have an amendment. So I talked to staff about this. I put it in the chat. So I'm just going to skip right to that rather than go on about how great everything is. My amendment to the motion I just made would be 7, request a supplemental report by Audit and Finance regarding funding a parking validation program by a hotspot app for a period of 3 months and an option to extend for an additional 3 months if conditions warrant, and identify a funding source. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Mason?
So after talking to staff and the mayor, there's no finance. A supplemental report is required at this point to be able to cover this. The idea is, are we going to cover the parking validation for program that we're encouraging the businesses to participate in, and are we going to constrain it? I left it open. Perhaps it's only at lunch or whatever, as per the thing. We'll leave it open. But the main point for me is simply that if we're saying nobody's coming downtown, then it's not going to cost anything, right? Like, it's one of those things where if this is what it takes to get people to come downtown and they only come downtown because they've got free parking, it's not really lost revenue, right? Like, we have no way of quantifying that is the point. I don't think we should do this forever. And I strongly support the time of day parking bump in the middle of the day. I think we should be moving toward surge price parking that goes up on demand in different parts of the zone, all that stuff. But we're not at that point right now. We're at the point where we have businesses struggling to stay open and get to everybody being double vaccinated. So I think that this is kind of a middle way of getting to what the bids have asked for. But it's important that we do it as a supplementary report, because if we delay all of this stuff we want to start right now, and it'll take a little bit of time to identify that funding source and for that to come back. So it keeps the door open, but means that everything else that's in front of us would go ahead. So I would ask for your support for the amendment, and I would ask for your support for the main motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Cuddle?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this amendment. I think this is a big move, and I think a big move is warranted here because, this is kind of two things happen. We had COVID, and we also introduced a new parking system. This all happened around the same time. And so there wasn't a lot of uptake with people on this parking system. And I think we do need to put some effort into educating and encouraging and supporting people with this new technology to become comfortable with it, to understand how it works, and to, want to go down and experience, our downtown center of our city and all it has to offer. So I will be supporting this, and I think the education piece of this is fantastic, and the validation program and getting the merchants on board to help support their customers. Like, I see it as it's kind of a comprehensive way of addressing both the business needs and our own needs around educating and encouraging use of the app. So yeah, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, did I miss you on this one?
Yes, before the amendment was even proposed, I had some questions for Victoria.
So do you want
to? But on this amendment, one of the questions was related to the hotspot app. I had a constituent call me all upset about why he has to pay a user fee for hotspot when he's also that should be a free app to pay for the parking. Why is he paying an additional fee for administrative costs? He's very upset about that. So are we refunding the cost of that administrative fee or the parking fee lost revenue? Just want to clarify that. And I have other questions.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor. Thank you, counselor, for that question. So we're not refunding anyone that would have made payments previously. Essentially, what this program is proposing is that we would cover the per transaction fee over the summer months for anyone that uses the Hotspot app. This motion does not consider refunds for anyone that has paid those fees previously. However, existing users that have purchased a monthly or an annual subscription with Hotspot could convert their subscription to a pay-per-use model for the summer months if they wanted to, and then the municipality would cover it under this recommendation.
I think that's part of the questions that some of the people had in regards to why they got to pay for a subscription or a membership to Hotspot, but I should only be paying parking. You know, you're forced them to use an app, or instead they could use their own coins. You know, that's where some people are getting upset about.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor. Apologies, counselor. So charging for using the app is standard across other jurisdictions. It's a convenience fee. So if residents are opposed to paying any type of subscription fee or any type of convenience fee, they can use the pay station itself, and there are no fees associated with it. Really what they're paying for is the convenience and the added components to it. So with Hotspot, you can refund, top up your wallet. You don't have to go to a pay station. So it's the convenience of it, and it's consistent with other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Councillor Austin on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, just so I understand it correctly here. This is to pay the cost of validating the parking. It's not the Hotspot, the 200 subscription fee that Councillor Mason's asking for, right?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, assuming that question is for me, so the main motion covers off, and what's in front of you today covers off us initiating a validation program where we're proposing, should council endorse it, that we would cover the setup costs to business to join the program. My understanding is that Councillor Mason's amendment is asking council to consider if we would actually both have the authority to do so and how we would fund covering the actual parking costs.
That's what I was looking for, and I see a nod from Councillor Mason. I'll come back when we get to the main motion then on my other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the amendments? If not, we'll go to the.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, let's just get Victoria to Ms. Horn to unpack a little bit if we have the authority part, because I think it's important. I suspect that's the biggest issue, and it's important to manage expectations for the bids and businesses that we might not be allowed to do this under the charter is my guess. I haven't talked to staff about it, but I know the tune and I can, hum along.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor. So we have had conversations following the letter written from the bids with legal about possibilities and ways that it could or could not be allowed, which is why we look forward to bringing back the staff report, which will certainly contemplate all of the options and legalities associated with it.
So maybe not totally impossible is actually better than I expected. So I will take that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question on the amendment of Councillor Mason.
Question.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I keep getting kicked out for.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Okay, we have an amended motion. So on the main motion, I think it's Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin, main motion amended.
I think Councillor Hensby was ahead of me on the main motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Didn't we just hear from Councillor Hensby?
On the amendment, but I had 3 questions for Victoria, and the amendment covered one of them.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
On the issue of parking and stuff and promotion of where the pay and displays are, stations are, some people are getting confused. They see a parking meter, they see the hotspot logo on, but they don't see any directional signage to where the closest pay station is. Perhaps that could be somehow assisted somehow with an extra sticker on the pay meter where the closest location is for those. Another question is, in regards to the amendment is passed, I'd be curious to see the staff report. Are we allowed to give any direct subsidy to a private business? I don't think we can, but we'll see how the staff report comes back on that matter. The third thing, in regards to the billet you're hoping to show on the information you got from Winnipeg, that may be in violation of the Litter Abatement Act here in Nova Scotia. You're not allowed to put billets on windshields. You better check to see if the municipality is exempt, except for only parking tickets they allowed to stick on a windshield. So I don't know if information billets are allowed by the municipality or not. So you may want to check that out. And the last question, in regards to this 4 to 6 time period, is that 4 to 6 only where parking is permitted between 4 and 6? Because we have a lot of high rush hour corridors that we don't want to have parking 4 to 6. And I want to make sure we don't confuse the people and saying, well, you have free parking downtown 4 to 6, but I thought we had some corridors where they say there's no parking between those hours because it's rush hour for getting buses through the corridor. So just how to clarify in that 4 to 6 ratio. Is it all meters or just select areas?
Victoria.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for your questions. The first question about paid parking promotion and pay station locations, that is part of our strategy. So we plan to have an interactive map on the website as well as physical signage on the street directing you both to on and off street parking and the nearest pay station where the paid parking is located. With respect to your second question about subsidizing local business, we look forward to providing further detail on that in the supplemental staff report. So we'll be sure to look at that section of the charter for sure. Question 3 on the litter abatement strategy. Very good point, councillor. It's certainly one that we looked at. What the workaround that we're going to provide is we can issue what are called warnings. So it's actually going to look like a ticket, but it's going to have different language on it that just welcomes people back to the municipality. And it's issued the same way that it would be through our existing system. So we think we're okay there. And with respect to your last question, the 4 to 6 time period. So again, that would be shared via our communication strategy, but we are still ensuring that the corridors are going to be enforced. So for example, Hollis, you would not be able to park there during the 4 to 6 time frame, or Quimple outbound as well. So those are certainly things that we will look at through the communication materials, but the 4 to 6 for free is really just about existing paid parking where there are no other restrictions in place. All other Motor Vehicle Act sections would still have to be enforced. So things like no stopping, ticket and tow tabs, those would all still be enforced.
Thank you very much. I thought you might want to put a creative boot out there once in a while just to get people's attention. We'll put the boot on a municipal vehicle.
I'm sure that Victoria will take that under advisement. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Austin, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 2 questions. The first one, how did we decide to restrict the setup costs of the validation program, covering that to the first 200? Is this simply a a cost containment thing on our behalf so that we have some sort of envelope to it all?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, counselor, simply yes. So there was a set threshold but also in speaking with the bids, we weren't sure what the pickup of the pilot would be. So that was the number that we picked.
Okay, so the bids had some input into that, into us coming to 200?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, yes, we actually explicitly tabled that number at the meeting with the business improvement districts, along with the allocation of the districts.
Do we have any sort of flexibility, or would you have to come back to council if this thing launches and suddenly every bar and restaurant in the downtown area signs up and suddenly there's no room at the inn, all 200 spots are gone?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, so the program is what council would be voting on today. So the set threshold, unless council directs otherwise, we have funds allocated for that first 200. And it's important to note that the program is being administered by the bids. So the bids will manage with their membership about who should receive or how they receive, how that program is going to be rolled out. That will be up to the business improvement districts to do that. So once it exceeds, anyone else can join, and we're happy to support them in joining. They'll just be responsible for the annual membership fee.
Okay. All right. So the other one, and this is kind of, I know, Victoria, like this isn't your gambit, this is more of a CEO question, I expect. Because you were tasked to go away and do parking. But the bids letter references the ferry, we're always, I get, we want to support the business here, and a lot of people do get around by car. But the ferry is, of course, an integral part of the two downtowns, and the letter from the bids indicates they would like some free potential hours on the ferry too, to encourage that. And if we're going to be subsidizing parking, I mean, I think we should also be thinking about, well, can we offer supports that are actually in line with our sustainable transportation objectives? I know we did modify the admin order recently, around the user fee admin order around transit, to give staff, CEO, and the director discretion to offer free hours. I'm wondering how we can actually look at that particular part of the bids request.
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councilor Austin, that would take a motion of council to seek a staff report on that.
If I were to propose an amendment here along the line of Councillor Mason's to take that piece away, how quickly could we bring that back? Like, I wouldn't want to sabotage Councillor Mason's effort here if going through that process with transit was more complicated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, I'd have to speak with Mr. Rigi about that, but I expect that will be sometime in July.
Could we have the two items linked up and arrive then at the same time? So there's no point proposing it if it's just going to make a timeline that is not workable for anyone.
Right. So I suspect that the earliest we get back to you is the first meeting in July on that item.
Okay. Well, apologies, colleagues. I'm not quite as organized today as I'd hoped. Normally, I would have had a motion all set up and ready to go. I don't like doing on the fly, but I would like to move that we take a look at options for providing subsidized ferry hours as part of our COVID program here.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion is a supplementary report looking at subsidizing ferry usage as part of our COVID recovery, correct, Councillor Austin?
Yes, and I'm leaving it open because I don't think we should just forgive every ferry hour going, but some sort of targeted promotion there I think would be appropriate, maybe around the lunch hours.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Councillor Cleary on the amendment of Councillor Austin.
Just very, very briefly, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, I fully support this because, as Councillor Austin articulated,
we should be looking at sustainable ways of getting around. And I know that the downtown bids especially, but all of our Main Street bids, will need some COVID recovery support from all levels of government. But if we can do that as support in a way that is most sustainable, not everyone drives and not everyone should drive. And, looking at not just ferries, and I'm not going to make any amendments to Councillor Austin's amendment, much to the joy, I'm sure, of our solicitor. The idea that, we're looking at transit, although we're talking about parking and cars moving around, and it is important. I think a number of people have articulated we need to get people back in our downtowns, and that is absolutely paramount. But we also need to encourage people to do it sustainably. So looking at ways in transit that we can move people around and subsidize them the same way we subsidize these car driver parkers would be beneficial as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Councillor Cleary and I were thinking alike here. The same thing, if we're looking at ferries, why not be looking at other forms of transit to the downtown core? I don't, again, I don't know if I want to amend Councillor Austin's amendment, but I do think it's something that we should look at and consider beyond just the ferries, because it is about getting people downtown, people with cars, people without cars, getting people moving around the city again in safe and sustainable ways. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, folks. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just very quickly, I will support this, but just to remind people that we presently do subsidize the ferry by 50%, the taxpayers, and we do subsidize transit by overall by about 70%. So while I will support this for the little back, helping downtown perspective, and I support subsidizing transit, provided that it's used, and believe me, we all want to see more and better transit, but I just didn't want people to get the idea that transit, unlike parking and driving downtown, isn't already highly subsidized by the taxpayer. Pre-COVID, 50% for ferries and 70% for bus service. So anyway, I'm happy to look at this for some times and to help downtown, but transit does get a whole lot of subsidization from us, and I don't see that changing.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, again on this.
I just, not that I relish in correcting former chair of the Transportation Standing Committee, but the ferry actually more or less pays for itself. And Councillor Austin, I'm sure, is crawling in his skin trying to think of the same sort of thing. But the ferries are really not subsidized. Conventional transit a little bit, our local routes a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, actually, the study showed that ferry was 50% and transit's about 70%, unless that's changed in the last year.
We should have this conversation perhaps on a different day. It would be well worthwhile. I'm going to go to Councillor Austin on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just on subsidies, I think it's well worth reminding ourselves of the massive grand subsidy that is the road system of our society. There's not many places where you can spend $100 million on an expressway and no one bats an eye. I mean, if we're talking subsidies, the bus is but a bargain. So on this, my thinking, I mean, I'd be fine if the report comes back with some options for council to consider in terms of the broader transit system. My thinking about the ferry is it is probably in our system the part of it that is the most aligned with kind of leisure cruise sort of travel rather than commuting. It does have a more of an outing sort of nature to it. It is the, as Paul McKinnon calls it, the sidewalk between the two downtowns. So that was the thinking as to why I'm suggesting the ferry, and it was in the letter from the bids, but I'd be fine at looking at transit overall when this comes back, if staff want to bring some options. The challenge I think we get into with the larger system is the scale of the cost. Just ratchets way up if suddenly we're looking at like, well, giving up fares across the whole system in some sort of targeted way. So that was just the thought process. But if staff brings some options, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to vote on the amendment of Councillor Austin on the ferry request a supplemental report regarding a subsidized ferry program as part of the COVID recovery. Ready for the question on the amendment? Ian?
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
For the motion.
District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes, for further increasing the subsidy.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Okay. So that motion carries. We have another amendment. So we are now looking at 11.1.1 with Councillor Mason and Councillor Austin's amendment. So we ready for the question on the main motion as amended?
Question?
Just want to make sure nobody wants to speak on it. Ready for the question? Okay. The main motion as amended.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Okay, colleagues, that's 11.1.11. That is passed as amended. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Colleagues, it's 5:12. My inclination is we push ahead and try to finish the agenda before we break, but I want to know if everybody's okay with that, or if folks want to take either a break for supper or a short bio break. I'm prepared to entertain either of those things.
Push through.
Let's go.
I'm hearing giddy up. All right. So
Yeah.
we're going to go. We're going to keep going. I think our next one, we have a presentation as well. This is 11.2.1, which is HRM support for open streets coming out of audit and finance. Do we have a presentation? Do we have Maggie or Elizabeth on this?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm going to attempt to share my screen and give you the presentation.
Elizabeth Taylor, thank you very much.
Bear with me for 1 minute, please.
Not sure if I thanked Victoria for her work. If I didn't, thank you, Victoria.
April, I'm having trouble sharing my screen. Is it possible that you could share, April, or one of the colleagues?
Okay, we see it now, Elizabeth.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Elizabeth Taylor, and I'm the Manager of Culture and Events under Parks and Recreation. I'm pleased to offer you a high-level presentation of the contents of the staff report before you entitled HRM Support for Open Street Initiatives. Next screen, please. Since 2013, staff from several business units have submitted reports to standing committees on varying issues raised by event organizers and councillors concerning municipal service costs associated with holding events. All open street events are encouraged to apply for funding from the relevant municipal grant programs. Specifically, 3 of the staff reports I referenced reviewed instances related to open street types of events and the provincial requirement under the Motor Vehicle Act, which is now the Traffic Safety Act, to hire police officers to manage traffic at events that require temporary street closures. The municipality requested changes to the MVA, now the Traffic Safety Act, to replace police officers with traffic control persons, which would help to reduce the costs to organizers. I can confirm that currently there is no change to the Act under consideration. So this circumstance led Audit and Finance to request a staff report to reduce the costs and specifically to consider developing a possible grant program for street closures or subsidies for police costs. Next slide, please. HRM support to special events is provided through Culture and Events with the Special Events Task Force and its corresponding AO and 2 special events grant programs. Firstly, the Special Events Task Force that was approved in 1996 is comprised of representatives from various municipal, provincial, and federal departments. They provide information and assistance to event organizers on policies, procedures, and best practices concerning holding events in the region. In 2014, Regional Council approved the AO, which is on your screen, which applies to special events held on municipal land and for municipal services provided to special events held on non-municipal land. The AO provides a protocol for events and parades that require temporary road closures. The Special Events Task Force Committee reviews risk and safety to the general public, both vehicular and pedestrian, from the event plan submitted. The specific business units on the committee issue the appropriate permits and/or operation plans outlining what municipal services are required. The process is before you on the screen, and in any given year pre-COVID, there can be up to 150 applications submitted. Now, half of those are simply inquiries and don't need a permit or for temporary road closure and can be satisfied through email or meetings with the assigned civic event lead. The other half do require full Special Events Task Force processes. These meetings are scheduled monthly or more frequently pre-summer festival and event season, and up to 5 event organizers can present their plans at each meeting. There are a few events that require full temporary road closures, which is that no vehicle use of the street is permitted while the event is happening. That would be like the holiday parade of lights. Now, there are also a number of parades and processions that share the streets that receive permits directly from traffic. Next slide, please. The other support to special events is through the 2 event grant programs on your screen. Large-scale events that require temporary road closures and police costs are typically supported through the Marketing Levy Special Events Reserve Grant Program, like the Scotiabank Blue Nose Marathon, or a major hosting event, such as Canadian Country Music Awards, both of which required multiple road closures in the downtown core. The Regional Special Events Program provides funding to community and cultural events. Switch Open Street events are funded from this program under the established festival category. Next slide, please. Municipal service costs for event delivery are a reality for all types of events, including the civic events that are organized by municipal staff, such as Canada Day and Natal Day. Most municipalities across the country operate on a 100% cost recovery approach for services as HRM. Staff have calculated in past reports that to cover all the municipal service costs associated with temporary road closures would be approximately $250,000. In 2019, Switch's municipal service costs, as you can see, were $21,000 and the grant they received was $12,000. It should be noted also that Switch receives a high level of in-kind support through other business units, as well as HRM Recreation. In 2019, the established festival program was oversubscribed and funding was at capacity. And I'd like you to remember that the maximum grant in the established festivals program is $25,000. Next slide, please. Therefore, the recommendation before you from Audit and Finance defeated the staff recommendation to consider open street events under the AO for street closures and regional special event grants, and instead to approve Switch open street events with a proposed increase to the grant by $13,000, which would assist with covering the costs of the services required while staying within the AO and a maximum program grant of $25,000. Thank you for your attention, and I'm pleased to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. That's coming out of Audit and Finance. Did you want to put it on the floor, Chair Russell?
I can do that. Yep. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve an unbudgeted withdrawal from the Community and Events Reserve Q621 in the amount of $13,000 to be allocated to Switch Open Streets events in the Regional Special Events Program.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Russell, did you wish to say anything else on it?
No, I don't. The presentation covered all of the ground that I was hoping it would, and this is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and wholeheartedly in support of this. I mainly just wanted to speak in because I think there is a bit of a tension here as to what Switch really is. I mean, when it was first launched, it was very much taking the inspiration from Ciclovia in Bogota, which is not a special event per se. It's just Sunday in Bogota, right, where the street closes, and it occurs every week. Ours, the challenges of cost and everything else of getting it off the ground and trying it out, and it coming from a community group. Ours is still very much a street fair, right? We've never really had that discussion and looked at like adopting this as more of a municipal type program the way it's been done in other places. So I am going to support the grant, of course, and I think we do really good work here, but there is this unresolved question as to what really, where does this really go in the future in terms of what the goals are? Because I think from there might even be an action in the integrated mobility plan. From an integrated mobility point of view, it's very much aligned with our values and the goals that we've set for ourselves that are as over and above, the special event sort of nature where this fits currently. So I think it's something that we're going to have to think about going forward as this continues to evolve, as to, are we going to commit as a municipality to have Switch as basically Sunday afternoon in HRM for the summer in the future as a municipal sort of operation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Elizabeth, good to see you. Thank you for your presentation, and I fully support this. My question is somewhat connected to what's on the floor here today. In your presentation, you alluded to the Provincial Motor Vehicle Act and the requirement of needing policing. You even mentioned events like the Blue Nose Marathon. So could you again clarify for me, I know this has come to council before, where we are with regard to having to use policing for traffic control and having to pay for that? Because can you explain how that works again? Because we have so many events such as that occur in our municipality that have a lot of value to the municipality, especially in some of our downtown communities. But the biggest expense for a lot of these road races are policing. So can you just explain how that works, Elizabeth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, you are correct. We do operate to charge events to pay for their municipal service costs. Under the new Traffic Safety Act, while there has been a request from the municipality to replace police officers with traffic safety personnel, that has not been approved. I believe at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, the mayor and several of the councillors had hoped to revisit putting in another request now that there is a new premier, and hopes that we might revisit this system as many other cities do. As far as our cost recovery goes, we would have to be directed by council to change that process. You're correct, it is very expensive. However, that is why we have our grant programs that in a way subsidize these municipal service costs. And I also want to add that for the work with the event organizers, the Special Event Task Force does go out of their way to promote options for events that could look at perhaps, I know Switch has specific roads that they want to take, but for some of the other road races, we work with organizers to try to offer less expensive routes that might help them cover their costs. But until we hear from you, and I know we had recommended in several reports over the past 10 years that cost recovery not be approved, and council had no appetite to approve funding those
thanks for that, Elizabeth. I want to make sure my colleagues are all aware of that. It is an obstacle to some of these major events, and they are significant to our municipality, and they add to the atmosphere, they add to the bottom line of a lot of our businesses. So it's unfortunate. And it's funny, you mentioned about the grant programs to help subsidize it. So we're taking money from our grant program and then just reallocating to another department with an HRM. So, is that the best way to do it? So maybe offline, you and I can chat more about it and take a look at this cost recovery thing. I appreciate your time as always. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as you know, I am a huge fan of Switch and a huge advocate for this event. There have been many discussions over the past, I'd say 6-7 years about expanding this into a Ciclova type event, connecting downtown Dartmouth to downtown Halifax. And the bids have been working creatively to expand the road network between a combination of closed streets, existing bike paths, and other creative wayfinding to try to connect more parts of the city. The reason it's not a ciclova is because it's just too expensive to close the streets. And a lot of that has to do with the policing. Like we have police officers at side streets with barricades where there's little to no need to have police officers there, often getting paid overtime on a Sunday. It does feel very wrong, to your point, Councillor Mancini, that we're taking money through a grant program to give back to other municipal units. And meanwhile, the work is being done by community organization like the Planning and Design Center and the BIDS, who are also investing in this, a lot of money in this, and a lot of time and effort in kind work and volunteers. It's an open public event. And this happens in cities all around the world. In Ottawa, they have over 50 kilometers of road. In Chile, they have 32 kilometers of roads. In New Zealand, 17 kilometers of roads. And it's never meant to be a street party. That's just what it's become because of the prohibitive cost of it all. And when I look at all of our initiatives in Halifax, I look at the IMP, active transit, economic development, tourism, and now, throw in kind of COVID safe outdoor activities. This hits all the marks. It's also in many ways about a cultural mind shift. This is really about thinking about our public right-of-way in a different way for different users. It's intended to be very much like they have in Colombia, where every Sunday there's a street network that's closed. It opens it up to different users of the street to stimulate, whether it's activity, exercise, business, socialization, all kinds of different things. So, I might be sounding a little frustrated because I would really, really like to see us move this forward in a significant way. If the impediment is just with the police and the province, then maybe we need to advocate or push for that a little harder, or find a different financial model. I think the idea is that this was never meant to be owned by the business improvement districts and the Planning and Design Center. It was really meant to spark an idea in the city, for the city to embrace this other way of doing things. So like a civic event, just like a different way of operating on one day a week in our city, in our right-of-ways. So, I think we do have some challenges. I'm very much in support of this extra funding for now as kind of a Band-Aid solution to getting us to where we need to be. If ever there was a chance, I thought it was during COVID last year, where we could experiment with this and do an open street network from downtown Dartmouth to downtown Halifax. But again, we just don't seem to be able to get over this hurdle, despite a lot of people working on this for many, many, many years. So anyway, I'm all in support of this extra funding. I think this is a great initiative. I think it's something we should see more of, not less of. And I look forward to working with people to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support this. I think Switch is doing great things, but like some of my fellow councillors, I would like to see this expanded. And I think it's essentially a workaround. We're funding a workaround, so it seems inefficient to me, and it's less than we hoped for, because it just takes so much work to put on one of these events. So I'm just putting up my hand that I want to work with my fellow councillors to find other ways to do this. What if instead of an event, it was 2 months a year in the summer when we close off roads that are linked up to get people around and to make it safer to walk and cycle on those slower streets? Then it wouldn't be an event, wouldn't require police. I just think there must be other ways that we could do it. And I'm certainly keen to work with others on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
So thank you so much, everyone, for all your comments. I think we're talking about three things. One is do we want to have Switch become like in Bogota and have it just happen automatically? And you know, the councilors have been around here for a while. I've heard me say before, what I would like would be for the parking signs to have a sticker applied to them up and down these streets that says street closed July and August, right? And that they're just closed, and we just close them. And you know, it's like a extremely aggressive version of the slow streets we did before. That's not without cost, but it's a real thing. And I would love to see a network of streets that don't have buses, and that we could do this on every Sunday in the summer, you know, in the regional center, that it's easier to have a network, but we can identify main streets or good streets to do this on throughout the municipality. And I think it's something we should do. I think it meets our integrated mobility goals. That's one issue. Second issue is, and it's funny, I was reflecting on whether I'd even speak to this or not, because I'm kind of exhausted about it. This is why I'm in politics, because the city charged me $800 to close Goddison Street on a Sunday for the North End Community Festival that the Pop Explosion used to run for the Neva's predecessor, the Goddison Street Merchants Association. And, you know, like, it was appalling to see, you know, 2 workers come in a truck and throw out some sawhorses. It took 10 minutes, cost $800. And, like, you know, because there's a minimum call out time. And I get that, but it was just kind of like, okay. So there's an issue there with where in the RCMP area they get this for free, right? And we've all been there. You know, I remember 5 years ago being in Parsboro, and it was Parsboro days, and it was the volunteer fire department, you know, with one RCMP constable standing there going, "Sure, Bob," closing the streets. And I'm thinking, we could never get away with that. So you know, so the second issue is, how much do we want to onboard as an expense for smaller scale events? I don't think we can fully absorb, like, part of it is, if we don't charge for parades in downtown, someone will want to do a parade downtown every day, right? People love throwing parades. And I got to tell you, we are at the point where both merchant associations business associations have said, please no more parades. Because when there's 110,000 people in the street for Pride, they don't actually see a huge increase in business. What they see is people not being able to get in the door. So there's a complex discussion that has to have around that. But in the outside of those areas, Goddison Street, Quinpool, whatever, I think we could have a different kind of conversation. I think we could talk about like an upper limit. But then the third issue is going back to the province, and it would be Minister McClellan, Jeff McClellan, and Premier Rankin talking to Ian and Jeff and saying, you know, if they had let us hire transportation or traffic control people from a company that does it for construction, the quotes I had at that time were $230. And they would have had someone there all day in a vest waving people off with, like, you know, barrels of flashing lights on them, not 4 sawhorses that were dropped and left, right? And so I'm not blaming the city for that at all. That is what the difference between saying no, it has to be police or it has to be city staff closing it, and paying for traffic control. We only needed the street closed for 4 hours. Like, we could have paid that. So there's 3 issues. I think council should think about them and address them all over time. I think this is a good first step, as Councillor Austin said, but it's not the end of the conversation at all, because there's a whole bunch to unpack here. And I think we need to stay on the province to get those rules changed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll just say that what I wanted to say, I said in committee, and very similar to what people are saying here. This is a workaround, as Councillor Morse said, that it's not ideal, but it does allow us to do what we want to do. And just to the comment I just saw from somebody sent out that we're giving away a lot of money on the parking and on the open streets. We're not. But number 2, we did get support from the federal and provincial governments for restart for COVID. We got the doubling of the gas tax. We do have some money, and this is a way for us to support businesses and individuals as we come out of COVID. I think the Switch program should be something we do on a much more regular basis. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
I see you signing on there, Ian. Are you good?
My apologies. I had technical issues on my end. Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor?
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
And 8, Counselor Smith.
4.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell, I think, brought that forward. 11.3.1 was on consent. I'm not sure. Was it Councillor Purdy that took it off? Councillor Purdy? Councillor Purdy?
Thank you. Do I read the motion?
Yeah, if you're okay with that.
Okay, absolutely. So I move that we approve the continuation of the collaborative multi-agency, multi-service youth center, the Den, at Acadia School in Lower Sackville, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to continue to seek opportunities to establish multi-service youth centers in other areas of the municipality based on the approach outlined in the discussion section of the April 6, 2021 staff report.
Next page. Next page.
There's another page.
There's 2 more items.
Oh, yes. Apologies. Number 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to adopt the multi-service youth center model as outlined in April 6, 2021 staff report as the preferred model in the delivery of programs and services to youth in the municipality. And 4, subject to approval of funds in the 2022-23 budget, the confirmation of a suitable location and the commitment of the stakeholders, approve the creation of a multi-service youth center in the Spryfield Herring Cove area.
Seconded.
A second.
Seconded by Councillor Russell and Councillor Cuddle together. Councillor Purdy, what's your wish?
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, colleagues, in allowing me to take it off the consent agenda. This was a passion of my predecessor, Laura Lee, and it is such an important project. My concern was with the site selection, my concern is not with the site selection, but with what the report says here. Due to the changing nature of youth data and trends, staff will review the data annually and will adjust if needed. And we have 5 locations here on our site selection list with Spryfield Herring Cove that we just read in the motion. And I just feel like this is such an important project, especially after this year and a bit of COVID, where our students need as much support as we can offer. And so I kind of have a threefold question, suggestion, idea, especially since this can, we can hopefully move this for our budget for next year, because this isn't a high cost thing, but it is complex in its nature. So here's my 3 suggestions, ideas. 1, to expedite the process. So instead of just one location, why can't we look at several locations and do it all at once? Number 2, consolidate key partnerships with stakeholders. Could partnerships be all inclusive as opposed to only with one central location? Like, can we do, anyway, that's what key partnerships with all of our locations. Can we partner with like universities or colleges with social work programs so we can utilize students who are actually studying, social work or social, educational programming so that we can kind of lower costs but have high service for our youth in that way. And number 3, can we investigate different ideas for locations? For example, the joint use agreements that we have with some of our schools through the HRCP. Like, for example, we have a joint use agreement with Cole Harbour High School in Cole Harbour. Could we look at maybe utilizing some of that space for a youth center in some of our locations here, or local churches or local community centers? So yeah, just looking forward to how we could possibly, if this is something that is even possible to do, I just feel this is such a necessary need for our youth, and anything that we can do to invest in that generation, I feel is high priority.
All right, thank you. Who do we have from staff that can speak to this? I don't know if Angela Green is. Oh, Lee Moore is there. Lee, how are you?
My apologies there. I have to get my camera on. Through the mayor to the council, I can speak to some of this for sure. To expedite the process, we laid it out about an every 2-year plan just to give us some time to ensure the partners are set up properly. And within that, we just want to make sure that their commitment and their comfort level is kind of where it needs to be to kind of have a longer term kind of partnership. But also, it gives us time to work and do some youth engagement within those communities and actually identify the needs that the youth want. So, kind of leading into your second question, which is around kind of consolidated partnerships. Of course, we would do that, but some of the partners may have a limited capacity, being nonprofits or whatever. So we just want to make sure that when we are choosing the partners, we're not stretching them to their max, and we can actually, if we start a service, we're able to kind of continue to follow through. The community developer for youth would be working with those partners and ensuring that, their commitment level is there, I guess, right, to continue. But just because one site, it works for one site, it may not work for the others. So, or the youth in another location may not ask for that. So the timeline, I guess, gives us a chance to get something set up properly and then continue on to kind of go with that. The third piece around different locations, that is definitely, church basements, joint use things. We would look at all those things when looking at a dedicated space. And the key to it really is dedicated to make sure that the youth are in a space that they're not sharing. So we can they can take that ownership over the space and make it theirs. And also, I would say, the report addressed a little bit of the inner workings of it to make sure that anyone else in the facility, it's not, we're doing it right, so that any neighbors are happy with our youth center being there, and there's not any kind of challenges or concerns. I'm hoping that answered kind of your questions.
Councillor Purdy?
Yes. Yeah.
I think I know you're interested in this. It might be worthwhile for you to sit down with Lee or with Anthony Green, if you haven't, and sort of follow up some of those other things.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, I will reach out.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Chair. So this is also close to my heart as well in terms of that. We had the pleasure to host a virtual meeting with our MLA, our MP, a youth in the community who has experienced some mental health issue, has used the services of the Den, and we also had persons there that collaborate and are in partnership with the Den, which is really great. But it is the project of Rebecca, Councillor Russell, you might remember, is it Rebecca Bishop? But Becca was at the meeting, and a phenomenal person, talking about the success of the Den is really around the fact that it is youth-led. And so I think that that's amazing. And one of the things that came out of our meeting really was all three levels of government to work together to figure out how do we get more youth-led initiatives in community. And so, so at the end of the meeting, it was like, okay, so we need a Den. in our community that would serve like Wellington, Fall River, and Waverly. But the Den in Sackville is really close, so we understand that. But if you're not on a transit route, getting youth there is a challenge. So even to look at, and you know, Becca was great. We're going to have another meeting, and we're going to talk about how do we and what do they need so that they can have better outreach, and youth that are close are able to get there. But I think when I looked at the other 5 potential sites, the only thing that I was a little disappointed in is, you know, we need to think about our rural communities, and I didn't see on those 5 any rural opportunities. So maybe we need to figure out how do we make that work as well in rural communities, suburban also. So, but I promised Becca that I would absolutely be her champion. So Becca, if you're listening or going to watch or whatever, definitely your champion. So there we go. Thank you. So absolutely in support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very happy to support this. I am, without a doubt in my mind, I've been involved with youth for a very, very long time. Nobody needs to know exactly how long, but I'm particularly excited to also have the opportunity to reconnect with Lee Moore. Lee, you and I have had the opportunity in the past to work together on youth related. Although I think at that time you were younger and maybe more in the youth realm, although and we're both a little older now. So I am thrilled to support this. I look forward to reaching out to you, Lee, and having a further conversation around this to see what I can do to bring opportunities forward, not only for District 3 but around HRM. Congratulations on where you are now, and I'm glad. Thank you, Councillor Purdy, as well, for removing it from the I forget what the term is called, but for putting it on the table today so we get to speak of it. It is so important for our youth, and the acknowledgement of the leadership that they can show and they can produce and sustain opportunities. Sorry, that's one of my youth calling me, need some money. So I'll just leave it there. I'm so excited to support it. Happy that I'm on council to see this day, and well done. Thanks to everyone for their efforts on this.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to staff who work with youth and who work on projects with youth, and also to recognize the fact that HRM is currently accepting submissions for the Youth Services Plan survey. And, you know, it's really important to hear from youth, including those who are in rural areas where, you know, currently we don't have the programs, the services, the recreation opportunities being delivered in the rural areas. That being said, we have incredible groups who are servicing and creating programs with youth. So it's important to recognize the work that they do. But also, you know, just knowing that HRM is committed to supporting youth-led programs and services is extremely important. So we do want to hear from youth ages 13 to 24, and encourage folks who are watching to share that with the youth in your lives. Because you know, this is the best way to have programs, and it is to have youth-led, co-created, co-designed with youth, because they're the ones that are using the services and the programs, and they know what they need best. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize the amount of youth programming that HRM actually does. And I know I'm surprised because I seem to learn about a new program, you know, every other week, most recently about the Youth Advocate Program. So, you know, things like the DEN, the Youth Advocate Program, the leadership programs, the support for girls, like all of this is really important work that we're doing that's not always associated with the municipality and the running of the city. So I just want to give a shout out to the staff who are working on that, and just a shout out to us as a municipality for, doing this work. It's incredibly important to a healthy city, healthy communities, and our success overall. One of the things that has been brought to my attention is about the lack of services in rural areas, particularly around things like the Youth Advocate Program, where it's geographically based. And so even though you look at somewhere like District 11, where you have Spryfield and the Sambro Loop, people in the rural Sambro Loop area can't access some programs available within Spryfield. So I'm just wondering with the Den, and this isn't a question I've asked before, is there a geographical restriction on people being able to access the Den and the services there, or is it open to anybody?
To the mayor, to the councillor, there's no geographical kind of boundary. We have looked at kind of that hub and spoke model idea where, youth can come in if they can make it there, right, through transportation networks and things. So we definitely do have some success stories in the past as well. Youth coming to the Den from Bedford, from Fall River. So we definitely know what happens during the pilot project at least, right? So it's definitely worth looking at how we advertise and the awareness we create in these centers. So let's go above and beyond just that initial community that it's in. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank everybody for the enthusiasm that you have shown in recognition of the Den. It is a phenomenal program. It has helped out a lot of youth around the area and beyond the area. This is where I first found out about Posse and many other groups that are just trying to do what they can to help out youth. So I want to thank everybody on council for that, but also like to thank my predecessor, Steve Craig, for bringing this forward and putting in so much energy to it in the first place. And with that, I would like to call for the question.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question? I want to thank Lee, and I'll echo the view of Councillor Cuddle. There's a tremendous amount of youth stuff happening in our community, and I have even danced on video with some of the youth at some of the programs and sang and humiliated myself. Ready for the question. Thank you, Lee.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Enthusiastically in favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Same here, yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Absolutely enthusiastic. Yes, go Becca.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Absolutely in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
And 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
That motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to keep going. We're getting near. We'll keep moving along, I think. Okay. 11 coming out of Halifax and West, 1141 has been passed on consent. 1142, that was the Williams Lake. That was the rezoning near Williams Lake. 1142, implementing natural surface backcountry trails, has passed on consent. 1143, pedestrian crossing at the intersection of Governor's Lake and St. Margaret's Bay. Coming from Northwest Community Council, 1151, amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy Land Use Bylaw for Rutledge Street. 1161, marketing levy, the Milser for major sport hosting. 1162, likewise, has passed on consent. Okay, we will move to motions coming from members of council, beginning with Councillor Austin, Park Lighting Strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That snuck up on me with this big consent agenda. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report on developing a park lighting strategy. The strategy should consider the need for policy changes around park usage, conditions, criteria in which lighting is needed, and a capital program for parks upgrades.
Second by Mancini.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so this is coming out from a place, I have 3 ongoing asks in my district that come up all the time. Dartmouth Common, Sullivan's Pond, and the Harbor Trail. And oftentimes, I mean, there's a real gender lens to it as well. Oftentimes it's women who are expressing concern about being in those spaces in the evening because they're more than just park spaces. They're transportation routes too. They're like many places, they're the direct route from A to B, and folks don't feel safe in using them. And so it got me thinking about this in a more systematic way, because I suspect my district's not alone, and that there are other places around that have similar sorts of dynamics about them. And, you know, if you look at our parks bylaw, you know, technically lighting's not an issue in many places because they're all supposed to be closed. No one's supposed to be in there at night, right? Which is a very dated sort of approach to looking at usage of public spaces. If you travel, I mean, pretty much any European city, you'll find parks that are busy with activities in the early evening hours, and they're quite lovely, right? So, I mean, I think the old kind of school approach of, you know, putting the chain across the gate and literally locking it up, which they used to do in Northbrook Park back in City of Dartmouth days. That's a really dated way to be looking at parks, and so we should look at this in a comprehensive way for what capital upgrades are needed, where they're most needed. I'm not saying that they're my 3. And what policy changes are needed. Similar, the model really I'm looking for here is the washroom strategy that Parks recently completed, that looked at things in a comprehensive way. I think it's time to do the same with lighting, and so I hope that you'll support this request for a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question. Just wondering, you do mention a comprehensive study. Are you thinking about including ball fields in this? Or are you just looking at parks? I know we've got some parks that have ball fields, and that's a common question that I get as well about getting ball fields lit. So just wondering if Councillor Austin sees that as part of the scope of this report, or is it something completely different?
Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Austin. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Yeah, so yes, I support this motion. But just to speak to the park closure at 10, in theory, that makes sense and that's wonderful. But in reality, it can be a totally different situation. And I know in our district, Councillor Nickel had to get a gate put across one of our parks because just the partying and the loud music that would happen late into the night. The residents just were beside themselves. And we have another location in the district too where this is happening, and you know things that are not very legal happening after hours. So how would that be addressed if there's going to be lighting and parks, you know, potentially open all night? How do you mitigate those very real risks?
So that might be something in the report, but we'll let Councillor Austin speak to it as well. He'll collect a bunch of questions. You okay with that, Councillor Austin? He'll come back at the end. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. This is something that I'm concerned about. I'm glad that you've raised this, Councillor. You know, the reality is, especially for women in particular, or children, you know, it gets dark 5:30, right, in the winter time. And what we have now is in communities in Hammond's Plains in particular, we are connecting our ball fields and our parks with trails. And so we are moving from an area that is well lit into a park that's not lit, into a trail that's very dark, and then back onto the street or onto a well-lit area. So I just wonder, Councillor, if you would consider parks only. Are we, as Councillor Blackburn has mentioned, ball fields? Are we talking about all park assets in the sense of, you know, those trails that are connecting the park? So I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity as to what is the definition here of the park that you're considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I was just wondering about the ball fields and thinking that that's probably connected to the playing field strategy, and it might be considered separate from this being lights in parks, but that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward. So I do want to see in this report, we can look at things like ball fields were mentioned and so on. You know, we have a skate park in Caledonia, next to Caledonia Junior High, that have lights that the users turn on. So there's an actual switch. They come over and they're using the skate park or the basketball court. They flick the switch, but automatically goes off at 11 o'clock at night. So we have other facilities like that. We do have, as many of you heard me brag about our lovely pump track in Chibi Park, and there's a lot of folks requesting, can we do lights on that? So we need a strategy. I agree with this motion. We should have a criteria. I think Councillor Purdy made reference to lights next to a residential area, and is that a mark against including lights? So we have some sort of criteria. I'm hoping it would include that. So thank you for doing this, Councillor Austin. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the input. So, you know, ball fields, I've talked to staff a fair bit on this. I mean, my original lens on this was the more passive park spaces, but I've left the motion as just parks, right? I like my approach on these things. I like to give staff as much leeway as they can, because you don't know what you're going to encounter when you work through a problem. My understanding from them is that they actually already have work underway on ball fields, which I think probably goes to Councillor Daigle-Gammon's point about the playing field strategy and whatnot. So, but there isn't any work underway in terms of our passive spaces. In terms of partying, certainly, Councillor Purdy, that is something that, you know, comes up in my district from time to time too. Summer months, you know, Penhorn Lake or Birch Cove, it can sometimes be a challenge. And so I expect that would be something that we would look at in the criteria. It seems counterintuitive, but sometimes the best antidote to these sorts of things is actually more people. You're less inclined to have a party if there's all sorts of other people that aren't part of your party or walking the dog through and whatnot in the evening hours. So I expect it would not be a one-size-fits-all sort of thing that we would look at, you know, that you'd have to tailor it to fit the park, the usage, and the neighborhood. And I had down scope, but I forget why I put down scope. I think that might be everybody's questions that came up.
Just the trails,
Yeah.
Sam.
Oh, yeah. So I think this could, it's meant to be encompassing. I think Councillor Lovelace, you hit on one of the real kind of challenging dynamics, right? The lit ball field leading to the semi-lit park to the completely dark trail, and the mall being part of this kind of a common or campus sort of space, right? So I think there's definitely room to look at all that. You know, like I said, I've left it as parks, so that to me would encompass as far as staff want to take it in terms of all the green spaces when they dig into this.
Okay. All right, colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor, especially around trails.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Austin. We'll go back to Councillor Austin, 1172, Park Steward Program.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a bundled set here for parks today. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report on a park stewards program to facilitate citizen volunteering in HRM parks.
Second it, Morse.
Seconded by Councillor Morse. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Morris. So this is as part of talking to staff about lighting and some other issues. One of the other things that kept coming up in conversation was basically we're one of the only places that that doesn't have an organized program for volunteering. There are very much like we have an active citizenry here that's keen to lend their time, that feels ownership of their local spaces, and would be happy to help. But we don't have anything formally to direct any of that. So what you end up with is we have places where citizens have basically nominated themselves as keepers of the park. I think of like Oat Hill Lake in my district, where you've got a citizens group that is ripping out knotweed, cutting English ivy and multiflora rose, that's doing tree planting, that's done some water quality stuff. I mean, they are the park stewards of Oat Hill Lake, the citizen park stewards. But the result of leaving it just kind of as an ad hoc sort of thing is you get these really extreme results where some spaces have people that are actively engaged in them and other spaces don't. And it's not because people in those neighborhoods don't care, it's that they lack that kind of that one special sort of leader that can kind of marshal people together and get things off the ground and then sustain that over time, right? Not every community has that sort of capacity, but a lot of communities have the capacity where if you had an organized program where someone could sign up and and have some staff direction as to how they could volunteer in their neighborhood spaces, I think a lot of people would be interested in doing that. So other cities have this. Vancouver has one. They're often used in concert with naturalization, which is something that we are just dipping our toes into. So I think it would be a good program for us to consider here as well, as to how we can build that civic engagement of people in the spaces that they care about in their neighborhoods. I think it's a win-win for both community, municipality, and the folks in the area. So that would be the intent of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I'm totally in support of this park stewardship program. I think it's long overdue for our municipal parks. I have two at my provincial parks, one in Lawrencetown Beach as well as one in Martinique Beach. The one in Martinique just started this year. It's these citizens in the neighborhood that take so much pride in their local park amenities. They want to keep them as clean and pristine as possible. The biggest problem is the litter and dog poop. And that's the biggest issue they've been finding picking up at these provincial park sites. And they're not having the provincial staff around to do it. They do it willingly to go out there and just go for the walk, clean up the debris, and put it in the garbage cans. The province has an MOU or a lease arrangement or a stewardship arrangement for these groups in the off hours or the off season of the parks. When the parks are in season, it's the responsibility of the province to run their parks, but in the off season, they allow these community groups to do the stewardship work. I'm thinking that Councillor Austin wants to do year-round stewardship, not just our municipal parks are not off-season; they're full-season facilities and need to have some kind of special care. And I think this would be great to reach out to the citizens, the neighborhoods that have their parks, and show their pride in them. So I was fully supportive of this program. I hope that we can also assist them with the litter debris collection. You know, I don't know if they need to take it home, or can we have our recreation parks crew coordinate pickup times or cleanup times? So it'd be great to move forward with this, and I support it totally.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward. I think that you're bang on with the idea of some kind of program, and I can speak specifically to a really well developed community stewardship within the Portland Estates, Portland Hills area of 30 years of doing this type of thing without a formalized municipal kind of recognition and a system for engaging. Yet so many things are being done, and I can think of a number of places around the municipality that could benefit from it. There are a lot of really good things happening in our communities by volunteers around stewardship of our parks and our trails and our community at large. But I think something formalized will help, particularly right now, having gone through what we've gone through recently with encouraging people to be back out in their own backyards and neighborhood parks and such. There is a keen interest to, I think, for people to be involved, but the municipality creating a program where that validates them, that gives them recognition of the efforts that they're putting in. I look forward to a report that would come back with some kind of examples of others in other jurisdictions that you've talked about, but in particular, what we can do here in the municipality, and I am happy to support it today.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. You're batting 1,000 here, Councillor Austin. Well done. I support this. I will say, though, we do have many communities with ratepayers groups that are actively engaged in already stewarding these trails and these parks, and looking at developing new parks in some of the subdivisions where they, have parkland that hasn't been touched yet and needs to be developed. But I think what's really important about this approach is that we're raising citizens, we're raising stewards, young people and teens and students who can get involved and engaged in taking care of these parks in a formalized way. I really see nice linkages with the school system, Scouts. We can formally create a stewardship program. So I'm 100% in support of this, and thank you so much for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward. I think it's an excellent idea, and I hope the report will consider all the things that have been mentioned so far, and also the potential for stewards to be like a neighborhood watch for parks, and even be engaged in fire prevention and that sort of thing as we develop more wilderness parks at the edge of the city. I know our fire service is very concerned about campfires and that sort of thing. So if you had these stewards that were regularly out there, they could do a lot in terms of fire prevention. So I hope that will be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo all the things my council colleagues have said. I also just want to note that, as a municipality, we're huge. We have our parks, we have our HRM municipal parks, we have our HRM wilderness parks, but we also have a tremendous amount of Crown land. And so I hope when, we're kind of looking at what this program could look like, I hope it's a model that we could expand to work more collaboratively with our provincial counterparts, and in also having stewards in our provincial wilderness areas, which people camp in, they hike in, they use ATVs in, they fish in, they do all kinds of stuff in. And sometimes you'll have, the Crown land right next to the municipal land. And so to the users of these areas, there's a little distinction between what's HRM and what's provincial. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to take a leadership role on this, develop a stewardship program, but also, take a broad perspective in looking at our municipality as a whole. Through the recent search and rescue, the introduction to the search and rescue groups that we have, we know that we need better wayfinding throughout the municipality. We have one of the highest numbers of people getting lost in the wilderness for some reason in Canada. We used to be number one. Now we're number two. But, all of this has to do with better stewardship, better wayfinding, better knowledge, education. People who know best these areas are the ones who often live there or use them regularly. And so I think that there is some real value in us recognizing them and supporting them and growing this stewardship culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Favor.
And that is all.
Okay, the motion's carried. Thank you, Councillor Austin. So colleagues, just a time check. We have a couple of added items that we're going to 14.1 and 14.2. Keep going.
Plus, I believe all the in-camera items can be done publicly. There's nothing there sensitive for in-camera discussion.
Mr. Mayor, may we just have a 5-minute biology break?
I don't have a problem with that. Let's take 5. So right now it is 6:20. We will come back at 6:25. So just 5 minutes. So just 5 minutes. 60 seconds times 5 minutes. 300 seconds. And then back. 5 minutes only. Did I say that?
We will be briefly muting microphones and blanking videos for 5 minutes. Good evening. It is now 6:25. We'll be returning microphones and cameras to everyone and taking the slide down. The meeting is live on YouTube and can be started at the call of the chair.
Okay. Okay, colleagues. I am just looking for Councillor Mason. There he is. Okay,
Hey.
so we'll do our added items and then we'll come back and determine if we need to go in camera or not. 14.1 is tax relief, not-for-profits. Councillor Mason.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report providing options to temporarily include vacant or unoccupied properties owned by non-profits or charities in administrative order 2014-001 ADM while they are undergoing construction or renovation. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Councillor Mason.
Since we're all running short of time and dinners are cooking, I'll give you the 15-second version is we're seeing a lot of not-for-profits who built or obtained their buildings in the 70s and 80s needing to build new buildings. The new buildings are not covered by tax exemption, even if their old ones were. So in the case of Ronald McDonald House, that identified for me a problem that we've seen with some other things, but it's becoming more acute, especially as with all the other challenges that people are facing with construction costs right now. So I ask for your support for a report on this. Staff feel that they can come up with a rebate program because the issue, of course, is we don't want to give someone tax-free forever on land and then have them sell it private or never do anything with it. That's different, and we've seen that happen in the past. So the idea is that upon successful completion, perhaps they would get a portion or all their money back for a period of time. So let's get a staff report and see what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Sorry, was there a second for that? Who seconded that? Oh, Councillor. I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
I will.
I did.
Councillor. Okay.
That's not Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent, yeah. Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative. And can someone unlock my video? Thank you.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll go back to you for 14.2, cessation of infill applications. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for that vote. I will now move that Halifax Regional Council requests that the mayor write a letter to the Honorable Omar Al-Gabera, Minister of Transportation, to support the request for the federal government to immediately invoke a cessation of all infill application approvals on the Northwest Arm in Halifax until such time as appropriate governance can be put in place to prohibit all future infilling of the Northwest Arm. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell, and it's Omar Al-Gabra.
Al-Gabra?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. 30 seconds on this is Nova Scotia has pre-Confederation water lots. It's something you can't do now owning water. It creates a weird legislative gap that happens all across Nova Scotia and I think Atlantic or Maritime Canada, where the people who permit the infill are the feds. The people who are concerned about it as it comes up out of the water are the province and coastal protection, and it doesn't become a municipal issue until it's actually land that's being applied for development. So what that means is, and the map was attached to the in the letter that accompanied the motion that was distributed to council, is that theoretically 50% of the mouth of the Northwest Arm could be filled in from both sides. And so right now, the municipality has already changed the bylaws, I think in 2007, that you can't get a permit to build on that infill. And that has carried through to the center plan we'll be debating in the next couple of months. But that still means infill can happen, and it's becoming more and more problematic, especially in the changes in the market we've seen now. So I'd ask for your support for this letter. This letter, I feel, is completely in keeping with all of our other policy on this, going back about 15 years, and would just continue to push for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason. I actually just recently, at the urging of Alan Shaw and a number of others, sent a letter to Ministers Alghabra, Wilkinson et al. On this very issue. So I'm happy to support this, and hopefully it'll have a little more heft coming from all of council regarding this infill. And to Councillor Mason's point, not only do our municipal rules not allow you to develop on that land, but you can't use that land if you're developing abutting land. So you can't use it to measure the size of your lot, as an example, to use that for the ratio of coverage. You can't use it for other things. So hopefully they get the hint. I know I talked briefly online with our member of parliament, Andy Fillmore, who's been promoting this, and hopefully we'll have some movement on this and a big Halifax push. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this, but I'm hoping that the letter not just be the Northwest Arm, but perhaps all our pre-Confederation lots we have in Halifax Harbor. There might be some examples in Bedford and Dartmouth that this may also have an impact on. My only concern, though, is that sometimes these infills may be required to help protect some properties with sea level rise. So the question is, are we taking away development rights for some of these property owners? And the other thing is what about the loss of compensation if they're allowed to build or infill to build upon? Is there a loss of revenue or loss of asset value there? So you need to compensate if you're going to expropriate these pre-Confederation water lots. If that's where the governments may be going, and if they do that, let those other levels of government pay for the compensation. Just in jest, though, it'd be easier to build a bridge across Northwest Arm if you infill it a little. Just a little jab there, Sean.
All righty, Councillor Austin on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very much support this. Just very briefly, I wanted just to point out the nature of these water lots. I mean, the pre-Confederation, they were created in a time when everyone had a boat and you needed access to the water in front of your property. They were never meant for, sprawling $1 million properties to be built on, or to have a larger front yard in front of your large home. This was never the intent of them. So, I mean, I feel like this is all very much a legal loophole of rights that is not caught up to modern times. So good for us to send a little note to our federal counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say $1 million home? That would be a modest one. Councillor Mason, to close.
Yes. So just briefly, the reason I didn't make it more than Northwest Arm is because of the concerns of where infill may be required for traditional resource extraction, fisheries, things that are beyond the scope of this, right? So I would be open to having another letter and another motion at a future time about that. But I felt like I'm on solid ground on Northwest Arm. As soon as you go beyond and you talk about, a sandbar or something, I'm like, well, I don't know what I'm doing there. And I feel like that needs more analysis. And I think that's something we could talk about. And then the second piece is to what Councillor Austin said is it's not a taking if right now you can't develop anything on that land. It's just rocky infill. So I don't think as an expropriation, if they're still allowed to build a wharf or a jetty, I think that they would still have their rights intact and that there would be no money required. But again, this is a federal issue under the Navigable Waters Act, not a municipal issue. We're asking for them to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we are going to look at our in-camera items. I encourage you to
Move the camera minutes of April 2021.
move in the minutes by Councillor Hensby, seconded by
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's carried.
Mayor,
13
I'm happy to put 13.2 on the floor, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated May 11th, 2021, and 2, direct that the private and confidential staff report dated May 11th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. So move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn was the loudest voice I heard. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And that is everyone for that item.
That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor. 13.3, anybody?
Yeah, I'll put 13.3. I'll move that.
Councillor Cuttle, 13.3.
Do I read the motion when I do these ones? I'm not sure.
Read the motion that's on the public agenda.
All right, so I move that a matter pertaining to providing instruction and direction to officers and employees of the municipality pertaining to the acquisition, sale of land. Oh, wait, yeah, okay, sorry, keep going. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated March 12th, 2021, and direct the private and confidential staff report dated March 12th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
In District 15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
All done?
That is everyone.
Thank you, Clerk. That's carried. 13.4, anybody have an appetite for that one?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Should be away or should be someone in the central.
Councilor
Move that
Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated June 1st, 2021, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated June 1, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Seconded by?
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell. Ready for the question, colleagues, on 13.4.
Question.
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor.
District 1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
And District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
In favor, thanks.
That motion carries. Colleagues, 13.5.
Mr. Mayor, I'll put that one on.
Go ahead. Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated June 1st, 2021. And number 2, direct that the private and confidential staff report dated June 1st, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Second, Stoddard.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Thank you. Ready for the question on 13.5, colleagues?
Beginning with District 1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Favor. So colleagues, that takes care of 13.5. Thank you, Councillor Kent. So that's all of our in-camera items. I know there's a number of notices of motion. I'll begin with Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let it be known that at the next regular meeting of Regional Council, I'll bring forward a motion that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report in response to the request from the province for funding for an enhanced grassed field at the new J.L. Ilsley High School in Spryfield, as per the attached letter from Transportation and Active Transit dated June 3rd, 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council. I will move the following: that Regional Council request a staff report that outlines a process and timeline for exploration of development of friendship accords with the Mi'kmaq Grand Council, the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs, band councils with current and anticipated service agreements with HRM, and any other group staff may identify, for the recently completed engagements regarding the Cultural and Heritage Priorities Plan update, and to consider including First Nations relationships in the terms of reference for the Executive Standing Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Take notice that at the next Regional Council meeting to be held on June 29th, 2021, I intend to request a staff report on the current status and recommended options for potential revitalization of the Sackville Sports Stadium. This report should review the existing assets to consider A, current accessible structural and design challenges of the facility, B, creation of emergency shelter space, including support systems, C, addition of indoor track, court, gymnasium, and field space, D, addition of a water or pool feature, E, programming opportunities on First Lake, F, improvements to inclusive accessible spaces and services, and G, creation of an accessible centralized entrance to the facility.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to move amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting HRM's civic addressing policies, the purpose of which is to approve 1, the naming of 10 new private lanes in Wise's Corner, Fall River, Upper Hammonds Plains, Hubli, Bedford, Oakfield, and Smith Settlement. 2, the naming of 1 new public street in Bedford. And 3, the renaming of Shirley Elliott Court to Shirley Elliott, with 2 T's, Court in Bedford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take note at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on Tuesday, June 29, 2021. I intend to move the following: that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report on developing an evidence-based formal policy for polygraph testing for the purposes of human resource management, especially during the selection process for any or all employees of the municipality. The report should provide a jurisdictional scan and include peer-reviewed academic literature on the efficacy of polygraph testing for employment. The report will include recommendations for use or not of polygraph testing in all departments and business units of the Halifax Regional Municipality, as well as with contracted services.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Yeah, sorry, forgot about the other one. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw N206, amending bylaw N200 respecting noise, the purpose of which is to allow for entertainment-related noise with the establishment of an entertainment district on Argyle Street for the inclusion in the local exemption section of the bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2. Take notice the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council will be held on June 29, 2021. I intend to request a staff report to examine the feasibility of bringing Halifax Search and Rescue under the municipality as part of the Halifax Fire Business Unit. The next one is take notice at the next meeting of the Halifax Regional Council to be held on June 29, 2021. I intend to request a staff report examining the possibility of a pilot program providing shower facilities for people who are experiencing homelessness, either through retrofitted transit buses or partnering with community organizations to provide mobile shower trailers or working with recreation facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, colleagues, that's...
Mayor Savage, we do have one notice of motion that we're still it was from Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes, thank you. And I'm just trying to find that, Ian. My apologies. Bear with me 1 second.
Must be a fast ferry proposal.
Yeah, no, I probably would have been able to find that one easily.
Deputy Mayor Outhit, I have posted what we were provided in the chat, if that's easier for you to reference.
Thank you. Take notice at the future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move the council consider adopting by policy a public partnership program, the purpose of which is to establish a program to consider amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy and supporting policies to allow a mixed-use subdivision in West Bedford sub-areas 12 and 1. So moved, or so announced. Thank you. I'll get there. It's a long day.
Anybody else?
My ducks aren't in a row.
Okay, colleagues, it was a long day, some good discussion. We thank our staff. Staff do a great job, the regional plan this morning, and some big issues this afternoon. So I thank you all. Our next council meeting is in 3 weeks, correct, Ian? On the 29th. And at that time, I think we're going to have heritage hearings and possibly a public hearing. So that would be our tentative date of our next, or that's the scheduled date of our next council meeting. I want to just thank and wish all of our graduates from all of our schools. Hope that COVID graduation treats them well. It's a tough time to graduate, but to them and their families, we wish them all the very best in the weeks ahead. Yeah. Any last words before I go to District 4 to adjourn?
Yeah, I hope the 29th meeting might be a public meeting in-house and in person.
I don't know that we're quite ready for that, but I'm looking forward to it. I was actually sitting here, colleagues, trying to remember how we voted in council chambers. I forgot about that for a second. So
we're going to need training again.
Gosh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's different for the new colleagues. It's a different way of voting. All right. If nobody else has anything else, Councillor Purdy, take us home.
Well, on behalf of me and my ducks, we wish you a good night. We move to adjourn this meeting.
We are adjourned until the 29th. Thank you all.
Congratulations, graduates.
Woohoo! Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.